Naruto is and Sakura was unable to finish due to her loss for words. Uchiha. Satsuki finished the sentence for her, bewildered at the sight in front of her. What the heck was going on? Naruto was an Uchiha? Thoughts were rolling from her head. He didn't even tell me. Satsuki thought, looking at the scarlet eyes that Naruto had. All this time, Naruto had been hiding that he was truly from the Uchiha clan until now. She wanted to be angry at him, but at the same time, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Why? She doesn't particularly know at all. Freak, she was being pathetic. 3 tomos too. Satsuki thought, narrowing her eyes at Naruto. He could have at least told her. At least. Naruto side-glanced at Satsuki for a moment or two. Satsuki, there is no time for an explanation. We just need to rescue Sensei. Satsuki scoffed, though nodding her head up and down and following Naruto's path. 1. An Uchiha, hey? 3 Tomo Sharingan 2. Still won't be enough to defeat me. The water clone of Zabuza rushed towards Naruto at a quick speed. Naruto jumped up, perceiving everything at a much slower pace. Naruto looked at Satsuki. There is no time for daydreaming, Satsuki. I'm going to need our help. Naruto dodged a thrust of the blade while in mid-air. He stood right on top of the tip of the blade and jumped right off. Satsuki threw a kunai right towards the clone Zabuza. But he counterattacked with using his blade to block the kunai from reaching him. Naruto gritted his teeth, wondering what he should do. He landed back on the ground and looked to his side where his backpack was it. Satsuki, I have a plan. She nodded, wondering what Naruto had in mind. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Numerous amounts of clones appeared all around the water clone. They all surrounded him with a kunai in their hands. Shadow clones? It seems this guy has lots of chakra. That could be dangerous, thought the water clone, observing what was happening right around him. Naruto and his clones jumped right towards the water clone. Get ready, said the clones and Naruto in complete unison. They all jumped right on top of the water clone. To the outside, it seemed like Naruto and his clones were winning, but that was not the case. They were all suddenly pushed back. One of the clones caught sight of the backpack that was laying on the ground. Boss, here. One yelled, flinging the backpack right towards Naruto. He nodded, catching the backpack with relative ease. There was a split-second pause, but Naruto managed to pull out a scroll. A puff of smoke revealed itself and revealed a large folded shuriken. Satsuki, said Naruto, throwing it towards her. She nodded, catching the shuriken. Once she caught it, her eyes widened at the touch of the shuriken. So that's what you were planning? Satsuki thought, suddenly unfolding the shuriken that was unfolded until now. She held up the large shuriken that was in her fingertips. Demon Wind Shuriken, Windmill of Shadows. The water clone observed what Satsuki was currently holding. A shuriken? That won't work so easily. Satsuki jumped up in the air and threw the shuriken right towards him. But actually not him. Naruto and Satsuki followed the shuriken's movement as it went past the water clone of Zabuza. The real Zabuza that was holding Kakashi captive slightly widened his eyes. So their real target was me all along, thought Zabuza, looking at the Demon Wind Shuriken as it pierced through the air around it. Zabuza scoffed at their efforts. Nice try, but all you are doing is nothing but garbage. In a split second, Zabuza managed to grab the large shuriken before it managed to hit him. Crap, I'm slowly losing it. I don't know if I can even keep up due to my current state. Kakashi thought, feeling the backlash from the overusing the Sharingan. I haven't used it in a while and I'm also losing my touch due to my lack of training. He thought once again, panting at a continuous rate. Naruto could see this, it was quite visible. 1. Another shuriken was launched right towards Zabuza. This made him widen his eyes even more than before. There was no way he could even catch it with his two arms being locked. Or could he? No, definitely not. Instead of dropping the shuriken and grabbing the next one, Zabuza jumped while holding onto the water prison and the demon wind shuriken. You won't defeat me by using ordinary means, yelled Zabuza, smirking under the cloths that masked his mouth. Satsuki looked at the shuriken that was flying right behind. It suddenly turned into Naruto, the real Naruto. He started to weave a multitude of hand seals that were very familiar. 1. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. Naruto inhaled as he was falling down. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. He then inhaled out a large fireball that honed its way towards Zabuza's direction. He widened his eyes, planning on letting go of the water prison. He's done, Satsuki thought, seeing the fireball maneuver its way right towards him. But suddenly, someone had jumped right in front of the fireball to block it from hitting Zabuza. Naruto slightly gritted his teeth. The water clone went in front of the fireball before it hit Zabuza at all. Crap! Naruto thought, summoning a shadow clone right next to him. The said clone then threw Naruto towards the water clone. He slightly glanced Satsuki. She noticed this and nodded her head just slightly. The two pulled out a kunai at the same time and threw it towards the clone of Zabuza. Pitiful, said Zabuza, kicking away the kunai that Satsuki had thrown. She gritted her teeth slightly, glaring at the man with intense anger burning through her body. The clone of Zabuza caught the kunai that Naruto had thrown and threw it right back at Naruto. You're pretty good for a kid, said the clone. Naruto jump was still in midair and created a shadow clone to throw himself even higher in the air. If I throw myself at Zabuza with another clone, I just might be able to dodge the attack. No, I'll definitely be able to dodge the attack, Naruto thought, summoning another clone right beside him. The clone then threw the real Naruto towards Zabuza once more. When will you run out of dang chakra? The clone of Zabuza thrusted the blade right towards Naruto's stomach at an intense speed. Naruto placed his foot right on the tip of the blade. 6. He used it and flipped himself right off of the blade and back on the land. Naruto looked back at Satsuki. She doesn't know how to walk on water yet. I'll have to lead the clone out of the water and back on the land, Naruto thought, running right beside Satsuki. He looked at her in an observant way. 2. She's still afraid. Even when using that fearless facade, she is still feeling the fear rise up every second. Naruto placed a hand right on her shoulder once again. There's no time to be scared. You're an Uchiha, thought you at least have some pride. Naruto calmly looked at the water clone that slowly was walking out of the water. She scoffed. Shut the heck up, Uchiha Naruto. I'm not scared at all. She had one eye look at Naruto with a glare. It seems like she is returning back to normal. 1. Alright, when we fight him, be careful of the blade. It's sharp as heck. Naruto saw Satsuki nod right back at him. He nodded back, pulling out a kunai from his holster. They saw the real Zabuza drop down the shuriken that they had thrown towards him formerly. Time our attacks together. Got it. I know that. The water clone was now out of the water and was continuing its advances towards them at a much more quicker pace than before. Oh, the clone was going to take this much more seriously. Anything else you want to say? Asked Satsuki. She got a nod from Naruto, indicating that he had something else to say to her before they started to attack right back at the clone right in front of them. Do whatever you have to do to take him down. The two saw the Zabuza get meters closer to them in an instant. I'm the one with the Sharingan, so my perception is boosted to a much higher extent. I know what we have to do. She nodded bitterly, jealous at Naruto's 3-Tomo Sharingan. The clone appeared right in front of them. Jump. Now. Naruto and Satsuki jumped away in two different directions. The two regained their balance and locked eyes with each other. They nodded, knowing what to do next. The two launched themselves off the ground and right towards the water clone. The clone was weaker than the real thing by a considerable amount. But they needed to be careful still. The clone was in danger, so that meant the clone will be much more careful from here on out. The two brought their foot and was aiming for a kick to the head. Though the clone managed to dodge the two simultaneous attacks. "You're done!" yelled the clone, swinging his blade as he turned around right towards the two. Naruto locked eyes with Satsuki once again. She nodded, seemingly knowing what to do. Satsuki took Naruto's hand and threw him right up in the air. She analyzed Naruto's next movement. A kunai throw next? No, a fireball jutsu. Satsuki thought, copying what Naruto was doing by doing the same familiar hand seals that Naruto was doing as well. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. The two inhaled at the same time. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. The two exhaled at the same time as well. Two large fireballs were aimed right toward the clone at a tremendous rate. "You dang brats," said the clone, jumping away just before the fireballs connected with his body. Though the clone did notice something just after dodging the attack. Crap, they managed to get some of the water. The clone thought, looking down at his own leg. Dang, he looks so freaking pathetic right about now. Part of his foot was now nothing but spilling water. I'll have to end this quickly because soon, I'll just be nothing more than a pile of glistening water. The clone thought, using one foot to launch himself right towards the two Uchihas. He's getting careless now. We can use it to our advantage. Satsuki nodded, agreeing with those words that Naruto had just said to her. Naruto pulled Satsuki away due to her not being able to react fast enough. 2. Looks like I have to babysit you while we're fighting. Shut the heck up! Satsuki yelled, feeling Naruto's hand push her head down to dodge the attack being aimed by the water clone. Good, the clone was losing lots of water. But how long can Sensei hold on? Naruto thought. He knew they weren't enough even if Naruto was pretty much at low Jonin strength when using the Sharingan. Satsuki, we need to do another timed attack. The last one worked out quite nicely. Got it. The two jumped right back to create a much needed distance from the clone. They knew what exactly they needed to be doing as of right now. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. The two inhaled at the same exact time. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. The two then exhaled another large fireball from the mouths. They locked eyes with each other. Don't let him escape. The two launched off from different directions, but their destination was ultimately the same. They saw the water clone try and jumped away to avoid the two fireballs. But it seems Naruto and Satsuki had other plans. They appeared right behind the water clone and threw a kick right at his stomach. The clone widened his eyes, feeling their feet pass right through his entire body. Crap, said the clone, falling apart on the ground in utter pieces. I guess you two win. The clone became nothing but a puddle of water. They looked at the main Zabuza. It was now time to go on to the main course dinner. 1. Naruto and Satsuki nodded their heads at each other. They knew what they had to do. They needed to get this jerk to let go of the dang water prison. Naruto and Satsuki rushed towards Zabuza, trying to find a way to the man go of the dang water prison. On second thought, they just needed to give him pressure and he'll eventually let go due to him being an old man. Satsuki went from the front, Naruto went from the back. 7. He was in midair and threw a kick right towards the swordsman right along with Satsuki. Zabuza managed to block Satsuki's due to her being at the front, but couldn't block Naruto's attack due to him being at the back. Naruto swung his foot and placed it right on his back. He then twisted his body to the point where he could give him a punch to the face. Though that failed due to Zabuza's free hand. Don't get too cocky, said Zabuza, motioning his hand so he would throw Naruto back towards to Satsuki. But Naruto had other plans and disappeared in a puff of smoke. 1. A shadow clone? Since when? Thought Zabuza, suddenly feeling a kick to his face and stomach. Naruto was the one that delivered a kick to the face, while Satsuki was the one that delivered it to the stomach. Shut the heck up, said Satsuki, throwing another kick towards Zabuza's stomach. Don't provoke him, Satsuki. Naruto sighed, quickly pulling out a kunao out of his pockets and quickly maneuvering it towards Zabuza's shoulder that was holding right on the water prison. TCH, such weak and futile efforts. Zabuza suddenly caught kunao with his arm. No, not the arm that was free, but the arm that was supposed to be holding the water prison that Kakashi was in. Naruto slightly gritted his teeth, suddenly being thrown right towards Satsuki. She had no room to react due to it being so sudden and was hit by Naruto's flying body. The two crashed right on the ground, in a compromising position. 16. Get off of me, Satsuki. Naruto looked at Satsuki as she widened her eyes at what position they were at. She was right on top of Naruto and her head was so close to his own. Shut up, it's your fault. She grumbled, completely red all over. Naruto shrugged it off like it was nothing and stood right back up on the ground. 9. Satsuki did the same. Kakashi and Zabuza were now facing each other. Kakashi panted due to him being utterly tired from the usage of the Sharingan. Their eyes locked and gave each other an intense stare down. Those brats managed to distract me. Don't kid yourself, you were forced to let go by them. Zabuza snarled, jumping away and Kakashi doing the same move as him. They were now fighting on top of the water. Zabuza started to weave multiple amounts of hand seals. Kakashi did the same. Ox monkey hare rat boar bird ox horse bird rat tiger dog tiger snake ox ram snake boar ram rat yang water monkey bird dragon bird ox horse ram tiger snake rat monkey hare boar dragon ram rat ox monkey bird yang water rat boar bird. 28. Ox monkey hare rat boar bird ox horse bird rat tiger dog tiger snake ox ram snake boar ram rat yang water monkey bird dragon bird ox horse ram tiger snake rat monkey hare boar dragon ram rat ox monkey bird yang water rat boar bird. 4. Water release, water dragon bullet jutsu. 1. Two dragons that were made out of water simultaneously rose up from the water that the two were currently standing right on top of at the current moment. They widened their eyes at the sight in front of them. This was truly magnificent to see even though it was practically a battle to the death. Zabuza and Kakashi clashed with their own respective weapons. Kakashi had a simple but trustworthy kunao. Zabuza had a blade that was created to butcher them all. Plus, something is not right, thought Zabuza, trying to battle for dominance in the battle that could potentially lead to one of their deaths while this was happening. 1. Or the two could both just simply and magically die right here and right now. This was a battle between two Jonin level ninjas that, whom were highly dangerous in battle. Our jutsu and our casting happened at a simultaneous rate. Could this guy possibly able to? The two stopped clashing and jumped away once more. The raining water from the water dragons stopped. The flooding of the water also stopped due to the subside of the two water dragons fighting each other. There was a moment of silence. As soon as Zabuza moved his arms, Kakashi did the same. But he didn't just copy after Zabuza had done it. No, it was something much more bizarre than that. He's doing it at the same rate of speed. How is that possible? Tashina questioned. Naruto narrowed his eyes at this sight. He knew exactly what Kakashi was doing. He was using genjutsu. It seems like he was using the genjutsu at a quite good of use. What the heck? It's like he knows what I'm about. He was cut off right after. To do next? Zabuza widened his eyes even further. His eyes were practically bulging out of their own sockets. This was unbelievable and weird to a very weird extent. He looks at me with that eye. Infuriating? I think it is. Zabuza gritted his teeth at this with such anger that was being directed right towards Hatake Kakashi himself. You're just copying me, just pure imitation like a dang monkey. Zabuza shouted lightly, angered at this crap copycat knowing what he was doing. 2. You can't beat me, I'll kill you. You can't beat me, I'll kill you. Zabuza widened his eyes as they said this at a simultaneous speed. What? There was absolutely no way this could be happening at all. Could he really? Zabuza started to weave multiple hand seals that Kakashi was also doing at the same time. But something quite odd happened. Kakashi managed to finish before he could. What? Tiger, ox, monkey, rabbit, ram, boar, ox, horse, monkey, tiger, dog, tiger, snake, tiger, ox, monkey, rabbit, bird. Water release, giant vortex jutsu. The water rose up meters into the air. Zabuza widened his eyes, being engulfed by the large stream of water right before him. 5. He was now being swirled and stirred around like a person cooking some stew. I can't keep up. Zabuza thought, soon being taken and hitting a tree. Water dripped down his body as he saw Kakashi walk up right in front of him as he was leaning right on the tree. He was tired. Absolute tired at that. Tell me, can you look into the future? Yes, and your future is your end. Kakashi had his kunao at being held tightly in between his very own fingertips. He motions his arm and hand to put Zabuza out of his misery. But suddenly, 2 senbon needles from far away made itself known to the world and impaled Zabuza's neck with such speed and absolute brutality. They widened their eyes as a person jumped down from a tree that was close to their area and landed right next to the ground that Zabuza laid on. And you are right. He is now dead. And to do so, I will have to conquer the elemental nations. Naruto told the dead wolf. He slowly got up from the squatted position and looked at the sky. 17. And for me to conquer the elemental nations, I have to get strong, stronger than the 5 cage, and even stronger than grandfather. Naruto thought. The wind blew his hair as his dull eyes looked at the horizon. I'll kill him. Just for you, father. Mother. Naruto told the sky. He looked down and saw the dead wolf slowly gain flies. Naruto ignores this as he heard a voice. Naruto. He heard a feminine voice yelled out in the woods. Naruto turned to look at the direction and saw a silhouette of a slender figure. Coming. Naruto responded in a monotone voice. He entered the woods as the flies swarmed the dead wolf's corpse. Naruto slowly disappeared into the shadows of the forest. He pulled out a book as he walked towards the voice. The voice got louder and louder as Naruto got closer. He smelled the nature that surrounded him. Naruto soon found a woman with bright blonde hair that matched similarly to his very own. They were in a small clearing. Hello, grandmother. Naruto greeted in a respectful tone. He bowed slightly before continuing to advance towards her. She smiled a warm smile as she looked at Naruto. 34. Can you help me get this laundry? Also, your grandfather wants to see you. He wants to start your training again for the day. She told him. Naruto nodded and walked even further into the woods. The grandmother looked at Naruto's retreating back with a small smile on her face. Naruto soon saw a house that was big enough to fit 3 people. It wasn't anything special, just a small traditional house that you could find in the elemental nations. But, they were in a secluded area. A very secluded area indeed. They were inside the territory of the Fire Country, but their location was so good that even Jiraiya's spy network would have such a slim chance to find them. Naruto opened the shoji door and saw his grandfather in the flesh. Uchiha Madara. Took you some time for you to get here. Madara said in a very calm manner. He gestured Naruto to sit right in front of him. He obliged. Naruto walked towards the middle of the room and sat down with his hands on his thighs. Yukari may have already told you why I have told you to come here. Madara told him with Naruto nodding his head. Seemingly satisfied, Madara nodded. Good, now, I want you to continue your training with this scroll. He gave Naruto a relatively small scroll. "Anything else, grandfather?" asked Naruto in an unwavering tone. Madara gained an amused small smile on his face. "We'll be having your favorite, ramen tonight for dinner," he addressed to Naruto. 22. Naruto nodded. He slowly stood up and made his way toward the shoji door. Naruto slid it open and walked in the sunlight once more. The sun shined brightly on his delicate face. "Come back before sunset," Madara said as he sat still. His hair was completely white from top to bottom. He saw Naruto nod slightly, indicating that he understands. Naruto passed by Yukari as she brought in the rest of the laundry. She entered the room that Madara was in. "How well is he improving?" asked Yukari as she placed down the rest of the laundry onto the floor. 3. He's doing quite well. He has only started doing these tasks for about a month or two now, answered Madara. He was satisfied with Naruto's current growth. "Does Obito and Zetsu still not know of his existence?" asked Yukari. He shook his head as an answer. "For the last 5 years, I have managed to keep Naruto's existence a secret. Naruto knows about them while the opposing do not," Madara explained to Yukari. She nodded at that answer. 1. "I can only keep this up for just a little over a year or so left," Madara told her so suddenly. "I have siphoned just enough chakra from the Gedo Mazo to keep me going," Madara continued as the words came out of his mouth. 6. "And Naruto just turned 5. That's unfortunate," Yukari pondered with Madara nodding right after. He coughed just a bit as he looked at her. "That is indeed unfortunate. But, this shall serve Naruto as growth," he said in a sagely tone. 3. "Because while Obito and Zetsu are the pawns, Naruto is the king that shall move the pieces that are on the board to do his bidding." A small smirk graced his face. "Naruto will be the one that completes the infinite Tsukuyomi." 113. Thump. 3. Thump. Naruto twirled around the air as he had already thrown over 4 kunai towards the targets that was around them. Naruto gracefully landed on the ground and observed around him. 3. 1 was right on the dot, the rest were off by an inch or two. Naruto thought as he walked towards each consecutive kunai and pulled them out. He saw the markings that the kunai had made. "Now, you're just as imperfect as humans and animals," Naruto thought as he eyed the target boards. His eyes washed over each of the target boards before he stopped gazing intently. Naruto had at least a few more hours until he was expected to come back to the house for dinner. "I have to keep on going." Naruto walked towards the scroll that had the information on what he should try and work on for the day. Some may say that this was a dream come true, but for Naruto, this was insufficient. "This may be polishing my abilities, but, the amount of improvement that I have gained is to the bare minimum. It's not enough," Naruto thought as he kept observing the tasks in the scroll. "But for now, this will do," Naruto mused as he looked at the next task that was needed no expected for him to do. Naruto walked away from the dented target boards and disappeared into the depths of the forest. He soon appeared on the edge of a cliff that was outside of the forest that surrounds their house. Naruto looked down towards the ground. He looked at the scroll once more. "Grandfather wants me to improve my flexibility. I'll try to work on it," Naruto thought as he saw branches sticking out of the sides of the cliff that were able to certainly hold his weight. "I'm barely 40 pounds. I'm not that heavy in human standards," Naruto mused as he readied himself to jump off the cliff. He jumped back just enough to where he would be able to gain a boost of speed. 44. "I haven't done this one in quite some time. I wonder how rusty I am," Naruto asked himself as he rushed towards the edge of the cliff. His breathing quickened. Naruto could possibly die if he makes one wrong mistake here. He bent his knees just slightly and pushed himself upwards. Naruto was now off the ground, and just a few moments later, he was now over absolutely nothing. This This shall test my resolve. Maybe I can learn something about life. Naruto mused in his mind as he began falling downwards towards the stone ground below. 1. I'll certainly die if hit it. If I was at least 20 meters, I may or may not be able to survive it. Naruto felt the air around him brush against his skin as he was free falling down the sky. He looked to the side and saw the nearest tree branch sticking out. Naruto outstretched his hands towards it with the intent to grab it. His body was quickly being gravitated towards it. There! Naruto thought as his hand had finally grabbed the branch with a very firm grip. Naruto's body swung around the wood branch with hardly any effort. His feet landed on top of the wood branch, his body followed suit. Naruto slowly but surely rose up and stood on the wood branch that seemed to be quite sturdy. 59 minutes to go. Until then, I'll keep myself entertained with these. Naruto dived down towards the next wood branch. He also attached his hands onto it and swung around. Naruto put the soles of his feet on the bottom of the branch. He was now on the underside of the branch with his arms being on the top side of the branch for support. Grandfather sometimes says that I graced the earth with just my presence online. Does that mean I have to act graceful? Or am I always graceful no matter what I do? Naruto kept on asking himself multiple questions while he was handing off of the wooden branch. 12. His entire body was upside down. Naruto didn't have enough time to think before he launched himself off of the wooden branch. A small smirk appeared on Naruto's face. He closed his eyes. I have 56 more minutes. Naruto opened his eyes slowly. That's quite doable. The smirk never reached his eyes. Naruto kept on attaching and reattaching himself to each tree that he came across. Naruto kept on repeating this process until he reached the very bottom of the steep and large cliff. He wiped off the slight sweat that was rolling down from his head. Naruto looked up the cliff. Guess I'll have to jump to the top. Naruto thought as he jumped on the first wooden branch. This was most certainly much more easier for Naruto than jumping down to one tree to another. He soon finally reached the very top of the cliff. Naruto stretched his limbs out. He still had a lot more time until this session was completely over. 40 minutes left until I move on to the next one. Naruto had his eyes locked onto the forest. He pondered for a slight moment if he should continue with the same exercise or if he should move on to the next one. Naruto had ultimately decided to keep on doing the same exercise. He was not a kid who showed much emotion, but he loved the adrenaline rush that he gets when falling down from the air. It was a good feeling. Odd, but good feeling overall. Naruto jumped down once again. He did this many times over until the 60 minutes were finally down for the count. Naruto looked directly to the south. That's the direction of Konoha. HN. Naruto thought as he walked towards the scroll that was faced flat on the ground that he stood on. He picked it up and looked inside. 48. Naruto had an hour or two until dinner was being served. His eyes scanned the rest of the contents inside of the scroll that was being gripped tightly by the blonde. Next task is to pick up the crops? Naruto questioned when he looked at those words. He shook his head, knowing that this wasn't a real task. Yukari must have added this into the scroll. 7. Nevertheless, Naruto did what the scroll asked him to. He ran throughout the forest and soon came across the miniature farm that Yukari and sometimes Madara had created. Naruto looked at the scroll once again and scanned the contents once more. He was trying to find what of the crops that he was tasked to take. Yukari will be replanting tomorrow morning. Carrots and tomatoes. Oh. The usual. Naruto walked over to the side that had the carrots and tomatoes. He quickly plucked the carrots out of their sockets and ripped the tomatoes out from the stem. Naruto had sighed. He didn't have anything to place the carrots and tomatoes in. Naruto was smart, but there were times where his smarts didn't not shine at all. Common sense, Naruto. He told himself as he balanced out the carrots, tomatoes, and the scroll. Naruto made sure to not spill any of the potential food that were on his arms. He finally made it back to the house. Naruto slid the shoji door and entered one of the multiple rooms. "Oh, you're back early. Place the crops onto the kitchen counter and wash up," Yukari called out. Naruto nodded and silently got his clothes prepared. He walked towards the bathroom with the said clothing. He stripped off the clothes that he was currently wearing and entered the shower. Naruto felt the water land on his skin. It felt nice to freshen up after a few hours of training. Once Naruto was done, he wore the clothes that he had prepared for himself. Naruto dried up his wet hair and soon entered the only room that had an actual table in it. He saw Madara waiting for him to sit down. "Shall we play a game of chess?" He gestured towards the board. Naruto raised an eyebrow before nodding and sitting down in front of him. 5. "I'll take white, since I'm always first in everything," Madara said as he took the white pieces. Naruto nodded. "I thought we play shogi, not chess." Naruto was confused. He took the black pieces. You won 4 out of the 5 times we played shogi, with the only reason that I won was due to your lack of experience. Now, I'm testing how quickly you'll be able to learn chess," explained Madara. He looked at the board. 15. Naruto nodded as he subconsciously put his left leg on his right and the near tips of his fingers were barely touching his skin. "Alright, I'll accept your challenge. This is probably one of the only things that I am better than you at. I'll gain satisfaction from this," Naruto responded as he got ready. "Don't get so arrogant." Naruto slowly smirked at that. They slowly but surely got into the rhythm of playing. Naruto analyzed each move that Madara made without a single beat. "Why do you think a king is so important?" Madara asked as he looked at Naruto for an expected answer. Naruto thought for a second or two. "A king is a person that controls all. They are responsible for every decision, whether it's good or bad. They are so important because of this." Naruto responded. He moved another piece gracefully as he made his move. 2. This can be applied to cages also. They are the king, but the daimyo is the emperor that rules over them. Such acts like killing the daimyo is considered an act of treason. Naruto continued as he saw Madara smirk. 2. Correct, he is the man that controls all. Why do you think the queen is so important? Madara asked a follow-up question as he moved a piece. Naruto pondered for a moment. A person that counteracts the king? That question is a tough one for me. She is a person that has the same amount of authority that the king holds, maybe even more. Naruto answered with confusion. Naruto moved another piece. 1. Madara held his smirk. And that's what separate you and me experience. Madara told Naruto as he made his final move. His smirk was never ending. Naruto looked down at the board. Checkmate, Madara declared. Naruto observed the king on his board. The king has been captured and back to the corner. 45. Naruto had lost the match. Madara had once taken Naruto out of the confinements that they had called home when he was just 4 years old. They weren't out of the place for any normal reason, the family was never normal at all. He had taken Naruto to a battlefield, one that was filled with blood and bodies of the dead. It was quite the perfect timing when they finally managed to get there. 2. It seems no one is here, said Madara. His tone was unwavering, it showed no weakness at all. He looked down at Naruto, whom was looking the bodies. Any regular person with no experience as a shinobi would think Naruto was just an emotionless kid, but that's not true. To some extent. Madara saw his face, there was some conflict in his mind due to the sight of the dead bodies on the ground. Naruto, do you know the thing called the cycle of hatred? Asked Madara as Naruto's head snapped towards the elderly Madara. You talk about it, but I don't know what it exactly means. Naruto answered, his head and eyes snapping back towards the dead bodies once more. Madara nodded, also looking back to the dead and rotting corpses on the ground. In the most simplest form it means, negativity attracts negativity, while positivity attracts positivity. Madara explained, putting his hand on top of Naruto's shoulder. What does that negativity and positivity part mean? Asked Naruto, seemingly confused on what Madara was trying to explain. Madara sighed. Alright, if a person were to take the life of another person and that said person had a family that he cared for, what would the family feel towards the person that killed their father/husband? Asked Madara. Naruto pondered for a moment before answering. Hate, said Naruto, answering the question that was directed towards him. Madara nodded, seeing how Naruto was quickly catching up to what he was trying to explain to the boy. And this will have them be in a much more negative state than in a positive one. This causes a problem. The family will be much more prone to being angry and negative to the point where they too will spread the negativity. Naruto slightly widened his eyes. He fully understood. Then if the family does something in any way negative to another person, they too will possibly be put in a negative behavior and will also be more prone to negative thoughts and feelings. It's an infinite cycle that grow from one person to another. The last part was more of a question than a statement. Correct. See these bodies on the ground? They too have loved ones, and they too will suffer like many people the cycle of hatred. Hate. 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 Naruto thought, repeating the same word over and over again with no signs of stopping. He jumped in the air and threw a kunai at one of the dented target boards. It landed inches away from getting the bullseye. Naruto sighed and walked towards the target boards, intending to pull the kunai out of place. It has been a week or two since he last played chess with Madara. But Naruto just couldn't wrap his head around something. How am I always naturally talented at the things I do? Naruto thought, clenching his fists tightly as he stared at the kunai engraved near the bullseye. He had only started for about half a year now and he was progressing at a phenomenal rate. 2. He didn't like the idea of himself being fed by a golden spoon. Too much talent will only eat me up. I need a solution. Naruto thought, unclenching his fists and grabbing hold of the kunai that was on the target boards. Naruto wants to work for the strength. Do I hold back? No, that's not it. If I were to hold back, grandfather wouldn't be pleased. I am also not very good at faking and making it seem and look authentic. Naruto thought and thought with the kunai in his hand. His mind was an absolute storm. 3. Naruto gave out a deep sigh, letting go of this thought for now and turned around. He moved on to another topic in his mind as he walked away from the target boards. My birthday is in about 6 months. I still can't fathom on how it's already May, almost June. Naruto had gotten his first task the day after his 5th birthday. And it was quite a fun day. 3. I shouldn't rush my training, I have plenty of time to improve. Naruto was about to enter the vast forest, but a pair of kunai was thrown directly towards him. Naruto reacted to this with a jump to the air. Another pair of kunai was shot towards him. Crap! Thought Naruto, using his own pair of kunai to deflect the opposing kunai that was thrown straight at him. While in mid-air, Naruto snatched the kunai that the opponents had thrown at him. He landed on the ground safely. Dang it, Toshi! We had one chance. We needed his gear to survive. Naruto looked to the side and saw 2 people hissing at each other. He slightly narrowed his eyes at them. Shut it, Kyo. We can take care of the kid, it's 2-1. Toshi hissed back, slightly glaring at Kyo. Naruto observed them slightly, they didn't have the best teamwork and communication. Naruto looked at their forehead proctor, they were Ronin from Kirigakure. Naruto slightly tensed up, he knew his limits. Naruto is barely a genin. He also had to take into account on just how strong these 2 could possibly. Who are you? Asked Naruto, readying himself with his kunai at hand. Toshi and Kyo snapped their heads towards. We are rogue genin from Kirigakure, the Seiza brothers. Naruto was internally relieved that they were just genin. 1. Rogue genin? Don't you think that's quite dangerous? The last part was no question. They glared at him. "We could say the same thing to you," Kyo remarked, getting into an unfamiliar stance. "Touché." 2. Naruto got into his own stance and readied himself for combat. He was honestly quite nervous to fight even Genin. His eyes were focused right on them. "We'll end this in a split second." The two rushed towards him with a quick speed. 1. He gritted in annoyance, dodging one punch after another. "They're not giving me room to get a punch in," Naruto thought, a bead of sweat rolling down his head. "What's wrong? Can't keep up?" Kyo asked arrogantly. Naruto said nothing. Seeing as he couldn't capitalize on an opening, Naruto backed away to analyze the situation. His eyes darted from one limb on their bodies to another. What's the best way to demobilize them? To break their bones? He just needed one good opening to turn the tides to his favor, but that is not happening anytime soon. So, Naruto used a better option. Run. 10. Naruto turned around and jumped on the trees above. Running away? Such a coward. The two followed suit, never losing track of Naruto along the way. 13. They're stronger than me, so I'll have to use my wit this problem, thought Naruto, looking back at the two brothers that were currently tailing behind him. He was restricted. "I have yet to learn the wall climbing technique. I have too much chakra to learn it quick enough," thought Naruto, taking his gaze from the brothers and looking towards his right. There was a tree. Without much thinking, Naruto outstretched his hand towards the tree and gave it a tight grip. He was feeling the intense burn from the friction being created between his hand and the tree itself. Ignoring the burn, managed to swing his body around the trunk of the tree. The momentum carried and his body was honing towards Toshi. "Dodge!" yelled out Kyo. Toshi used his forearms to block. It was a bad idea. Aghh. He gritted his teeth in pain. Naruto managed to use his advantage in physical strength to damage Yoshi's forearm. Toshi landed on a tree, holding his arm to ease the pain. "You'll pay for hurting my brother." Kyo jumped towards him. Naruto slightly widened his eyes as he was still in mid-air. He had to tank the punch off. Naruto felt the force of the punch hit his face. Naruto was now entering a free fall. He looked to the side and saw another tree right next to him while he was falling down from the high height. "I'll have to take a gamble," Naruto thought. He placed both of his hands on the tree firmly, the same with his feet. Naruto was planning to slow himself down by using the tree bark. The burning from before now transformed into absolute pain. The skin of his hands were now getting cut off by the bark. Naruto saw the slithers of blood drip off of his hand. He felt the wind rush from the side. He was tackled right off of the tree and onto the ground below. "You little crap!" yelled Kyo, throwing a punch towards Naruto's head. He managed to dodge 4 in a row. "Stay still!" yelled out Kyo in rage, about to throw one last punch. "Your yelling annoys me," said Naruto, bringing his hand up and covering Kyo's eyes with the blood that covered his hands. Kyo was now distracted with getting the blood off of his face. 2. Naruto capitalized on this by clenching his other bloody hand to a fist and punching Kyo in the face. Kyo was pushed back a meter away or so. Naruto got up immediately and looked around the area. "Where's that guy Toshi?" asked Naruto, jumping back to create distance between him and Kyo. He heard noise towards his back and jumped in the air. Naruto looked down to the ground and saw that Toshi had tried preparing for a surprise attack on him. "If they even get one good hit off of me, I'm dead," Naruto mused, landing beside a tree. The two brothers got up from their position with an angered expression on their faces. "How is this kid so good at a young age?" There was a hint of jealousy laced in their voice. "Tch, it doesn't matter, Toshi." Kyo was also jealous of Naruto's strength at a young age. They were immediately reminded of a person. "Do you think he's that Uchiha prodigy that Konoha hold?" Toshi asked Kyo. He shook his head. I doubt it, this guy is much younger than him. The other one should be around 11 or 12 right now. I think. Kyo responded to Toshi's question. But there was no time to waste. 5. Let's finish him, said Toshi as the two started rushing towards Naruto. He breathed in and out as he saw them quickly approach him, his hand still stung from the blood. He saw the blood slowly evaporate alongside with his cut. Kyuubi? Naruto was distracted and the two brothers took advantage of that with two punches to Naruto's face. His face scrunched up from the two impacts to his face. Naruto was launched away far from Toshi and Kyo. Before they could land another punch off, Naruto regained his balance and dodged the two punches. A bead of sweat dropped to the ground. I need to run and formulate a plan. Naruto though, turning around and jumping away from them. The two brothers trailed Naruto with no intent of losing track of him. Naruto soon saw a clearing out of the forest. Crap! Naruto cursed in his mind, seeing that the clearing was just the same cliff that he normally used to train at. He looked back and saw that Toshi and Kyo were cornering him. Looks like you're cornered. Kyo smirked in satisfactory. They finally had him in their hands, ready to be killed. You gave us a tough one. If we were to have met just a month or two later, you would have been able to take us down. You are talented and that talent pes me off. Toshi and Kyo advanced forward. Naruto relaxed and stopped standing in his stance. They thought he had gave up. Good, you have accepted your fate. Their footsteps became louder. Naruto started to pull something out of his holster. A chess piece. They narrowed their eyes at him. Naruto's dull and emotionless eyes looked at them. Do you know what this specific chess piece is? It's the king. Naruto held it out for display. And do you know what a king does? Asked Naruto, his eyes were casted upon them. They didn't answer. I'll answer for you, said Naruto, still holding the king. They manipulate, deceive, and lie. They and the queen are second to the emperor. Naruto informed them as he put the chess piece back into his holster. 5. And you two are the pawns, while I'm the king that controls your every move. They were aggravated at such claim, they charged towards him. Bull crap! They yelled in unison. 3. Naruto smirked. He liked this feeling, the feeling of being the on top of the world, the person who manipulates people and their actions. 1. This is his true nature. He's sly and cunning, like a fox. Naruto suddenly noticed that he was able to see Toshi's and Kyo's exact movements. His perception of the world had changed. He had one tomo on his two eyes. 5. Did it activate due to the feeling that I had? Naruto asked himself as he found himself charging towards the two brothers with one kunai being held tightly in his hands. Naruto was now able to predict their movements much easier. Sharingan. He's an Uchiha. Toshi couldn't say more as he suddenly felt his body fall to the ground. Naruto was standing on top Toshi's back. His scarlet eyes reflected the moonlight. I won't hesitate to kill you. While I am strongly against killing a person, if it benefits me in the end I'll do it. Naruto told them, stepping off of Toshi, whom was feeling absolute agony. Stay back. Why you monster? Kyo yelled out. He was being beaten by a 5-year-old boy. Naruto did not falter one bit. Kyo gritted his teeth. He charged towards Naruto. 5. D. Yelled Kyo, aiming his kunai at the unfazed Naruto. In a split second, Naruto kicked the kunai away and kicked Kyo to the ground. Naruto smashed his face with his feet to knock him out. Plus, Toshi's pain made him unconscious. While all this was happening, there was a man with white hair observing from a distance. He had a wide smirk plastered right on his face as he saw the fight. The plan worked. He didn't unlock it the way I expected him to, but he unlocked it, the Sharingan. Madara thought as he disappeared in a blink of an eye. Naruto snapped back into reality. He looking around at the destruction that he managed to do with their bodies. Crap! Naruto crashed down on the ground. 14. What am I going to do? Naruto asked himself, looking at his healed hands for a few seconds or so. After a while, Naruto stood back up and went towards each of their unconscious bodies. It suddenly started to rain. Isn't it funny? The moment I tainted my hands, the world started to cry out its tears. Naruto lets himself get soaked by the tears of the world as he walked towards their unconscious bodies. What's this? Naruto thought, catching sight of a piece of paper that was inside of Toshi's holster. He squatted down to its level and picked it up. There were words written on the said paper. Naruto scanned the words. Kill this boy. Naruto looked down and saw a picture of himself printed right on the piece of paper. He squeezed the damp and wet piece of paper, his eyes spinning wildly. This handwriting. It's grandfather's. Naruto thought, ripping the piece of paper in shreds. His Sharingan was spinning wildly. He clenched his fists tightly and his hair overshadowed his azure eyes. 1. I see, grandfather. You think you can control me and my actions? I'm not like Obito, I don't get manipulated so easily. Thought Naruto, wiping off the water that threatened to enter his eyes. Madara, you will never control me. I am the boy who graced the earth. 21. It has been another week or two since the incident happened. Yukari had been the one to ask the questions, even if Naruto didn't want the questions to begin with. After that, they had never spoken of it ever again. Everything became normal once again. As of right now, Madara had given him another scroll for him to work on. Tree climbing exercise. Madara had said this would take me some time to accomplish, my chakra reserves are extremely high. Thought Naruto, looking up and down on the tree right in front of him. He had also said to use a kunai to mark my progress. Naruto mused, holding a kunai tightly in his hand. Naruto had applied chakra to his feet and started to rush towards the tree. He jumped right onto it, but soon found himself thrusting one of his legs right through the tree. Ow! Naruto thought, feeling the splinters hurt his leg. He slowly pulled his leg out of the tree. His eyes darted around his whole leg, there was a lot of splinters. Naruto started to pluck them out, ignoring the pain that came along with it. Once Naruto was done with the plucking of the splinters, the Kyuubi did its work and healed his leg. He sighed, had the Kyuubi alongside his heritage. I was born gifted. No. 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 I will never accept that. Naruto thought bitterly. Most people would be so happy to have such fortune in life, but Naruto is not them. This is one of these instances where he was glad he had enormous chakra reserves. If he were to be able to do this exercise with relative ease, Naruto wouldn't know what to think. He tried doing the same thing by applying less chakra, then jumping right on the tree. He slipped off. It had been a month or two since he has done and completed the tree climbing exercise. It had taken Naruto a few days before he finally managed to perfect it to the T. 4. Madara had deemed him worthy of doing much more harder tasks. And here he is now going to a small local village in the fire country to get supplies. Supplies for the family and myself. I can pick and choose what I need? Naruto thought, conflicted on the vague words that Madara had put on the scroll. He scanned the scroll once more to see any hidden messages around it. There was none. Naruto continued with his journey to this no-name village that he was tasked to go to every now and then. He jumped through the trees that resided in the fire country. His eyes darted to the left and to the right every few seconds. 1. After quite some time, Naruto finally had made it the small village that was close to his home. He managed to swiftly make it inside the walls of the village with very little effort. Naruto observed the people that he passed by. They were all ordinary people living ordinary lives. And they didn't even know the grandson of a relic was currently walking amongst them. What would happen if they were to know? Hate me? Scorn me to death? Attack me? Or all of the above? Naruto thought, already knowing the answer to the question that he had just asked himself. Naruto saw a stall that was selling seeds. 2. Yukari wanted to plant beets. Naruto walked over to the stall that was being maneuvered by a lady in her mid-40s. He stood in front of the stall in utter silence. "Hello, what can I do for you, young boy?" she asked in a very kind tone. Naruto looked through the selection. He had found what he needed from here. "I need you to supply me with 2 beetroot seed packs, 2 tiny ones are enough," informed Naruto, pointed at the small packs of beetroot on for sale. The lady smiled kindly at him before she got 2 packs of beetroot seeds. "That will be around 220 ryo." Naruto nodded and took out the needed 220 ryo that he was expected to give to her. The lady took the ryo and gave the beetroot seed packs to him. "Hope I see you around." Naruto walked away from the stall as the lady waved him goodbye. He just ignored her as he moved on to the next thing on the list of things he had to do. "I'll get the things that I need first," thought Naruto, advancing towards the shinobi gear section. The stall owner was a man in his early 30s. "Don't you think you're a bit too young to hold a weapon?" Naruto looked at him with his lifeless eyes. "The weapons are for my father." Naruto lied straight through his white teeth. The man couldn't pinpoint if Naruto was lying or if he was actually telling the truth. After a moment or two, the man gave in. "How much do you need?" asked the man, sighing as he looked at Naruto. "I need 15, said Naruto, pointed towards the kunao section of the stall in front of him. The stall owner got the needed 15 kunao. "That'll be 1,635 ryo in total." Naruto nodded silently and took out the ryo that the stall owner wanted. They exchanged each items towards one another. "Thanks for buying my gear." Naruto nodded and bowed slightly right after. 3. Naruto headed off towards the next stall. "They drained so much of my allowance." Thump. 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 It had been another month or two. It was now September. He was soon to turn 6 years old. Naruto sighed as he thought of turning the age of 6. He looked at the target boards and saw the kunao, they were dead center. 2. I'm turning 6 in about a month. If I was in a village that trained shinobi, I would probably be enrolling by now, thought Naruto, wiping off the slight sweat due to the continuous training that he usually does. Knowing Madara, I probably won't be training at any village at all. What a pity. Naruto continued his training for the day. Over time, Madara had slowly reduced the amount of tasks that Naruto had to do, and finally there was none left just a few days ago. 1. He told me that I must find my own routine and not follow the routine that he made for me. I guess he's correct in some ways and incorrect in other ways. Naruto mused, hanging off a tree that was set right next to the target boards. After a few moments of letting himself hang off of the tree branch, Naruto jumped to the next tree and maneuvered his way through that one with relative ease. He moved on to the next one, then the next, then the next. A week or two ago, he started to learn how to water walk. It was quite a difficult task to complete, even more than the tree climbing exercise. But he managed to complete it in a week or two. Naruto jumped onto the trunk of the tree, then ran down towards the ground below that was full of plants and nature all around the place he inhabited. Madara couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it that he wanted to laugh so hard. He was going to die in about a month or two. Who would have thought that I would die after I cheated death for so long? Madara gave out a hard and rough cough. The chakra that he got from the Gedo Mazo was rapidly decreasing. He couldn't go back or even summon the Gedo Mazo. For over 6 years, he has lived without him being attached to the Gedo Mazo. Do you know how? Because he's Uchiha Madara. 30. Madara coughed vigorously. He would have lived just a tiny bit longer if he would have tried to not move so much. Madara already had his plans in action. Naruto already knew of the plan that Madara dreamed of creating. 1. I guess cheating death does have its consequences after all. Madara thought weakly. He was just a month away from dying, but he didn't even care the slightest. But, he'll be back. He'll be brought back to life by the power of the Rinnegan. 3. Naruto laid on the ground, looking up at the sky that reigned above. His eyes were dull and lazy, quite like Inara, but is just less lazy than them. Like, a lot less lazy than them. Maybe I can act lazy to stop my constant growth? Nah. I would fail that challenge in just a few minutes. Thought Naruto, letting the wind sway his blonde and black hair to all sorts of direction. 5. He suddenly heard a piercing scream from behind. Ah! Naruto jumped up in response to the scream and looked around by turning his head towards all directions around him. Naruto heard another piercing scream. It's coming from the forest. He darted towards the familiar forest that he always used to train at for so many hours. Maybe he could execute the plan now? Naruto jumped from tree to tree, noticing that the screams were getting louder and louder every second that he jumped. The screams are coming from the direction of the house. Naruto murmured to himself. He continued to jump. Naruto jumped down and saw a trail of blood come out of the shoji door. He followed the trail inside and witnessed something so unexpected. Uchiha Madara was dead. Naruto. Why you have tea to help me bury him? The elderly lady cried out. Naruto nodded with indifference laced in his face. Naruto carried Madara all the way outside. Clean the blood in the house, Naruto. We'll bury him together. Naruto didn't miss the change in tone that Yukari had. Her voice. She's not stuttering her words due to grieving. Something's weird here. Naruto thought, keeping that piece of information at the back of his head. Naruto walked back inside to scrub off the blood. He had quite the hard time trying to scrub off the blood from staining the wooden floor permanently. But, once he was done, Naruto cleaned his hands. He walked outside to help Yukari bury Madara at the front of the house. Her tears. Did it evaporate? Or did the tears just randomly disappeared? Naruto looked at Yukari's face and saw that there were no tears on her face. Only a solemn expression was present. He grew even more suspicious. Naruto stood beside her, grabbing one of the shovels that she had provided. They started to dig, and dig. As they dug the dirt, Naruto questioned himself. Why? Why did he not cry when Madara died? The answer was simple, maybe as simple as cutting butter with a knife. Naruto looked at Madara's dead body. I never really cared about him. He was better off dead as a piece of relic, forgotten in time. They soon finished after 30 minutes to in 1 hour of digging the earth. 23. Clean up and get ready to say what you want to say. Naruto nodded as he went inside the empty household that they called home. Naruto took a quick shower to take off the dirt that had accumulated. As he dried up, Naruto saw the many things that were in the house that he held dear to him. The shogi board, his clothes, and the chessboard were all the ground. Naruto wore a new pair of clothes and went outside, and Yukari just about done burying, putting Madara in the little burial hole that they had created. Naruto saw Madara laying inside it. Naruto stood right behind Yukari with his arms to his sides. He looked at Yukari as she started to slowly say the wanted words that came out of her mouth. Uchiha Madara. He was a man of many things. He wasn't the most liked person in the world, but I loved him. There were slight pauses in her tone. Naruto didn't buy it one bit. We will continue to live and make his dream come true. The infinite Tsukuyomi. Naruto slowly widened his eyes. So, this was what he was trying to do. Madara had told Naruto of his plans of making a dream world that was full of fake bull crap. 7. It started to rain. How convenient. Your turn, Naruto. Yukari told Naruto, waiting for Naruto to say his speech. He sighed before his Sharingan came to life. 2 tomos were on each of his eyes. 1. Gladly, said Naruto, pulling out a kunai stabbing Yukari in the back. She widened her eyes as she knelt to the ground in pain. Her head snapped towards Naruto. Why? Her voice full of confusion with a mix of anger. 2. You, Madara, Obito, and Zetsu, you all are my enemies now. If I kill you now, it will benefit me in the long run. Naruto told Yukari, his eyes burning with rage. What about the cycle of hatred? The infinite Tsukuyomi? She silenced herself once his lifeless eyes met her own. The cycle of hatred, I'm still wondering how to deal with that. But, the infinite Tsukuyomi? I don't care about a dream world. You want to dream eternally? You can just die. Naruto told her in a cold manner. 26. You need me to survive. People will come after you. She yelled desperately, trying to cling to her life and potentially save it with every means necessary. Survival? It doesn't matter, I already have a plan in action. Any king, no emperor has to plan or they will get killed. Naruto pushed Yukari down to the burial hole with Madara. This place is only shackles that is holding me down from my freedom and my plans. Before Yukari could say anything else, a kunai was blasted through her head. She quickly became a lifeless dead corpse and fell right on top of Madara. Plus. Curse me. Hate me. Because that's the cycle of hatred. 1. Curse me. Hate me. Because that's the cycle of hatred, said Naruto, picking up the shovel and burying the 2 dead bodies inside the earth's ground. His eyes never wavered. 7. With each dig, Naruto covered one part of their bodies. Then another half. Then another half. Then another. Then another. He didn't know he should feel, his first kill he means. 2. Naruto didn't feel anything rise up to him. He felt like an empty shell that had nothing in it. Once Naruto was done burying the bodies of, he went back inside his former Hollow house that he has been living in for the past 6 years. 2. Until now. I need all the necessities. The chessboard and pieces, clothes, and even the shogi board and food. Thought Naruto, planning out what his next plan was going to be. If Naruto was going to be honest, he didn't know what to do. This was too much of a sudden change in events. But it's beneficial. Naruto continued thinking, picking up his clothes. A week or 2 ago, Madara had wanted Naruto to learn the art of sealing, saying it would be beneficial in the long run. Oh, how right he was. Naruto only knew how to do the basic sealing things, storing items was one of them. Naruto sighed as he stored everything into the scroll. The next plan of action was needed to be taken. Naruto walked out of the household and passed through the grave of Madara and Yukari. It was truly a sad event for their passing. It indeed is. But, their deaths were a good gateway for greater things. This is only the beginning of Uchiha Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, the Emperor of Mankind. 42. Naruto was currently walking through the familiar forests that he had been in and out of for the past 6 years of living in the world. He licked his tongue, thinking of ways to get out of his current situation. 6. I can't go to town that I normally go to. People will surely question me. Naruto soon went into the clearing of the cliff. The same cliff that he has used multiple times for training. Naruto jumped off of the cliff and down towards the bottom of the cliff. He made a few stops on the way down, not risking messing up too badly and falling to his own death. Once Naruto was all the way down the steep cliff, he started walking once more. I'll just have to hope I stumble upon a village that will get myself further up the food chain. Thought Naruto, silently walking and creating a trail of footprints behind him. After hours upon hours of walking in the many different directions, Naruto had finally found a village. Like the village that he was used to going to, this village was also relatively small in size. I guess this place is a good place to get my crap together. Naruto entered the town unnoticed. His hands were in his pocket as he walked through the small village in peace. Naruto had hoped to have a good time just strolling through the village with no problems, but he guesses that life has other things for him and not that. "Give me your crap." Naruto heard someone hiss from the side. He looked to the side and saw an elderly woman getting mugged by men in an alleyway. Sheesh, this world needs to give people a break. 4. We'll be out of here before you even know it. His accomplice hissed, frantically trying to convince her to give them her items and not having to resort to violence. Naruto lightly sighed. He could either turn away and act like he saw nothing happened, or act like something did happen and help the old lady out. Naruto thought about it for a moment. This seems a bit cliché of me to do, Naruto told himself with his dull eyes. He made his presence known by grinding his feet with the dirt ground. The two muggers looked back and met Naruto's eyes. "Who the heck is this kid?" one questioned, glaring daggers at him. The other just motioned to calm him down. "He's just a kid. We can deal with him and then deal with this old hag later." The other hissed out, obviously annoyed at Naruto's presence. They started to walk towards Naruto with an angry expression on their faces. Naruto, too, walked towards the two of them. There was no hint of fear in Naruto, and this made them intimidated. "The heck do you think you are?" Naruto heard a growl come out of their mouths, but was unaffected and unfazed by such actions. He advanced forward with his hands tucked into his pockets. "Are you even listening to us?" They were seriously getting angry. Maybe. Maybe not. But, that doesn't matter, does it? You don't care. Naruto then saw a fist coming his way. "Shut the heck up." The same one ordered Naruto. He just rose an eyebrow upwards. 1. They're not ninjas, however, I'm still a kid. Naruto thought, moving himself to the left to dodge the punch, jumping up to avoid a kick aimed to his manhood. "Don't you think humans are so delicate?" Naruto asked them suddenly, landing on the legs of the mugger that had tried to kick him. 2. He pulled out a kunai and stabbed the man's leg. "Like this," said Naruto, taking out the kunai just before his partner tried to punch him away. He dodged by ducking his head and torso down. Naruto jumped and gave the one standing up a side kick. Naruto stood in the middle of them. "You all are wasting your life mugging people. You know why? Because life is the greatest gift that anybody can ask for." Naruto saw the two start to stand up in fear. "Scramble," said Naruto, walking towards the old lady while the two muggers ran away for their lives. Naruto bowed down slightly to her to show respect. "Sorry about them," said Naruto before he walked away out of the alleyway and into the streets. It was quite a sight, the moon, he means. Nothing more, nothing less. Naruto sighed, walking away in the dirt path that he was walking in before. His eyes darted from one corner to the left. Nothing was useful enough to be added to his arsenal. "I'll just leave this village then. This was sooner than I thought." Naruto ignored everything that was going on around him, focusing on just going out of the small village in peace and no distractions. But as usual, this was not the case. As Naruto was entering the forest that was outside of the small village, Naruto heard someone call him out from behind. "Yo! Kid!" Naruto cursed his bad luck in his head and looked around behind him. There was a man with thick long white, gray hair. He raised an eyebrow. "I saw what you did there, quite efficient if I say so myself." The man was grinning at him. 11. "You're that guy, the one who writes those books," said Naruto, eyes and head raised to match his height. 1. The man's grin became even larger than before. "Haha. You read it. Was it good?" "It had to be good." The man laughed. Naruto continued to have an eyebrow raised. 9. "I never said I read it. I kept on seeing people buy it from the bookshelves of any store I've seen. I stole one and read the first few pages. And I must say, your depiction of a story matches with unrealistic fantasies. Naruto told him bluntly. He just had his mouth gaping wide. 2. I'll have you know, that I am Jiraiya of the Sunin. And my depictions of a story is as realistic as it gets. Jiraiya tried countering. Naruto just shrugged and walked away. You're the creator of your book, it's only natural that you are biased with it. I'm the reviewer, and my review matters much more than just a bias. Naruto waved goodbye and walked away from Jiraiya. 3. Hey! It's dangerous out there. Don't you want to go back to that village? Jiraiya yelled, running up behind Naruto. He just sighed in response to him. I don't even live in that village, said Naruto, continuing to walk and never stop walking. Wait. Then you're saying? Naruto nodded to confirm his suspicions. Yes, I out in the wilderness now. Naruto confirmed as they continued to walk. Kid, you know that's dangerous, right? Naruto nodded. Jiraiya just shook his head. You can die out here. Many strong shinobi live out in the corners of shinobi world. You can die any second. He tried making it sound very spooky. Naruto just nodded again. 5. You don't talk much, do you? Naruto nodded. Jiraiya sighed. That was the worst question I could have asked, said Jiraiya, slouching and drooping down his body to show that he was feeling down. Anyway, what's your name? Asked Jiraiya, stopping his slouched down back. Naruto slightly widened his eyes for a moment. Crap. He had no name that he could come up with. He couldn't use any of his surnames. I could probably use my fire name. The surnames will have to be different. Naruto thought, tuning out the outside world for a moment of thinking. Hello? You listening? Naruto was the jumped back to reality. 1. Yeah, what? Naruto had his eyes locked on Jiraiya's. He just sighed at Naruto. I asked you, what the heck is your name? Naruto was quite the unique person. Irritating even. Naruto was very smart. But sometimes, that smart doesn't shine at all. 1. My name is, Eihaku Naruto. 25. Naruto couldn't believe what he had gotten himself into. He was currently tailing behind Jiraiya in a very large village in the Fire Country. I can't believe myself I'm going to have to live in Konoha. Naruto was not planning on living in Konoha at all. But, he guesses that this was just the road of life and it was just taking its course. Why have you brought me to Konoha? Asked Naruto in a very irritated and angered manner. Jiraiya just marched down the streets of Konoha. Well, Naruto, you had said you didn't have a place to stay. Now you do. Jiraiya grinned as they neared a building. I don't have a say in this. Do I? Naruto already knew the answer, but he bothered asking it anyway. No. I, Jiraiya of the Sunin, give you no other choice. They were now in front of a huge, tall red building. 1. What's this? Asked Naruto, looking up above. The two continued to walk and it was towards the huge, red building that Naruto had asked about. This building is called, the Hokage Residence. The name can speak for itself. Jiraiya responded upon entering the tower. As they passed through, Jiraiya had gained many looks and bows from the people inside the building. Hey, sensei! They entered a new room that the Hokage of Konoha was in. The Hokage was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Ah, Jiraiya. The rumors has spread quite quickly that you have returned to Konoha for some odd reason with a kid too. He looked at the stoic Naruto with a small smile. Ah, yes. This kid I just found. Probably. Yesterday evening? Haha. He was not affiliated with any village and was actually quite acquainted and good in the shinobi arts. Jiraiya and Naruto sat down on a chair. I see. What exactly is his name? Hiruzen asked, his eyes darting from Jiraiya and Naruto. His name is Eihaku Naruto. Quite a unique name, huh? Hiruzen slightly widened his eyes for a moment before it returned back to normal. Naruto noticed this in an instant. Should I have changed my first name too? Naruto questioned himself, waiting for the talk/discussion to continue without him having to put in his own input. Yet, I saw him beating up a group of muggers after they tried mugging an old lady. Naruto snapped back into reality. 6. Quite noble, isn't it? Jiraiya nodded at that. Indeed, so I was wondering if could Naruto stay in Konoha? I need to get back on my research and spy network as soon as possible. Asked Jiraiya, standing up from the chair and stretching his limbs. 1. Of course, anyone in need is welcome to stay in Konoha. How old is he? Hiruzen said, his eyes looking at Jiraiya, whom had a sheepish smile on his face. Ah, well, you know. I don't know. Jiraiya confessed at the end. Hiruzen looked at Naruto. Alright, then. Let me ask you, Naruto, how old are you? Asked Hiruzen, his eyes intently gazing at Naruto. It took a moment or two for Naruto to answer. He would lie about his birthday, but that just made Naruto feel uncomfortable thinking about celebrating his own birthday when it wasn't even the correct date? Yuck. I am 6 years old. My birthday is October 10th. Responded Naruto, noticing the shocked faces of two of the most legendary shinobi that he has seen besides Madara, of course. 18. This village was only a stepping stone for Naruto's true goal. 15. Naruto had left the room and only Jiraiya and Hiruzen were left. They made eye contact before nodding towards each other. The two had the same thought going through their heads. Do you think there's a possibility that he could be Minato's child? Asked Jiraiya, speaking out his thoughts like usual. Hiruzen just sighed and took out his signature smoke pipe. I don't know. There is a huge possibility that he is, and another huge possibility that he is not, said Hiruzen in a truthful tone. He, too, was very confused at the sudden change of events. But look at the facts. He's 6 years old, had blonde hair, his name is Naruto, and even has a birthday on October 10th. There's so much proof that it is him. The lost child of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Jiraiya tried reasoning with Hiruzen. Sorry, Jiraiya. But there is also some proof that it's not Naruto also. There are black threads on this boy's hair. Minato nor Kushina had that. He was born outside of the village, like what the boy said. His surname is also different. Hiruzen tried locking down Jiraiya's theory. Sensei, that last part is utter bull crap. He or someone else could have easily changed his name. Hiruzen just lets out a puff of smoke out of his mouth and into the air above. True, but even though the positives are outweighing the negatives are still present. As long as those negatives are there, you can't truly be 100% sure of your own answer. Hiruzen held out his smoke pipe. 18. Whatever you say, Sensei. This should be it. Naruto thought, eyeing an apartment complex that was at least a few stories high. Hiruzen had appointed him to live in this exact and specific apartment complex. The reason? Naruto doesn't know. There must be some kind of reason why he chose this apartment complex out of all apartment complexes in Konoha. This is oddly way too specific for my own liking. Thought Naruto, looking up towards the top. It was quite odd. 4. Hiruzen wanted him to live at the top floor out of every floor he could have chose. His room was also right next to a balcony that gave Naruto the ability to oversee the village of Konoha. Naruto walked inside and up to the top of the apartment complex in complete silence as usual. Opening the door, he saw what was inside. It was nothing special, like what Naruto had hoped. If there were already things here, Naruto would have believed he had special privileges. This was not the case, and he hopes that it will never be a case ever at all. Naruto looked around to make sure everything did not seem suspicious. His finger landed on the table. He lifted the said finger. There was dust. I can clean and prioritize this for later, Naruto thought, shoving that thought to the back of his mind. But just seeing the table annoyed Naruto to the very core. 5. Never mind. I'll clean it anyway. Naruto went to the sink to wet a paper towel. After making the paper towel soaking wet, Naruto maneuvered his body towards the exact same table as before and wiped everything about it down. He coughed a few times, releasing the dust into the atmosphere. 3. I feel like a housewife. But okay. Naruto thought, shaking his head as he rid the house from the amount of dust around the apartment building. Naruto sighed once he was finished cleaning around his new household. 15. He looked around and saw that everything was spotless clean. Naruto nodded with satisfaction and pulled out the scroll that contained his necessities that he had gathered from the old household. A puff of smoke appeared and revealed the chessboard and its pieces, his clothes, the shogi board, and even food. Naruto placed the items to its rightful place. His eyes darted around the placed items and nodded at the order that he had arranged the items in. Maybe move the shogi board to the right a little bit, Naruto thought, doing was he just thought of and moved the shogi board just a tiny bit to the right. Actually, it looks better to the left. Naruto arranged the shogi board back to its original state. 9. Naruto nodded at that. Good. That looks much better already, Naruto thought to himself. Naruto looked at the piece of paper in front of him. It had only been a month since he has become a citizen of Konoha, and he was already registering for the academy. I'm entering quite late, Naruto thought to himself. Hiruzen was accompanying him since he didn't know the exact location of the academy in Konoha. You are all set. We'll see you next week, Naruto. Naruto nodded and bowed down slightly and walked away with Hiruzen. Hiruzen had his smoke pipe sticking out of his mouth. What do you think of Konoha, Naruto? Asked Hiruzen, getting many waves by passerbys which he returned. Naruto was silent for a few seconds before answering. It's fine, I guess. I never really thought of going to a large village like this. I planned to just be roaming around, Naruto told him, walking right next to the tall old man. I see. It's dangerous out there alone, Hiruzen told Naruto, walking on the dirt. 2. I know, said Naruto, completely disregarding the seriousness of the question at hand. It's fine, though. Naruto finished, a stoic face plastered on like usual. You should enjoy life before you become a shinobi, Naruto. He stayed silent. There is no way to enjoy your own life before becoming a shinobi. Every action a person does will or will not cause change. This doesn't necessarily mean that their actions will be positive in the end, it could give a negative outcome in the end also. Naruto spoke out after moments of silence. And even before becoming a shinobi, we have to protect our own backs for possible attacks from other nations. Konoha has many prominent clans that other people would just love to get their hands on them. Doesn't matter if they are opposing or comrades. Naruto told Hiruzen, the sunlight shining upon. HOH. You're quite an intelligent person, Naruto. He just slightly nodded at that. I guess. You can say that, said Naruto, walking right beside Hiruzen as he guided Naruto on his way home. Take pride in intelligence, Naruto. It's something that many desire, but don't have. Naruto nodded and shrugged in response. 24. Naruto suddenly saw two people stop right in front of them. One was a tall guy, the other was a small and short girl that was around Naruto's age. He raised a lone eyebrow. 1. Hello, Hokage-sama, said the tall male. Hiruzen nodded at him. He must be someone that Hiruzen respects, Naruto kept that in mind at the back of his head. Hello, Itaki. Who's this young lady that you have brought with you? Hiruzen had a small smile on his face. Itaki returned the small, light smile that Hiruzen had. 2. Ah, her? This is my little si. Itaki was cut off by her sudden voice. I am the future's best kunoichi, a ninja even greater than my brother. She told them in a childish but serious tone. 30. Her voice is high-pitched. Somewhat. Naruto thought stoically. He was not amused by what she was saying. As I was saying, this is my little sister. Itaka continued what he was saying. Hiruzen nodded. What's her name? He asked. Itaka was about to answer, but she had other ideas and answered the question for him. I am Uchiha Satsuki. I am 6 years old, and is currently about to go to the academy. I have gone there a few months now, said Satsuki in a very specific way. She's very specific. Naruto thought, observing every action that the two new people that he had just met. While Itaka was a lot more reserved and calm, Satsuki was 3. Like a firecracker. Can explode at any time. Naruto saw that Itaki and Satsuki had their eyes on him. Who's this? Asked Itaki in a very calm and calculated tone. Yeah, who's this? Satsuki copied his comment. Naruto looked up and met Hiruzen's eyes. He nodded at Naruto. Ah, I see. An introduction. Naruto sighed and thought about what he was going to say. Should he try and look cool and talk about how he is out to avenge his family? Nah. 5. I am Heihaku Naruto. Currently 6 years old. My likes? Chess and shogi. My dislikes? Certain people. My dream? Don't know, don't care. Naruto told them. The last one was a lie. 5. He did have a dream. Fish cake? Your name is named after a fish cake? Sucks to be you. Smirked Satsuki, getting scolded by Itaki immediately after. Naruto just shook his head, unfazed by the comment. I wouldn't be so sure, firecracker, said Naruto, walking away from the group. He heard yells of his name from behind that were from Satsuki. She was definitely not pleased by what Naruto had said to her. 9. Sucks to be you. 12. Naruto sat at the kitchen table, playing a game of chess by himself. It felt weird, not playing chess with a person in front of him. He was used to beating Madara all the time. I need a new person to substitute for him. Naruto thought, looking at the chessboard right in front of him. He suddenly heard a knock on the door. Naruto raised an eyebrow. 4. The door is open, said Naruto, loud enough to where the person on the other side of the door could hear his voice. He saw the door slowly open up, revealing that Jiraiya was the one behind the door. Yo, Naruto, said Jiraiya in a very enthusiastic manner. Naruto fought to roll his eyes at him. Why are you here? Can't you see I'm playing chess? Naruto asked, obviously annoyed at him. Yeah, I see you playing chess with no one. Jiraiya remarked with a grin plastered on his face. Naruto shook his head at him, gesturing for him to sit down in front of him. What do you need? Asked Naruto, seeing the empty chair in front of him get taken by Jiraiya. I heard you're join the academy, said Jiraiya, looking at the chessboard and pieces that was on the table. Naruto raised an eyebrow before nodding his head. Yes, I am. Naruto responded, stopping his little game of chess and looked at Jiraiya. I expect you to breeze right through the academy in just a couple of months, get promoted to Genin, get promoted to Chunin a year or two after, then get Jounin a year or two after that. Like the sound of that plan? Naruto raised an eyebrow, shaking his head. I'm planning on graduating the normal age. You know, 12 or 13 years old. Naruto told Jiraiya, resuming back to his chess game that he was currently playing. What? Why? You could practically be another Uchiha Itachi and do all the stuff he's doing now. Wouldn't that be so cool? Naruto shook his head at the sage. But I'm not him. I don't really want to be a shinobi so early. I rather just play chess until graduation day. Become the best shinobi I can be, and reach my goal. Get a pretty and strong girlfriend/wife. Then settle down with a kid or two. Seems simple enough. Naruto left out the part where he was going to kill a rogue Uchiha that supposedly died. 53. Naruto, you gotta aim higher than just that. Your talent would just be wasted if that were to happen. Jiraiya was playing with a white chessboard piece. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders. Just go. I want to sleep soon, said Naruto, standing up from the chair and slowly started to clean up the chessboard and the many pieces that came along with it. It's like barely 1 p.m. Jiraiya deadpanned at him. Naruto glanced at him for a second. I'm going to wake up later today to train for the night. Now, go. You're wasting my precious time. Naruto finished cleaning up the table with the chessboard and pieces. He maneuvered his eyes towards the bed and crashed down. Rude much? Alright then, suit yourself. I'll just get my research done. Jiraiya walked out of the door and closed it shut as he went out of the door. Naruto heard that and sighed tiredly. 2. He soon fell asleep. Naruto woke up groggily. He looked at the clock that was on the ceiling. 4 p.m. That was a good time for Naruto. He could use the rest of the time to train for the day. Naruto ruffled his own head to fix up his messy yellow and black hair. His eyes were much more droopy than usual due to him just waking up after 3 or so hours of sleeping. 6. Naruto sighed before getting his things ready. I haven't trained for a week. That was fine for Naruto. He wasn't really in a rush to get strong. Naruto walked out of the apartment. He felt the wind brush against his skin and blow his hair. He jumped off the railing and into the streets. Naruto walked amongst the Konoha citizens. He had many nods and smiles aimed towards him as he walked through the streets of Konoha. He wondered why he was getting these looks. Did they find out that he talks to the Hokage of Konoha? Probably. Would these looks change if they were to find out if I was a Jinchuriki? Most definitely. There was no doubt that these looks would turn into glares of disdain if they were to find this out about him. 1. After quite a while, Naruto had finally reached the training area that he had been using for a little bit. Hiruzen had told him that he could use this part of the village as a miniature training ground. Of course, this was not only for him, it was for everyone's use and not just for his personal gain. Naruto entered the woods and looked for the spot that he was used to using. But he didn't expect for something to catch his ears so quickly. He had heard someone throwing kunais near him. He got closer to the sound and shook his head out of amusement. Your throwing form is garbage, firecracker. Satsuki glared at Naruto. I didn't give you the right to call me by such a name, said Satsuki, her glare intensified by each second that passed. Naruto stared her, stoically. I didn't give you the right to call me fish cake, said Naruto. His witty remark made Satsuki grit her teeth with displeasure. Oh, yeah, she didn't like Naruto already. In fact, he was a nuisance. Shut the heck up, shouted Satsuki, throwing a kunai towards Naruto's face. He raised an eyebrow, tilting his body to the side to dodge the kunai with ease. His eyes followed the kunai that went past him and railed itself to the tree behind. Naruto's face never changed at all. You know, that could have killed me. Your form when throwing was quite off, making it impossible for you to actually hit me at my current level. Naruto's eyes gazed upon Satsuki's glare. Yeah? Then show me how to do it then, since you take pride in your ability to throw a kunai. My older brother can do better than that. Satsuki scoffed, her glare never faltered for a single moment. Naruto contemplated if he should do it or not. 1. I'll just do it. But I'm wasting time doing this. Oh well. Naruto disliked Satsuki, however, he doesn't hate her, he shouldn't. Naruto slowly walked towards the middle of the small clearing that had trees surrounding it with his hands in his pockets. Naruto took both of his hands out and reached into his holster and took out a multitude of kunai. He took a quick glance at Satsuki and her glare. This is how it's done, said Naruto, throwing on kunai towards the target board which hit right at the center. Naruto then jumped into the air, twirling his body as he threw the rest of the kunai towards each of the needed targeting board. He landed on the ground, his feet touching the grassy area. Ah, a day in the life's work for Naruto once more. Satsuki was amazed, though she didn't show that at all. That was almost better than Ataka's. Satsuki gritted her teeth, looking at the boy who was destroying her ego. Naruto sighed, walking away from the middle of the grassy area and towards the endless and vast woods that illuminated the place. 4. Teach me. Naruto heard Satsuki's childish voice call out right behind him. He raised an eyebrow, looking right behind him. Naruto wanted clarification. He wasn't sure if he heard that right. Teach me how to throw kunai and shuriken. My brother has duties as a shinobi, so he can't teach me. Naruto gazed at her with a bored and lazy eye. Gosh, why were Uchihas such a handful? 15. I thought you were top of your class? There is no reason for me to teach you a skill that you are already at an adequate level. Naruto eyed her, seeing her aggravated reaction to the fullest extent. I said. Teach me. Yelled Satsuki, running towards him and throwing a punch towards his face. No, said Naruto, tilting his body to the right to avoid the punch that Satsuki was throwing at him. Why? Satsuki threw him another punch. The heck? Naruto dodged the said punch with ease. Not. Yelled Satsuki, increasing her taijutsu speed. She did not like how Naruto was treating her. Naruto jumped to dodge a kick that was aimed at his stomach. He wasn't taking her seriously. She's not happy with my level of power. Naruto thought, catching Satsuki's fist that she threw at him. TCH, I'll be taking my leave, said Naruto, dropping her fist and continued to walk away. Satsuki gritted her teeth at this. How dare some clanless loser outclass her in every way possible? Try again later. Naruto disappeared into the vast and endless trees. 20. Naruto sat down at his table. His left leg was just right over his right leg. He was eating his dinner. Naruto had went to another part of the training grounds that Satsuki and him had to share earlier. His eyes wandered around the apartment that was given to him. It was actually quite large. There was multiple rooms, a kitchen, and many more things that will help him survive. Naruto looked back at the food that he was eating. Cup ramen noodles. Yum. 3. He quickly finished the food, brushed his teeth, and went to bed soon after that. Naruto looked up at the ceiling with a bored expression right on his face. He was going to the academy soon in a week's time. I wonder how they all act. Just from meeting Satsuki, they can sure act quite vile and disgusting. Naruto walked his mind around the idea of going to the academy. Were they naive? Dumb? Smart? 1. Maybe. Naruto thought, his eyes starting to feel as heavy as a rock. He slowly started to close them. Soon enough, Naruto was in a deep slumber. It has been a week, and Satsuki and Itaka were walking down Konoha to get Satsuki to the academy. Itaka saw the displeasure on Satsuki's face. What's wrong? I've been gone for quite some time on a mission. He asked, seeing her mouth turn into a pout. That Naruto guy. Grr. He gets on my nerves. Satsuki growled, ruffling her own hair. Itaka just chuckled at that. How so? He asked, curious on what she meant. Satsuki looked at Itaka. He refused to teach me how to throw a kunai and shuriken. Then I attacked him. and he dodged them all with ease. That guy. He reminds me of you. Satsuki had a scowl form on her face. Itaki raised an eyebrow. 3. I get on your nerves? Asked Itaki. Her head snapped towards him. Yes, in fact, you get on my nerves the most. Always telling me no when I want you to train me. He also acts so bland. Like you. She huffed, wanting to kill Naruto. I see. Shouldn't you like him then? If he reminds you of me, then we're basically the same. Satsuki narrowed her eyes at him. She didn't like what he was saying. You're my brother, he's not. It wouldn't make sense, said Sasuke, shaking her head with annoyance. There were times when Itaki wasn't so bright in terms of intelligence, of course. As they walked through the dirt road towards the academy, they saw a familiar blonde-black hair in the distance. He had a ramen held between his hands. 1. Speaking of which, said Itaki, hearing a growl of disdain radiate from Satsuki. They saw Naruto maneuver his way around Konoha with slick and graceful movement. Naruto was feeling quite uncomfortable. I feel like something cliché is going to happen again. Naruto thought, remembering all the things he has been through the past week, and even the things that happened before that. Naruto suddenly heard a ton of ruckus near him. He sighed, looking towards the direction. 6. Academy students? Oh? It seems they're also in the graduating class too. Naruto thought, analyzing the situation at hand. He clicked his tongue out of annoyance. They were civilians that were about to become genin. Pitiful. Thought Naruto, letting go of his chopsticks to have it sink in the broth of the cup ramen. They were thrashing an outdoor store, if you want to call it that. There were 3 of them. 6. They seemed to be looking for something. Naruto observed their actions, his eyes darting from one place to another. Itaka didn't miss this and made note of this information. Naruto held the cup ramen before creating a quick motion. He threw it at the top of one of their heads. They all froze instantly, turning their heads with a murderous look on their faces. You. I'll make you pay. He pointed towards Naruto, assuming that he had been the one who done this. He was correct. Naruto was unfazed, making him even angrier than before. Let's teach this kid a lesson, said the boy, getting nods from his 3 other companions that stood by his side. They approached him. A crowd of people started to bundle around them. Shouldn't we help him? Asked Satsuki, referring to Naruto. She wasn't that rude to the point where she wouldn't help out and jerk from time to time. Itaka shook his head. Just watch, said Itaki, pointing towards the battle. He needed to know why Satsuki was so intrigued with the boy. Naruto lightly scoffed at the amount of people not bothering to call for help. But Naruto soon brushed this off with a sigh. His eyes glanced at each of the 3 with his dull and dead eyes. Shall we? Asked Naruto, standing right there. The 3 ran towards him. One of you take the right and the other take the left, the boy said. I'll take the front. He finished, lightly smirking. Oh, yeah, he definitely thought he was a clever one. Naruto stayed silent the whole time. What? You got nothing to say? Did the cat catch your tongue? He tried provoking Naruto. This did not deter Naruto or aggravate him at all. His mouth started to slowly move. You talk too much. I think it's time for my turn to say some things. Naruto watched as the boy gritted his teeth, his jaws tightening along with it. Shut it. Naruto raised an eyebrow, jumping in the air to dodge a punch. You're contradicting yourself, said Naruto, tilting his body into a horizontal to dodge the attacks that the other 2 tried giving. From the looks of it, you 3 were looking for something. Naruto landed on the ground. And let me tell you, Naruto extended his leg and dragged it along the dirt, tripping the 2 minions. You looking for something in a store that sells ingredients is quite weird. He jumped away, his cold and calculating eyes observing him. The older boy charged towards him. "Shut it!" the boy yelled once again. Naruto saw a kick get thrown towards him. "Your attacks lack technique and grace," Naruto stated, relaxingly dodging a multitude of punches and kicks. 3. You missed one thing. Naruto found an opening and immediately capitalized on it with a kick. Saliva escaped from the boy's mouth as he felt the sudden sharp pain from Naruto's kick. The boy fell over, his arms wrapped around his guts. Naruto looked at him. "You underestimated me and you lost the fight. You know why you underestimated me? It's because I'm half your age. You three wanted to fight me without knowing my actual strength. Your arrogance led to your downfall." His eyes glancing down on them. "This was a mistake on your part. Underestimating your opponent won't get yourself anywhere, ultimately limiting yourself from your true potential, your true capacity." Naruto's eyes didn't waver for even a second. Multiple ANBU appeared right behind him. "That is enough," one stated, putting a kunai on the back his neck. Naruto tensed up at the feeling. He internally sighed, bringing his hands up in the air. "I surrender, I guess." Naruto was escorted to the Hokage residence in pure silence. "What were you thinking?" Hiruzen was annoyed and angry at what Naruto had just done. He just stayed silent. Naruto received a glare in return. Hiruzen flared up his killing intent. Naruto widened his eyes slightly before dropping to the ground. "This power. If this is too overwhelming, I wonder if I would die from Madara's killing intent." Naruto felt like he was in absolute heck when he was feeling this. "Answer me," said Hiruzen, his eyes was right upon Naruto. "They deserved it. Those three thrashed that dang store." Naruto gasped out, sweat pouring down his forehead. The killing intent stopped, making Naruto able to breathe correctly once more. "That does not justify what you did." Naruto gritted his teeth at those words. He formed a fist with both of his hands. "And what? Let those people thrash the store more? Absolutely not." His nails dug the skin of his palm. 3. People were around there, people that are stronger than those three boys. They could have taken care of it. Naruto looked down and glared at the floor. He could feel the blood from his palm escape. "Yeah, okay. The ANBU that surrounded me didn't do the same with those three before everything started to escalate. I don't need people watching my every move, thinking that I'm a flight risk to Konoha." Hiruzen was a sly and cunning old man, that was for sure. 2. You are not a flight risk, Naruto. "Oh, yeah? Then where was the ANBU when those three thrashed the place?" Naruto was losing his cool. This usually doesn't happen, but what Hiruzen was saying was just bull crap. "They weren't in the area," stated Hiruzen, getting narrowed eyes from Naruto. "And they were in the area when I was there?" Naruto asked with wit. Hiruzen stayed quiet for a moment. "They were passing by and saw you." Naruto clicked his tongue. "Whatever, I'm out of here," said Naruto, walking out of the office and slamming the door shut as he walked out. As Naruto walked out, a scowl was on his face. It was plastered on his face for a few seconds before it disappeared. His blank and bland facial expression was now back in action. Naruto walked out of the Hokage residence. The academy was actually quite close to the Hokage residence if he could remember. Plus, I'm late on my first day at the academy, Naruto thought, sighing at his unfortunate luck. "How? You is actually pretty good at taijutsu, top 10 in the class," said Sakura, obviously in a very confused state of mind as of right now. Satsuki stayed silent for a few seconds before answering. 2. You is good, I guess. But I've seen Naruto's taijutsu. His skills at it are out of this world for an academy student. Satsuki did not like how she had to say that. It made her ego lower down. "Wow. Does that mean he's better than you at taijutsu?" Sakura asked. This caused Satsuki to grit her teeth. No, answered Satsuki, lying straight through her teeth. Oh? So second place then? Satsuki nodded at that question. 16. You overheard this conversation and gained a look of disdain on his face. I'll rip this guy to shreds. He is just all talk. There's no way he's better than me. You thought, his eyes clouding with pure and honest rage that was directed towards Naruto. Get ready, I'll mop the floor with you. Shouted Yu, his arrogance was seeping out of him. Naruto did not seem intimidated by even the slightest. Iruka looked at both sides to see if they were ready to begin the fight. Yu readied himself by using the academy stance tat they had been provided by. Iruka nodded and stuck his hand out. Begin, said Iruka, bringing his hand back in. The feral Yu started to charge right towards Naruto in a quick speed for an academy student. Naruto watched Yu's movements as he came even closer. I'll play with my food for a little bit. Naruto thought, using optimal movement to maneuver his way around Yu's punches and kicks. This caused Yu to scrunch up his face into a scowl. What's wrong? Can't keep up. You're all talk. Yu was pretty good at taijutsu for an academy student. But the real question was, how long can he keep up trying to fight something he can't even hit? I don't get it, he's just dodging. A blonde girl suddenly spoke up, utterly confused at what Naruto was trying to do. Yeah, me neither, Ino. Sakura agreed to what Ino had said. They heard a slight yawn behind them. Man. Naruto is actually doing a simple but effective tactic, said Shikamaru, looking towards the battlefield with his lazy eyes. How? Asked Ino, confused at what Shikamaru was saying. He just sighed. Sorry, it's too much work to explain. Shikamaru looked away and into the sky where the clouds lived it. Oh, how he wished he was one of them right now, his life would be complete. 16. Explain. Now. Ordered Ino, her eyes sharpening into a glare that was directed towards Shikamaru. He yawned, turning his attention back to her. Fine. You're going to be a drag about it if I don't explain. He turned his eyes back to the battle. 2. By continuously dodging Yu's attacks, Naruto is tiring him out due to him wasting too much energy. This caused even more confusion to Ino. There was just something that her mind had came up to. But won't Naruto also waste his stamina? He is also having to dodge continuous attacks coming from Yu. Shikamaru sighed at that question. It was an obvious one at that. You know, Naruto probably wouldn't even be attempting to do this if he didn't have enough stamina to keep this up. Shikamaru diverted his attention from the fight back to the clouds right above. Naruto kept on dodging Yu's attacks left and right. Sweat was pouring down from Yu's face. He was getting super tired now. The speed of his attacks were substantially and noticeably slower now. Yu was barely hanging on by a single thread. Naruto was not even winded by the amount of dodging he had to do. I'll end this now. Naruto thought, dodging one punch and one kick. He slowed down and did a low kick to Yu's knee to put him off balance for a second or two. In this split second of time, Naruto did his counter-attack. This battle was on my terms since the very beginning, said Naruto, going to the ground and sweeping Yu's feet down so he would completely lose balance. He then lightly punched Yu in the stomach while he was falling. The dirt ground was dusted by the impact of Yu's body falling onto the ground on utter defeat. Yu gritted his teeth, wrapping his arms around his stomach to reduce and caress himself from the pain. Oh. Some people of the class did this in unison. Wow, they were such kids. Iruka looked at them to silence them all. They immediately did so and zipped their mouths closed. Iruka looked both sides before making the decision. Winner, Eihaku Naruto. Devil. Naruto finished, rushing towards them all with the hand still covering his eyes. He saw the big boy rush towards him, throwing a punch right at his face once more. This is the best the graduates have. Naruto slid right through his legs. pathetic. Naruto stopped himself, jumping right on the back his head. If this is all you all have, just drop out of this dang academy. You'll only get yourself and your own comrades killed in action. Naruto deactivated his Sharingan and taking off his hand that was covering his eyes. Naruto knocked him out. The first years including me are much more capable than you all will ever be. Naruto pulled out a kunai from his holster and threw one right pass beside the remaining four's heads. He approached them in a silent and deadly manner. I already told 3 of you this earlier today. Naruto gazed right at them with such intensity. Your class, the graduating class, you all overestimate your own abilities. This arrogance and overestimation will get you killed someday without a single doubt. Naruto continued to walk towards them with the quietest footsteps. This world doesn't need rubbish that wish to show off in front of everyone and everything for satisfactory. Grow up. There's no time to waste around with idiotic things like fanboying and fangirling. That's a waste of a person. The shinobi world waits for absolutely nobody. Remember these words as you fight the strong that try and manipulate the weak. Naruto turned away, walking away from the scene. Eihaku Naruto. He heard someone call his name behind him. Naruto sighed, raising his hand up into the air. God, why was their timing so freaking garbage? He looked behind him and saw an envy right behind him. Naruto tensed up. 1. I am Inu. The Hokage has wished for me to escort you to the Hokage residence. He has seen the entire battle through his crystal ball. Naruto nodded, silently following the envy back to the Hokage residence. 3. Everyone was left in complete silence and a tiny bit of awe. Holy crap! That was freaking awesome! Kaiba exclaimed out loud, his eyes were wide and open to the world. 4. Language. 18. What exactly were you thinking once again? This is the second time today. Hiruzen yelled, increasing his voice each time he said a word out loud. Naruto gritted his teeth. Do you know the potential backlash that you could possibly get? A lot. Naruto wasn't a boy who easily lost his cool very easily. But it seems this village is very good at doing just that, losing his cool. They shouldn't have challenged me then. All of them were arrogant because they were graduating this year. And even then, their graduation wasn't guaranteed to happen. They weren't strong enough to defeat me, nor are they strong enough to defeat the first years and individually. Naruto's eyes met Hiruzen's. You could have just walked away and act like they were never there. Hiruzen was trying to reason with Naruto at the current moment. Naruto shook his head at him. 1. I rather not have them follow me around like vermin trying to find their food, responded Naruto, obviously not amused at this development at all. First day of the academy and he already got into trouble. What exactly was your thought process when fighting them exactly? Hiruzen's tone was deadly and as cold as ice. Naruto thought about it for a moment to add the wanted suspense. 2. To put them into their correct place. They act like total children. Don't try reasoning that they are children. They're graduating soon and will be considered adults. They are upperclassmen. They should be a role model, not a arrogant punk who knows nothing. Naruto was not finished at all. They flaunt their status as a graduate with arrogance and with no dignity or grace. If they were not able to keep up with me, then they won't be able to keep up with my class, the class that I am currently in. Naruto's eyes were serious and his face hardened with his features. 1. Their stupid antics will get their comrades and themselves killed someday. And this is no speculation, theory, or all of the above. It's an actual and factual statement. Because Naruto's body was tense, but his arms were clenched. The most important thing besides the objective to protecting oneself is the objective to protect the lives of your comrades. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at Naruto. This boy. He's so much like Itachi in many ways than just one. But there was also many things that the two had nothing in common in. Naruto was a lot more prone to anger if things were to not go his way. That was a major flaw when it came to Naruto. Yes, he is always level-headed and will barely be seen so angered to the point of annihilation. 3. But if poked the right way, you'll bring out Naruto's much more feral side of his that he was able to control very well because he's just that good at doing what he does. Hiruzen soon made the decision. You will go to their graduating class and apologize to them. I'll come with you so you actually do it. Hiruzen pointed towards the door that led inside and outside of the office. Naruto stood there. 4. There's no way I'm going to apologize for their own actions, Naruto said with a firm tone to his voice. This earned him a glare from Hiruzen. You will do it. Now. Hiruzen ordered him with a firm tone of his own. Naruto clenched his hands and formed them into a tight fist. 2. Fine. Naruto did what Hiruzen wanted and walked out of the door alongside him. His face scrunched up and formed into a nasty and disdainful scowl that went across his face as they walked out of the Hokage residence. Naruto was currently standing in front of the class that was full of potential graduates. He had been sent death glares from them all as soon as he walked into their class. Hi, you may have recognized me when I walked in the one kicked your guy's butt. They all gave Naruto a growl of hate. Oh, was he not supposed to say that? He's trying to deal with cycle of hatred after all. Well, out of force, I was brought here by Hokage-sama to apologize to you all for my recent actions. There was a very weird tone that came along with his voice. They all continued to glare right towards him. I, Eihaku Naruto, hereby apologize to you all. Oh, no, there was most definitely a catch to Naruto's words. It was only a matter of time before he said what he truly wants to say out from his mouth. But don't cross your line, you don't want to see the worst parts of my personality. Naruto felt a slight tug from the top of his shirt. He looked back and saw Hiruzen giving him a death glare. 11. I'll escort you back to your class, Naruto. He nodded bitterly, walking out of the class. He already had a bad reputation throughout the entire academy in just his first day. God, Naruto was quite the handful to deal with. I need you to stay out of trouble, Naruto. Hiruzen looked at Naruto, expecting a response of some sorts to come off of his mouth. There was a few seconds of silence before Naruto actually answered. 6. Yes, Hokage-sama, Naruto said, rubbing the bruise that was on his face. He slid the shoji door and entered with everyone's eyes on his precious and damaged face of his. Remember, don't get into fights. Naruto looked back, nodding his head in understanding. Yes, Hokage-sama, said Naruto, going to his assigned seat that had assigned to himself. It took a moment for them to realize what was exactly happening and who was exactly at the sliding door. 1. Hokage-sama. A lot of the students yelled, obviously surprised that Hiruzen, the third Hokage, was actually here. Some stood up from their seats and bowed slightly to show respect. Haha. Sit back down and listen to Iruka-san. Hiruzen chuckled, pointing towards Iruka right after his little chuckle that he managed to let out after their antics shined. They nodded and bowed. Yes, Hokage-sama. Where was this motivation suddenly coming up from? Naruto knew this was absolutely all fake and was just a fabricated lie made from the people who were pretending to have any interest in what Iruka was trying to teach. The people who were either too lazy or were just grinning like idiots were also not going to pay attention in class at all, though they don't try and fake their excitement for a topic that does not hold much meaning behind it. Naruto had no intention of paying attention to class 2. How was the academy, Satsuki? Asked Itachi, eyeing his little sister, whom is always angry about something in her life. He saw her huff in annoyance, a growl escaping her mouth. Bad, bad, bad. It was the worst day of my entire life. Satsuki complained, growling at the thoughts that were currently inside of the tiny head hers. Itachi raised an eyebrow. 12? How so? Asked Itachi, already knowing where the question that he had just asked was going to lead him. Satsuki looked at Itachi. Naruto. That lunatic had to join the academy. She had lost her spot as number 1 in the class the mere moment Naruto had entered the class. I don't see much of a problem, said Itachi, lightly smiling at Satsuki. She scowled at that smile. I lost my spot a number 1 because of his presence in class. My pride will never recover because of that. She was not pleased at Naruto's strength. Itachi shook his head with a light chuckle to go along with it. It seems you have found yourself a rival. That is a good development for you. Satsuki disagreed with that said statement. No. I do not need a rival at all. I'm supposed to be a prodigy like you. A person with unparalleled skill that will continue to grow. Satsuki yelled in a very childish tone. Itachi sighed at Satsuki's current behavior. You know, you don't always have to be a prodigy to be strong. People like Might Guy have gotten strong through the use of hard work, and he did not need to have talent to become one of the best Jonin in Konoha and or arguably the best Taijutsu user in this current era. Maybe even the strongest Taijutsu user to date. This did not convince Satsuki at all. She just huffed and snapped her head away. Whatever. I'll get stronger than that idiot Naruto. Itachi suddenly got an idea that popped inside his smart and big brain of his. He looked towards Satsuki. Maybe you should ask this Naruto person for help. Didn't you say you were going to get him to help you? Itachi suggested, eyeing at his little sister. 1. I never said such a thing in my entire life, said Satsuki, grunting at what he had said right at her. I personally think it's worth a try. Who knows, he might actually teach you. He heard Satsuki grunt in response. She turned her right towards him. There's no way he'll actually agree. Do you know how emotionless he looks? He literally looks like a walking dead, decomposing corpse. Satsuki gritted her teeth at such an idea. I insist on you doing it. You said that he acts and has skills potentially capable to go on par with my own in the future. He must be worthwhile. Who knows, you might even become friends. Itachi slightly smiled at Satsuki. She scoffed at the word friends. 13. I do not need friends. They will only hold me down from my goal, stated Satsuki, scoffing at Itachi's words of encouragement. Itachi sighed, seemingly not getting through Satsuki and her ways. And that goal is? Already knowing the answer to his own question. Why, you might ask? Because he was Uchiha Itachi. 4. To surpass you, obviously. Stop hiding it. I know you know. Satsuki glared at Itachi. She received a pat on the head. Okay, I do. But please just go and ask Naruto, possibly a better person to teach you than myself. You may never know. Smiled Itachi, pushing Satsuki forward. Now, off you go to find Naruto. I have envious duties that I need to take care of. Satsuki was about to yell, but it seems like Itachi already left before her protests could leave her mouth. Satsuki gritted her teeth, hating the fact that Itachi just ditched her for his stupid and dumb envious duties. 3. Where is that idiot Naruto? Satsuki thought, angrily walking back towards the academy. 7. So Naruto, I heard that you like playing chess. Naruto turned his head towards the lazy, unmotivated, and sleepy Nara right behind him. He raised an eyebrow at him. Yes. And? Naruto was curious at what Shikamaru was trying to get at. He yawned before he started to talk once more. Do you play shogi? Asked Shikamaru. He got a slight nod from Naruto. Only a tiny bit, I haven't played in a few months. Shikamaru nodded, making a slight pause because of his laziness to talk. So I was wondering, would you like to have a shogi match with me? He asked Naruto. He stayed silent for a few moments to try and just think about his potential answer. Naruto nodded with a shrug. Sure, said Naruto, agreeing to Shikamaru's challenge. Naruto was about to follow Shikamaru to play a round of shogi, but it seems the road of life was taking another turn in events. 1. Eihaku Naruto. He turned around to the familiar feminine voice. Oh, it was just Satsuki glaring holes at him. Naruto sighed, locking eyes with the princess with the crap personality. 1. What is it this time? Naruto gazed at Satsuki. Why was she always glaring at him? Oh, it was just simple and relative jealousy radiating off of her body. She took her sweet time to respond to the question at hand. I want your help in training, stated Satsuki, puffing her chest to make it seem was tough or that she actually had something. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her. Why? Asked Naruto. Satsuki huffed. 2. Because my brother suggested me to do it, responded Satsuki, averting their eye contact. Naruto eyed her for a moment before giving her an actual response that she wanted from him. Fine, I'll help you. Naruto looked towards Shikamaru with an apologetic look. Sorry, looks like she needs my help. Shikamaru nodded, knowing Satsuki would pull Naruto's head if he didn't go now. 4. Great, I did all that talking for nothing. Troublesome. Thought Shikamaru, walking away towards the direction of Koji and the few others waiting for him. Naruto turned right back Satsuki. 12. Let's go, said Naruto, walking right past her. This made her scoff. Where to? Asked Satsuki, following right behind him. Naruto looked back at her with a face that spoke out, isn't it obvious? The place you tried killing me at the forest. Naruto gestured her to follow him faster. Satsuki did just that and followed him. Her eyes traced through Naruto's back. She widened her eyes, finally noticing something. He's taller than me. Bull crap. Satsuki sweared to God that Naruto had the best genetics in this dang world. It made her jealous of Naruto. 77. He's taller than me, is much more skilled than me. Grr. And is actually quite C. Satsuki stopped herself from saying such a thing. She wanted to slap herself in the face for almost thinking of such a thing in her mind. 59. After quite some time, they had finally made it to their destination. The two entered the forest and walked through the endless and vast trees that surrounded the two. They finally made it to the same small clearing that had many target boards around it. Naruto stopped, which made Satsuki also stop in her tracks as well. Her eyes locked onto Naruto's head. Alright, what do you want to learn? Asked Naruto, turning his body and head towards Satsuki. She raised an eyebrow with pure confusion laced inside of it. Aren't you supposed to be teaching? I thought you would already know what I lacked in since you're perfectionist. Naruto was not amused at the remark that Satsuki made. 1. I agreed because I knew it would make you stop asking me over and over again if I did so. What is something you are lacking at? Naruto asked, sighing at the end. Satsuki looked at him. I'm lacking at everything that you're good at, answered Satsuki, obviously feeling inferior against someone like Naruto. He shook his head at her, knowing how difficult this was going to be. So you suck at everything, hey? Oh, yeah, that was payback for a few moments ago. Satsuki was starting to fume at the words that Naruto had just said from his mouth. I do not suck at everything. Satsuki gritted her teeth in anger. 7. I messed up, didn't I? I just made this a lot harder on myself than I needed to. Naruto thought for a moment before actually gaining a good quality idea from his very smart mind of his. Since your form when throwing a kunao is horrible and questionable, I'll help you with that and your taijutsu. Satsuki furrowed her eyebrows at Naruto. You're way too blunt, said Satsuki, disliking this trait of Naruto and everything else about him. 1. No one cares. Now go to the middle, ordered Naruto, pointing towards the middle of the clearing that they were currently standing on. Satsuki huffed and did what he said. I care. How about that? Satsuki tried being a smartass. Naruto stayed silent for a few seconds before thinking of a clever comeback to what she had just said. You care? First time for everything, I guess. Now go. Satsuki's smug face turned into a disdainful glare, but she did what he had ordered her to do. 2. Good. Hokage-sama. Itachi was in his Anbu outfit, kneeling in front of Hiruzen. He was dead silent, showing his respect to Hiruzen, the third Hokage. How is the Uchiha clan and their plans for the coup d'etat? Asked Hiruzen, pulling out his signature, his smoke pipe. Itachi raised his head above and directly at Hiruzen. 1. They are still at their early stages of planning, Hokage-sama. But I still do not know much about it. Hiruzen nodded at the words that were rushing out of Itachi's mouth. The tensions that surrounds the Uchiha clan and Konoha as a whole is growing at a phenomenal rate. This can be quite disastrous. Itachi nodded, seemingly agreeing to those words. How long do you think before Fugaku and the rest of the Uchiha clan will be finished with their plan of action? Asked Hiruzen, curious on how long this might take. 18. This current rate, maybe in a year or just a little bit over that, a year and a half maybe. There are a lot of possibilities, answered Itachi, lowering his head slightly. Hiruzen let smoke escape out of his mouth. Plus, I trust you and Shisui to inform of any other useful information regarding the coup d'etat. You are dismissed, Itachi. He nodded and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Hiruzen sighed, inhaling another plume of smoke from his smoke pipe. He let the plume of smoke escape his mouth once more. What do you need, Danzo? Hey, this is only a one-time thing. Once I finally know what to do, I'll be easily surpassing you quickly. Naruto looked at the childish Satsuki, amused only slightly. 3. I particularly don't care, said Naruto, gaining a grunt right out of Satsuki. She huffed and looked away. I'll make you care, shouted Satsuki, throwing a punch towards Naruto's face. He dodged with ease. Stop, said Naruto, catching a kick that was aimed right towards him. He was unfazed/unaffected by such actions. Satsuki gritted her teeth, retreating her leg away from his grip. Naruto sighed, walking away from her. You better remember that I'm going to surpass you, yelled Satsuki from behind. Naruto looked back, nodding and shrugging to what she was trying to say. Like I said, I don't care, stated Naruto, nodding his head once more before disappearing in the vast and endless trees that illuminated the forest. 3. What do you need, Danzo? Hiruzen saw Danzo enter the room that he resided in. Their eyes met and had an intense gaze right towards each other. Hiruzen, I wanted to discuss about something, said Danzo, sitting down in a chair. What would that be? Asked Hiruzen, already knowing the discussion will lead to something much more controversial and infuriating for Hiruzen and his ideology. I would like to discuss about a proposal that I had in mind, said Danzo, a dangerous glint shining from his left eye. This caused Hiruzen to narrow his eyes directly at the man in front of him. And that proposal would be? Asked Hiruzen, narrowed eyes still being narrowed right towards Danzo. A light and tight smirk appeared on Danzo's face. I would like to recruit a Hiku Naruto to root. Hiruzen widened his eyes and immediately emitted a dangerous glare at Danzo. He pulled out the smoke pipe that he was currently using. 8. That is out of the question, said Hiruzen, a firm tone evident inside his voice. Danzo clenched his hands and turned them into a strong and tight fist. And why is that? Asked Danzo, obviously not pleased with what Hiruzen was saying. He's not ready, nor will he ever be ready for such things, stated Hiruzen in a very firm manner. Danzo did not take this very lightly at all. He had his fists squeezed even tighter. He's ready. I heard the reports, he annihilated all those graduating students with hardly any effort. I have eyes and ears all over the place, Hiruzen. Danzo was glaring at Hiruzen with his open eye. I also have eyes and ears all over the place, said Hiruzen, matching the glare's intensity with a glare of his own. 3. That is besides the point, Hiruzen. The point is that he's perfect and will fit en route. Don't you see? This opportunity will strengthen the forces of Konoha. The moment the rumors that he and Jiraiya had came to the village, I, Shimura Danzo, kept keen eye on him. Yelled Danzo, trying to persuade Hiruzen on letting him turn Naruto into a machine. 1. Your thoughts, decisions, don't matter me, the Hokage of Konoha. But I won't let you cross the line. Beware of overstepping your boundaries, said Hiruzen, not pleased at what Danzo was saying out of his mouth. You are making a huge mistake, Hiruzen. This opportunity is something that I know that Konoha can't let pass. A huge mistake, Hiruzen. A huge mistake. Danzo was firm and forceful with what he kept on saying. 3. And I'm saying that you can't and you won't do what you are saying. Naruto was walking home, minding his own business along the way. The streets of Konoha was quite loud during the nighttime. It irritated him severely. As Naruto walking through Konoha, he suddenly saw someone throw a kunai towards him and the handsome and precious face of his. Naruto narrowly dodged the attack, the kunai grazing his whiskers. 4. He saw the kunai go right past, going towards a Konoha civilian. Naruto gritted his teeth, chasing right after the kunai that was originally aimed right for him. He barely caught the kunai. Naruto snapped his head back, trying to find the perpetrator. Naruto saw a glimpse of a black cloak running away. He narrowed his eyes, suspicion written all over his face. That person tried killing me while I was in the middle of a crown. Scandalous of you. Naruto thought, racing after the person that tried killing him with a sly and deadly kunai. Naruto jumped on a house, trying to track down the perpetrator. There. Naruto thought, jumping from one building, house at a time. His eyes kept track of the perpetrator to a T. Naruto narrowed his eyes, seeing as that the person he was trying to track down was leading him to a forest. Stealth? Naruto thought, jumping down from the houses and right on top of the ground. He saw the perpetrator right before him, continuing to run away. Naruto pushed his hand into his holster and brought out a kunai. He inhaled and exhaled, throwing the kunai right towards the perpetrator. Naruto barely missed the kunai from hitting the person. He continued to follow the person inside the forest, his eyes never stopped wandering around. Naruto slightly widened his eyes. A few kunai was being thrown towards him by the perpetrator. Naruto reacted quickly, dodging the multitude of kunai with relative ease. But he suddenly felt a sharp pain get directly from his stomach. He was launched away, his back hitting a tree. Naruto slid down the said tree, pain erupting from behind his back. He felt the pain, but he did not bother showing weakness by giving the person satisfactory. Naruto rolled away, dodging a wound from a tanto that the person was wielding. He narrowed his eyes at him, wondering what this person's motive was with attacking him. Who are you? Are you from an enemy village? Naruto asked, his eyes narrowed and sharp. He did not like this current situation at all. Naruto saw the person charge towards him with fast speeds. Naruto huffed, jumping up in the air and applying chakra to his feet. He was now attached to the tree. Naruto could not see it, but he could feel it. The person's surprise was evidently there. He launched off of the tree and landed right on top of the person's body. He tackled him down. Now, let's see who exactly is the person under this cloak. But before Naruto could do anything, he was quickly thrown away from the person. Naruto grunted, regaining his balance. God, this person was a difficult person to catch. Naruto pushed his hand down his holster, pulling out a kunai. He held the kunai tightly, the intent to harm was evident in Naruto's current actions and expression. Naruto jumped towards the person, his hand slowly outstretching out with his kunai. The person blocked his attack with the tanto that they had been holding tightly. Naruto slightly gritted his teeth, dropping to the ground and attempted to give the person a sweep. But it seems like the person had already been prepared for such thing and jumped up slightly to dodge the attack. Naruto barely managed to dodge a stomp that was directed at his leg with a fast and quick rate. He jumped away a few meters away to gain distance from the person. I've managed to assess this person's strength. This person is clearly holding back, but is definitely Chunin level. Minimally. Naruto thought, observing the situation even closer. His eyes were moving all over the place. He had to think quickly. Make this person underestimate me at a phenomenal level. Naruto thought, slowly approaching his way towards the perpetrator that was right in front of him. Would you like to dance? Naruto asked, slowly picking up his pace towards the perpetrator. No, making this person underestimate him was probably out of the question. There must be a reason why this person was trying to kill him for some odd reason. No matter, he'll take care of this. I need to get that cloak off. Naruto thought, quickly approaching the person that tried to kill him with silence. He jumped in the air, throwing the kunai that was being held in his hand. While still in mid-air, Naruto pulled out even more kunai from his holster. Naruto threw them towards the perpetrator at a quick speed. But unfortunately, the perpetrator countered by dodging and blocking. Gotcha. Naruto thought, using the kunai as a distraction to get closer to the perpetrator. With one slick and fast move, Naruto tore the black cloak away from the perpetrator. Naruto was surprised at the person who was trying to kill him. An Anbu? Naruto thought, seeing a mask that used to be overshadowing the man's face. Naruto narrowed his eyes. What could this possibly mean? Does this mean the Hokage didn't trust him and thought he should be taken care of? No. This person doesn't have the Anbu tattoo that I saw all the other Anbu usually. Could this be a fake? Another type of Anbu that has been kept secret about? Naruto thought, knowing this was going to be even more dangerous than he originally thought it would. There is probably more Anbu that is currently hiding away in secret. Naruto thought, going into his stance. He'll have to focus at an intense level to be able to keep up with this person. He can't use his Sharingan, it would reveal too much. 4. Naruto rushed towards the Anbu with his kunai in hand. He had the intent to kill this man with no hesitation at all. Naruto narrowly dodged a fast kick that was almost too fast for him to see without his Sharingan. He inhaled and exhaled, jumping up and throwing a kick at the Anbu's head. He easily caught it, gripping his leg with intense amount of strength and pressure. Naruto was gritted his teeth with pain. But he was prepared for this. Take this on for size. Naruto did a counterattack by bringing his leg up in the air and smashing it down on the person's shoulder. The man immediately let go of Naruto and backed away. Good. Naruto thought, landing back on the ground that he trusted. After a few more seconds, Naruto launched right off of the ground and towards the Anbu. He balled up his hand into a tight fist, ignoring the kunai that he had dropped on the ground. Naruto threw a punch towards the Anbu. And as expected of him, the Anbu dodged it even with the injured shoulder. Naruto was not yet done. As he was falling down towards the ground, he pulled out another kunai from his holster. I only have a tiny bit more kunai inside the holster, thought Naruto, landing on the ground and sliding in between the Anbu's legs. Naruto appeared right behind the Anbu's back. He's was at least Chunin level. I'm correct, he's just at Chunin level. Naruto thought, stabbing the Anbu in the back. He jumped away with the bloody kunai, leaving a huge red gash that ran along his back. 3. Naruto could somewhat know that the Anbu was feeling the intense pain of the wound. He jumped away, looking at the Anbu was rushing towards him. Oh, yeah, the wound was taking a huge toll on his body. His movement is not as good as before. Naruto thought, easily dodging a punch from the Chunin level Anbu that he was currently fighting. His movement was now wonky and uneven, an academy student pretty much. I'll end this with a simple kick. Naruto thought, dodging another punch that was aimed right towards him. He positioned himself for a brief moment before launching his leg up into the air. Naruto's foot hit the chin of the Anbu, making him get launched back with utter agony. Naruto huffed, still feeling the residual pain from his back and leg from earlier ago. God, that was a close BA. Naruto couldn't finish as he dropped to the ground, unconscious. Right behind him was a few more Anbu that was hidden away in the trees. They all looked at each other and nodded. They all took Naruto and the very injured Anbu away. Naruto snapped his eyes open. He had wondered where he was, but the place spoke for him. Naruto looked around, and saw just a gloomy and crap-y sewer system. Naruto slowly got up from his laid-down position. Did they throw me into a sewer system? No, this sewer system is way too large to be even considered one. I'm somewhere else. Naruto thought. Looking down, he saw what he was currently standing on a puddle of water. I'm not channeling chakra to my feet at all. Naruto thought, slowly walking around the water in confusion. But he suddenly felt a large amounts of power start to overwhelm him. He now knew where exactly he was now. Kyuubi, said Naruto, gritting his teeth at the feeling of the intense that was upon him. Looking further, Naruto saw a large cage that he knew contained the Kyuubi. The power soon lowered to the point where he was able to walk properly. Naruto soon saw large eyes and sharp and deadly canines right behind the cage. Your accursed eyes has finally laid upon the great Kyuubi. Naruto's eyes gazed upon the Kyuubi. I've been trying to get in contact with you for quite some time, said Naruto, his piercing eyes looking at the large fox that he had heard about from Madara. That, I know. All you do is think and think and think. It annoys me. Roared the Kyuubi, obviously annoyed at Naruto's nature. You bear a lot of hatred, stated Naruto, getting an even more intense glare from the Kyuubi. And you just now noticed. I am the almighty Kyuubi. I am hatred's incarnate. Naruto raised an eyebrow at him. In the dictionary, it said that the word incarnate means embodied in flesh, in human form. But you're not a human. This got the Kyuubi very agitated and angry. 16. Shut the heck up. Naruto soon disappeared from his own mind. Naruto slowly opened his eyes back into the real world. He looked around, observing his current situation at hand. Naruto was tied on a chair. He gritted his teeth. Freak. I've been caught. Naruto thought, trying to break free of the chair that he was tied on. He suddenly heard a loud noise that echoed in this dark room that Naruto was currently in. Naruto saw a silhouette of man in the shadows. This man slowly emerged out of the shadows and revealed himself to be an old man with a bandage covering his right eye. This man was Shimura Danzo. Naruto narrowed his eyes at him. He had a cane that made a loud noise every time he took a step with it. Naruto stayed silent at this man's current presence. Hello, Eihaku Naruto. Welcome to the base of the subdivision called Root. Naruto narrowed his eyes right at Danzo. This guy was a cunning and sly man, Naruto just knew it. He was a cunning and sly boy himself. What was his motive behind this all? What is Root? Naruto asked, getting straight to the point. He suddenly felt the weight of the ropes that were tied around home slowly vanish out of thin air. Naruto looked behind him. There was Anbu there, cutting his ropes as the two spoke out. Root is a subdivision of Anbu that I have created myself. I am its leader, Shimura Danzo, responded Danzo, observing Naruto's actions as he answered the question about Root. Does the Hokage know about this? Naruto asked, suspicious of what Danzo was currently planning. And to his surprise, Danzo nodded at the question that Naruto had just asked him. Of course, Hiruzen knows. Although, it seems he is on the brink of disbanding Root itself, said Danzo. His keen eyes were on Naruto like a hawk. And what is your motive with me? Naruto followed up with another question that needed to be answered. Danzo stayed quiet for a few moments. It seems he's trying to get as much information as possible. Danzo thought, narrowing his free eyes towards Naruto. 1. I have a proposal for you, Eihaku Naruto, Danzo said. An ominous vibe was all Naruto felt down his spine. He stayed silent to let Danzo continue and to know what the proposal actually was. Do you know what that proposal is? Naruto shook his head, although he had a clue on what the proposal/deal actually was. Danzo's voice ranged throughout the room that they were in. The proposal is quite the prestigious one. You are one of the few people that I have met directly. You should feel honor. Naruto did not say anything, already coming to the conclusion that fits the words that were about to come next. I would like to invite you as an envoy for Root, said Danzo, letting Naruto widen his eyes for a split second before letting his eyes turn back to its original form once more. And why is that exactly? Asked Naruto, his face staying neutral. Your abilities. They are way too exceptional to be wasted upon. You are young and yet your abilities to succeed in the shinobi arts are on prodigious levels that people have only seen in people like Uchiha Itachi, Hitaki Kakashi, and Namikaze Minato. There were many more, but these three are one of the most notable people in recent generations. 12. You sent your root envy after me. Was your goal to tire me out to the point where I was most vulnerable? And you were willing to sacrifice the life of your subordinates to catch me. Why? Naruto asked another question. It seemed continuous and endless at this point. Yes, that was exactly the goal. But it seemed like hold lots of stamina like what my envy has reported. And the reason why I was willing to sacrifice the life of one my envy is quite simple. There was a eerie silence that created much suspense to Danzo's words. It is because Danzo's voice was menacing. Self-sacrifice is the way of true shinobi. The person that fought you sacrificed himself for the greater cause, which was my plan. Naruto narrowed his eyes at him. 2. So this is Danzo's way? Naruto thought, eyes still narrowed at Danzo. By the tactic that you pulled, it seems like the old man doesn't want you to recruit me to Root. Naruto saw Danzo widen his eyes for a nanosecond before his look returned back to normal. And this conclusion was based off of? Asked Danzo, noting of his perceptive abilities. Naruto stayed silent, creating even more suspense just like how Danzo created his own. You said that the Hokage knows of this subdivision called Root. And since the Hokage knows of this subdivision, you must have at least brought this idea up to him. Then the Hokage turned it down. Danzo was quite surprised at Naruto's level of deduction and reasoning. How would you if Hiruzen were to turn it down? You weren't there. Danzo was now trying to pull information out of Naruto. He looked at Danzo, stoically like usual. If the old man had accepted your proposal for me to join Root, then I would have probably been summoned to his office with you present in there as well. But I wasn't. I was attacked and lured in by the Root Enbu as bait for me. Then some of your other Enbu came in and knocked me out. Danzo was amazed, though he wasn't pleased with the knowledge that Naruto managed to collect. He's way too perceptive for his own good, thought Danzo, not expecting such perception in detail at such a young and ripe age. He eyed Danzo with his uncovered eye. Hiruzen and me. We are good friends, but we don't share the same ideology. Though we do have the same goal of protecting Konoha, we just go about it in utterly different ways. Naruto nodded at those weird. What is your goal for the creation of Root? Naruto asked, seemingly suspicious of the existence of Root. I have two goals in mind. The first one is to protect Konoha with the use of Root. My second goal is to make Konoha the ruler and make all the other villages, nations, and lands fall under our rule, Konoha's rule. This shall be done by the use of the large amount of members in Root. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Danzo. So, you want Konoha to have absolute rulership? A rulership that no one can defy. Danzo smirked, nodding his head up and down to signal Naruto that he was correct. You want Konoha to become a dictator. This was not pleasant to hear at all. Danzo nodded, finally seeing that Naruto was seeing the bigger picture than just shinobi fighting around. That is correct, said Danzo, confirming Naruto's thoughts with words and not just a simple nod with the head. People won't simply agree to that, stated Naruto, knowing that getting everyone to agree was impossible. Yes, Naruto likes saying he was a so-called king. But that's not how Naruto interprets it. He doesn't want to become a legitimate king/emperor that rules over the world. No, he wants to become the strongest, though his recent thoughts of stopping his potential growth is hindering such thing. I'll find a way around that. I am a person that has done things that Hiruzen is too afraid of doing. This is one of them. I don't want to become Hokage, but I want Konoha to rule over the other nations with no problems. Now, this got Naruto a bit confused. 4. He's saying he doesn't want to become Hokage, but it seems like actually wants to. How will he do the things he wants without rising up in power? Naruto thought, seeing how Danzo kept on contradicting himself quite easily. This just proves that he is incompetent. Naruto thought, no longer narrowing his eyes at him. Naruto observed Danzo once more, getting a clear and thorough look at Danzo. Naruto could hear footsteps all around him. You will be great help in my plans to take over Konoha, thought Danzo, tasting the victory that was soon to be in fruition once everything was lined up and ready to be executed. So I will ask you again. Danzo's eyes were piercing into Naruto's soul. Will you join Root? Asked Danzo calmly. There was millions of thoughts racing inside of Naruto's brain at the moment. He doesn't know about my heritage, so will be simply sacrifice me once I am of no more use? Yes, that is the only correct answer. Naruto continued to think endless things. 1. There must be more to his plan that he is not revealing. The only way for me to know the rest of the said plan is to join Root and their ranks. Will Danzo tell Hiruzen of this development? No, definitely not. It seems like Danzo is a secretive man. Naruto finally came up with a conclusion. He says self-sacrifice is the way of true shinobi. Let's see how much that takes him and myself. I, Uchiha Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, will sacrifice myself for the greater good. Because evil can only be defeated by greater evil. Naruto thought, eyes also gazing into Danzo's soul. I accept your proposal to join Root, answered Naruto, getting a slight and satisfied smirk from Danzo himself. Danzo looked at Naruto, seeing any potential hidden motives behind Naruto's stoic face. He found none, yet. 33. Good, the members of Root have no names, no emotions. We strive for the future of protecting Konoha with all we have. Naruto nodded, bowing down slightly. Yes, Danzo-sama, said Naruto in a respective tone. This brought more satisfactory to Danzo. Welcome to the unseen ones that support the great tree of Konoha with its bindings Root. Naruto continued to bow down slightly to show respect. 2 of you, escort Naruto out of the HQ. Naruto stopped bowing down and soon got escorted by the 2 people that took up the job to get Naruto out of HQ. May I have permission to speak, Danzo-sama? Asked one of the main Root members. Danzo looked at him, nodding his head at him to signify that he could. Will you be giving Naruto a cursed seal? He could spill information in the future. Asked the Root member. Danzo shook his head. While giving him the cursed seal will undoubtedly help, I simply can't do so. That boy, he has personal connections with Hiruzen. It would be simply too risky for me to do it, considering how perceptive and keen Hiruzen is. The Root member nodded at that bit of information. 5. I understand, Danzo-sama. Naruto was walking in the Konoha streets, alone. People were slowly disappearing to their homes to rest for the night. Did he tell you that it was just about the 1 a.m.? The deflating crowds disappeared, leaving only Naruto. He sighed. Naruto was now a member of the subdivision called Root. Dang, how low has Naruto fallen? Quite a bit. Naruto soon met eyes with his apartment complex. His life was going to be much harder now than before. He was going to be evolving in skill at a phenomenal rate, considering how demanding Root and Danzo himself will be. Naruto walked up to his part of the complex. He outstretched his hand and grabbed hold of the doorknob. Naruto entered, closing the door that was just right behind him. He took off his sandals and made his way towards his bed. Naruto crashed down onto his bed. He looked up into the ceiling that blocked his view from the beautiful night sky that illuminated the world and the people that inhabited it. Naruto started to think. Danzo, I'll play your little game for now. But I'll have you know, that I do not get controlled so easily. 8. It was around a few hours earlier in the day, and Satsuki was currently dragging Itaka to the usual training spot. Look. I am a lot netter now at throwing kunai. Satsuki yelled, dragging her fat brother. 11. Alright, Satsuki. I'll look from here while you do what you want to show me. Satsuki nodded, walked towards the middle of the clearing that she was so used to using. She pulled 2 kunai from her holster and positioned herself. Itaka noticed this and raised an eyebrow. Her form is different now. He thought, mentally noting this. Itaka watched as Satsuki threw the 2 kunai at 2 out of the many target board with a bullseye. Satsuki looked at Itaka and smirked. Perfection. See, I got better than before. I am one step closer to becoming better than you. There was a lot of pride laced in Satsuki's voice. I see, you progressed quite quickly in the span of a few hours. You usually don't hit a bullseye, but it seems like you can do it now. Did Naruto teach you? Satsuki nodded bitterly. Day. You ditched me so you could do your NBA duties. I had to resort to doing your suggestion that you told me to do. Itaka nodded at the words that rushed out of her mouth. It seems like he was good teacher to you. Don't you think he would be a good substitute for my absences? Satsuki huffed, shaking her head vigorously. No. You're much better at teaching than that idiot Naruto. Plus, he says that this was only a one-time thing. Satsuki yelled, not accepting what Itaka was saying. Well, I guess you will have to beg him to train you. I'm going to be on my NBA duties a lot more frequently now. Satsuki deflated, obviously disappointed at what Itaka was doing. Itaka sighed. 6. But begging Naruto will hurt my pride. I would rather keep my pride intact than beg to Naruto. Satsuki refused to do such a thing. Itaka chuckled with a light and slight smile at the end. You know, sometimes it better to loosen up and ignore your own pride for once, Satsuki. Limiting yourself because of your own pride will only hinder one's growth as shinobi. Satsuki narrowed her eyes at her brother, questionably. Now you sound like Naruto. He talks like some ancient god who knows everything when in reality, he doesn't. Satsuki groaned just thinking about Naruto saying that. 7. He says these types of things. Satsuki nodded at that question. Yet. He keeps saying that overestimating oneself will limit a person's true potential. And that overestimation will get them and their comrades killed in action. He's weird like that. Satsuki was now complaining about Naruto's nature as an individual. 1. It's unhealthy to compare yourself to another person, Satsuki. That will also hurt your own self-esteem in a way that will not benefit your overall potential. Satsuki groaned out loud. 1. Stop talking like some ancient philosopher that was lost in time. It doesn't help me. Complained Satsuki, not happy at what Itaka was saying. Did Naruto say similar things during that training session? Asked Itaka, walking out of the forest with Satsuki. 9. Yeah, it helped. What about it? Nodded Satsuki, noticing at what she said but was too late to retract it. He saw Itaka's light smile as he looked at her. See? It does help. This made Satsuki huff in utter annoyance. Alright, let's go home. Itaka poked Satsuki's head. Naruto looked up, gazing at the night sky. It has been quite some time since has joined Root, almost a year or so. Naruto was still 6 while almost his entire class was 7. It was petty, but that was the only thing he felt inferior by age. Freak. 6. Naruto looked back down from the night sky. His eyes now gazing at the mask he now had to wear. Naruto was amused looking at the mask he now had to wear. Ironic that it resembles a fox quite well. It indeed did. But it must, since the mask he wears is a fox mask. Naruto picked up his fox mask and slipped it right onto his face. Root had no real attire that they actually had to wear. Disorganized. Naruto thought, walking towards the middle of the Root Anbu HQ. He walked past the local and common entrance that was usually taken to get inside the base. But Naruto was at the lowest floor, gracefully moving right along the path to where Danzo was residing at. Naruto kept on seeing other Root members walk by him. They were trained to have no emotion, no failures. As Naruto was walking, he saw a dark and large corridor that was going to lead towards a new room that he was quite familiar with. Naruto entered the room that had Danzo standing still. Danzo turned around as met eyes with Naruto himself. Naruto bowed down slightly to show respect. Konoha is attempting to create a high-tech television, said Danzo, stating a recent fact that had recently been the talk of the entire village itself. The highly intelligent people are trying to create a sturdy television that was the most state-of-the-art item since Ika Ika. You called for me, Danzo-sama, stated Naruto, wondering what the reason might be on why he was summoned to this exact place at this hour of day. Danzo observed Naruto at an ungodly degree. Straightforward as usual. I have a mission for you, Naruto. He nodded, internally tensing at the word mission. What kind of mission could it possibly be? Naruto had not been sent on many missions. The reason was quite simple, he wasn't strong enough to carry out them. Naruto guessed that was a fair excuse. But there was a real reason why. He's trying to keep a close eye on me. Naruto thought. Danzo wanted to keep track of Naruto's abilities as closely. While Danzo wanted Naruto to improve when it came to achieving Danzo's goals, he doesn't want Naruto to advance too quickly to the point where Naruto could potentially retaliate. I need you to examine the perimeter of the village, the perimeter at the gates of Konoha. The guards protecting the tree are too weak to protect Konoha. I need someone competent like you to be on the job for the night. Naruto nodded, bowing down slightly before walking out of the room in pure silence. Soon enough, the entire village of Konoha will be wrapped around my finger, thought Danzo, standing still once more for the other Root members. This was an odd request. Naruto thought. It was an odd mission, even for him. All the other Root members are usually tasked to do something very gruesome. But this was truly odd. This was something only a simple Chunin would get from time to time. So it would only make sense for Naruto to be suspicious of such thing. He finally made it to the post that he was supposed to be at. Naruto sat on a tree, waiting for any possible enemies that could appear out of thin air. He continued to linger on his thoughts once more. God, Naruto is some convoluted person. 2. Is there a possible hidden reason? Most definitely. There must be a hidden motive of some kind behind this mission. Naruto kept on thinking and thinking. Or am I just overthinking this mission as a whole? No, I'm not. There's no way I am. Naruto mused, eyes glittering from all the moonlight flashing up his eyes. 6. Danzo is a sly and cunning old man. There is always a reason why Danzo sends us Root members off on these missions to protect the tree of Konoha. But this was beside the point that Naruto was trying to get across. But this type of mission seems a bit underwhelming. Yes, that's the right word to put it. Naruto thought, slowly piecing the broken and shattered pieces of the glass. A lot of the missions that Root members are sent to are usually inside or outside of the village. Which goes for every mission. Though Naruto was still confused on Danzo's intentions on this mission as a whole. It makes sense that I am on this mission since I'm not powerful enough like all the other root members, but this is still quite odd. I've ever been tasked to do something on the outer part of the village walls only inside the walls of Konoha. Naruto pondered, soon hanging off of a tree as he observed his surroundings. He stopped for a moment to look around closer, but found none and continued to think with his head. Is there a reason why I am on the outer part of Konoha? Yes, there must be something about that too. I am on the opposite side of the village and that means I am away from the main attractions that revolve around Konoha. This also means that this part of the village is the most quietest. He piecing things together rather quickly now. And since this part of the village is most quietest, then that means this part of the village will be more unlikely to be attacked by someone of opposing villages. The counterpart is more likely to be attacked and not this. Naruto thought, slowly realizing the purpose of this mission. But he was still not fully there yet. And since I'm protecting this part of the village, then that means whatever is happening on the other side of the village right now is out of my control/reach. Naruto mused, narrowing his eyes at this thought. Then why am I assigned this part of the village? Are there also people inside Root that were tasked to observe the outside perimeter? No, that can't be it. There was none that left with or before me. Then that must mean... Naruto still had his eyes narrowed and then widened his eyes beyond belief. The real purpose of this mission was not for me to watch over this part of the village, but to draw me out of the village so I wouldn't get involved in the affairs of the other side of Konoha. Crap! Naruto thought angrily. He can't move out of this spot though, Danzo would know. He has eyes and ears in a lot of places in Konoha. 8. He won't be able to make it to the other side of Konoha either. At his top speed, it would at least take around 30 minutes to an hour of jumping from building to building to even get to the destination. I don't even know where the place is. Dang it! Naruto slightly gritted his teeth, knowing Danzo had outsmarted him this time. He stopped gritting his teeth soon after. 1. You may have outsmarted me this time, Danzo. But if you want to battle and play a game that involves our wits and intelligence, I won't back down. I'll show you who the real manipulative idiot truly is. 2. Naruto had been up all night, watching over his part of the village. And as expected, there were no people that tried infiltrating, or attacking Konoha. Naruto jumped away from the tree that he was sitting on and landed onto the ground below. He maneuvered his way around the walls of Konoha. His eyes behind the fox mask darted around, looking around as he hid in the shadows. Naruto soon arrived on top of his apartment complex, hidden in plain sight. He snuck inside of his part and took off his mask. The sun was just starting to rise and people were soon getting out of their houses. Naruto got into his normal attire without his mask on. He dressed up like any normal kid would do. And like any other kid, he jumped out of his window and right on the streets of Konoha. He landed on the ground and started walking to the direction of the academy. Naruto saw the sun shine on his face, making him have to squint to be able to see. He made his way towards the academy at a quick rate. As he entered through the class, the room was silent and gloomy. Wow, looks like they're finally serious on becoming a shinobi. Except... they weren't. Naruto walked towards his seat, looking around to observe everyone's actions. Am I the only one out of the loop? Naruto thought. He suddenly noticed something missing, and it was actually quite a large thing missing in the classroom. Satsuki wasn't here. 1. Crap. It was the next day and everyone was still gloomy, except for Naruto, of course. But after yesterday, Naruto has finally found out why everyone was so gloomy and why Satsuki was here. Satsuki died alongside the Uchiha massacre. JK 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 20. So Satsuki is hospitalized due to the trauma she has gotten from seeing all the dead bodies. Or was it something else? Probably Attack is doing. He did seem quite odd for all the times I had seen him and heard about thought Naruto. So this was the thing Danzo was trying to keep him out of. Flattered, but you're not as sly as you think, Danzo. Naruto though, keeping his stoic face plastered all throughout. As the day moved on, he noticed a lot of more things. They're not taking anything seriously. There was proof of this. During the spar, he had fought you once more. And you know what you did? Nothing. He was knocked down in mere seconds. A lot of the other kids did the same and gave up on their spars. But why were they acting like they were grieving when they weren't even at the center of the massacre? It was the second day and Satsuki had finally shown up to class. Irika had told them this yesterday, and the whole class thought up to give her gifts for her grieving. Here, Satsuki-chan. You gave her his gift that she set aside. Satsuki didn't want them at all. She wasn't a broken toy that had to be fixed by gifts sent by people. Naruto kept hearing her. Satsuki this, Satsuki that, this that, Satsuki, Satsuki, Satsuki-chan, Chan, 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 this that, Satsuki, sorry Satsuki, 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 Satsuki 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 Satsuki. Just shut up. It annoyed him to a very crap-y degree. And as time went on, it seemed like everyone had a gift for Satsuki. Did he have a gift for Satsuki? No. God, they were going to bench about this. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. He heard his name multiple and numerous times at a time. He looked up and saw Sakura looking at him. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Yet? Naruto asked, internally groaning at what was about to come. Your present? You know, everyone has given her one. Naruto looked at her unamused. He nodded, acting like he actually had a gift that he would actually give her. There were many murmurs around the room wondering on what he might give her. Naruto walking right in front of Satsuki's desk, his hands in his pockets. He looked right into her eyes. They were full of sadness, anger and hate. Naruto scoffed. Grow up and get stronger. Many widened their eyes at Naruto's words. 23. Hey. Jerk. What the heck is your problem? You yelled, obviously angered at Naruto. He diverted his eyes towards him, giving him a menacing glare. You all said to give her a gift. This is my gift, stated Naruto, eyeing them all with my sharp eyes. 1. That's not a gift, Naruto. Sakura yelled, angered at what Naruto was saying. Naruto ignored everyone and looked at Satsuki. Like what I said, grow up and get stronger. It's as simple as that. Satsuki gritted her teeth. Oh, how she hated Naruto. 1. The heck is your problem? Asked Satsuki, gritting her teeth at Naruto. Without skipping a beat, everyone in this class is my problem. They felt the temperature of the class lower in degrees. Do you know how hellish it has been being suffocated by these insufferable people who act like they understand you and what you've been through that night? I hated it, I still do. Naruto gave everyone a sharp glare in return. They act like they understand your pain when in reality they don't. You're not a broken toy who has to be fixed by other people. You have to fix yourself with only the help of yourself. People will only hinder you from fixing yourself with their words. Satsuki gave him a sharp glare. 6. You don't understand my pain either. You don't get the right to tell me that. Satsuki growled at him, angry at what Naruto was talking about. Naruto stayed the same. When was this topic about me? I'll be totally honest, I could care less about the Uchiha massacre. Nobody in this room except you had a direct and deep connection with them. The only real connection they had were the fanboy's fantasy of meeting your family. Crap, that had to hurt real deeply. 14. Don't talk about the Uchiha like that. Satsuki stood up from her seat, her eyes giving Naruto a fierce glare. God, Naruto just made his life even harder than before. The last time I checked, I can't talk to dead people. Satsuki widened her eyes. Naruto. Stand down. Iruka yelled, making his way towards him. The old man is probably hearing me say this right now and is probably ready to put me down for my stupid antics. But I have to talk sense into your brain. Naruto glared at Satsuki. 18. People die all the time. The Uchiha clan dying is just as insignificant as all the other deaths that wash over this dang world. Satsuki clenched her fist. The Uchiha's deaths were important. They are the most powerful clan in this dang nation and this dang village. Satsuki was ready to tear Naruto's head off of his body. Naruto scoffed. 4. And what about all the other people dying every day? Are they not significant at all? Or are they just so little because the Uchiha clan was so important that they overshadowed their deaths? If one death is significant, then another should be as significant than that one. If one death is insignificant, then all the other deaths in this world should be considered insignificant. Naruto felt a tug from Iruka. Remember these words because my grandfather said them, said Naruto, looking dead at Satsuki's eyes. When a person learns to love, they must bear the risk of hatred. Do you know who that applies to? Everyone in this world. But it applies to the Uchiha. Most importantly, they treasure love more than any other clan in this world. This love is dangerous and can lead to the most intoxicating emotion, hate or hatred. You know what that means? Naruto asked stoically as he was being pulled away by Iruka. The cycle of hatred is upon you, Satsuki. But there is a word or phrase that someone used to say that depicts this curse for the Uchiha. As Naruto left the room, he said. 6. The curse of hatred. 5. The room went dead silent. Oh, yeah, Naruto definitely was crazy now. Naruto was taken to the Hokage residence by Iruka. And well, that sure went well. Hiruzen glared at him from across the room. Oh, yeah, he definitely expected more from Naruto. You know, after that incident with you beating up the entire graduating class last year, I thought I had finally got you to stop with these random incidents that were so difficult to handle and fix. Naruto stayed silent, standing right beside the angered Iruka. But I guess I was wrong about that. Why would you do such a thing? Hiruzen was angry and he knew this was going to be the most difficult task/problem to fix up. Hiruzen and Iruka looked at him, expecting an answer to be delivered. To make her grow up. I told her in that class. The reason and purpose for me doing that was to make her grow up. Naruto's answer was just as serious as Hiruzen's tone. Naruto, you're a great student, a prodigy almost, or already are, but those words won't help heal Satsuki's emotional wounds. Iruka agreed with Hiruzen's words. Naruto scoffed, obviously not liking what he had stated. And what? Giving gifts will help the job to heal her wounds that are full of sadness and hate? I think not. I said that words from other people wouldn't help, but I guess my words did help. Naruto clenched his hands to form a tight fist. Because the only way for her to heal her wounds were for me to tell her to get up and wake up to reality, the reality that her clan is dead and that she is their future and legacy. His words were vile and could cut deep into any person. 16. Saying that everything will be okay won't help. You know why? Because everything is not okay. Her clan is dead, and by who exactly? An S-rank criminal who was on par with a cage at the age of 13 or something. The ending word was quite crap, but it worked. How do you know about that? Naruto scoffed at that. Isn't it obvious? It got leaked to the public. Words from another person won't help heal a person, nor will it work against someone like Uchiha Itachi. The hate in Satsuki's heart for her older brother will fester. It won't look good. Naruto got a glare from Hiruzen. Man, he was not pleased with Naruto. This world, it's plagued by the thing called hatred. The entity that will last until the brink of human extinction. Even then, it will carry on if animals are still alive. Love is limited, but hatred is limitless. These words could cut into a person's psyche and destroy them. She is a future kunoichi of the Uchiha clan. There is no doubt that she will take lives and walk over corpses along the road as she evolves further into later development stage in life. Satsuki can't just say the Uchiha clan's death were more important than another death outside of her clan because they were powerful and had powerful eyes. She is wrong, both subjectively and objectively. Naruto was not yet done with his piercing words. 9. Like what I asked her at the academy, what about all the deaths that happen every day? Are they excused and considered insignificant because they were random people that were clanless and were just your average ninja around the nations? Absolutely not. Irika interrupted briefly. People in this village have an emotional attachment to the Uchiha clan because of how they were essential to the founding of Konoha. Naruto scoffed at those words that Irika had said. That is incorrect. Naruto clicked his tongue. They held no deep interaction or deep connection with them. So, their emotional attachment are void and are just considered a fantasy. Also, what about other people that die every day? They may or may not have people close to them that cherish them and have an emotional attachment. Unless, are they already dead? Do they have a reason to be a shinobi when their emotional attachments are destroyed? Maybe or maybe not. Or do they have another reason to keep going? Naruto gritted his teeth just slightly. 1. Naruto, you shouldn't focus on these stuff, said Hiruzen. This caused a slight chuckle from Naruto. It was odd, seeing Naruto chuckle like that. Why? Are you afraid? Are you afraid that I will become another Itachi? Fear itself is just another step forward to hatred. Naruto kept on asking weird and problematic questions. 5. No, I'm not afraid of you becoming another Itachi. I know you won't. While you two have eerily similar mindset and capabilities, I know you better than to follow in the footsteps of Itachi. Naruto kept silent, listening to all of the words. Better yet, I think it's time for you to apologize to Satsuki, said Hiruzen, making Naruto widen his eyes. He was about to protest against that idea, but was quickly silenced by Hiruzen. No ifs or buts. You will do it, whether you like it or not. Naruto had a face of displeasure plastered right on his face. 14. I'll go with you. I rather not have you repeat another mistake. Hiruzen lightly smiled at him, gesturing for him to come along with him to the academy. Without a word, Naruto walked right behind Hiruzen. Irika was following right behind them. 4. Satsuki-san, it'll be fine. That Naruto idiot doesn't know when to stop, said Sakura, sitting right beside the angered Satsuki. She clenched her fist. Yeah, that idiot doesn't know what he's messing with. You yelled, angry at Naruto. 3. Man, I don't know why all are so noisy. I'm trying to sleep here. Shikamaru was now complaining, trying to go back to sleep. He got a glare by many people. Shut the heck up, Shikamaru. Don't you see Satsuki-chan is hurt? You yelled, getting many agrees in the background. 3. Why are you guys on his case anyway? If anything, this doesn't involve us, it only involves Naruto and Satsuki. Kaiba was annoyed at everyone's talking. Kaiba. You came towards him and grabbed the front of his shirt. 7. Say sorry right now. Didn't you hear? Naruto talked crap about us all and most importantly Satsuki. Shouldn't you be angry? 'Cause I am. You yelled into Kaiba's face. He scowled at him. 2. Yeah, I am angry at him for saying stuff and calling everyone out. But you have to admit, it was definitely suffocating when we acted like we understood her pain even though we never experienced it. You threw Kaiba down to the ground. Dang, he was an extreme fanboy. 6. Man. Stop arguing. We should just lay off and stop. Koji was munching on his potato chips. He actually thought Naruto was a pretty decent guy when it came to being a friend. 5. Though unless you're talking the times when Naruto would talk about human life and all that random shebang that he is usually known for. But besides that, Naruto was actually pretty cool. Though also pretty boring. He was actually impressed by Naruto. He was actually really good at playing shogi, on par with someone like Shikamaru. They were currently tied with a 10-10 win on both sides of the spectrum. 2. You too, Koji. Yu was angered by this development. He was about to say more, but the sliding door to class opened up. Their eyes snapped toward the door and saw Naruto with Iruka and the Hokage. The two stood right in front of Naruto, leading him towards Satsuki's desk. He got many glares of disdain as he walked past them. Most notable was Yu's. God, that was weird, a glare. Naruto stood in front of Satsuki. Naruto, you should also probably compliment her afterwards too. Iruka smiled lightly at him as he whispered this to him. Naruto raised an eyebrow at him. Why? Isn't an apology enough? She's a future kunoichi of Konoha. Apologies are something that are irrelevant to the equation. Iruka sighed, hearing how Naruto was speaking out loud. People usually like it when you compliment them, might even get them to accept your apology much more easier. Again, Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why should people need a compliment? I thought recognition as a shinobi was good enough. Iruka sighed, disappointed at Naruto's ability to give people compliments. Just give her an apology, said Iruka, whispering to Naruto. He nodded and turned his head back towards the angry Uchiha princess. Naruto was silent for a few seconds. Sorry about what I said, though it was true. Naruto felt Iruka pinch his neck. It was wrong of me to say things like that when you are emotionally unstable at the current moment. And might even be emotionally stunted and unstable in the future. He got a glare in return. 5. I'm not emotionally unstable or stunted, yelled Satsuki, getting up from her seat with her eyes narrowed at him. See? Proves my point, voiced Naruto. A glare was the only thing that he saw. Now, there is no need for you to aggravate her. Iruka turned Naruto away and pointed back to his seat, which was right behind them and back towards to the direction of Satsuki. Naruto sighed. Looks like everything is still. Crap. Danzo-sama, you have called for me, stated Naruto. His emotionless tone rang across the room as he bowed down slightly. Danzo looked at Naruto with a keen eye. You did well on your mission a few days ago, Naruto, praised Danzo, eyes looking down upon Naruto as he bowed towards Danzo. Thank you, Danzo-sama. Naruto continued to bow down. He did not like doing this, but it was needed to seal his trust with Danzo completely. But I do wonder, what are your thoughts about the Uchiha massacre? Naruto cursed his luck internally. Many thoughts were racing around Naruto's mind. What should I say? I have to be careful on what I do say to him, it might blow my cover. Naruto thought, stopping his bow and stood facing Danzo once more. I think Konoha can survive this current crisis that we have unfortunately have gone through. Naruto thought of the best response that he could possibly give him. Quite a good one. I see, I also agree with this. As long as the tree is alive, we can sacrifice a few leaves along the way. Naruto nodded, seemingly made sense of that analogy. An interesting one indeed. 3. Is there another reason why you have called for me, Danzo-sama? Asked Naruto, eyes peering out of his fox mask as looked at Danzo. He shook his head as a response. No, you can go now. Naruto nodded, walking away from Danzo and out of the doors of the room that he resided in. Naruto quickly started thinking as he made his way out of the base of operations. What was his intention behind this meeting and the massacre? He must be the reason behind it. Was Itaki an Anbu for root? No, he couldn't. I have never seen him around the base. Naruto thought, arriving at his house almost an hour later. Then he must be an Anbu that gets direct orders from the Hokage. Was he also getting orders from Danzo? He is part of the elders alongside the Hokage. There must be a connection to that. Right? Naruto thought, taking off his mask, clothing, and putting on his normal attire. Danzo was always a suspicious and fishy person. Naruto was currently inferior to Danzo in a lot of things. A few were power/strength, and status. He had an upper hand against Naruto if he were to ever turn around and backstab Danzo in the back. So he'll take his time and get stronger slowly but surely. And when he trusts me to the point where he thinks I'm a loyal follower, I'll retaliate. Naruto thought, carefully planning out his next move. He had to play his pieces carefully. Sure, Danzo was senile and is very flawed when it came to achieving world domination. Very flawed if Naruto must tell you. World domination. Sounds like bull crap to me. Naruto thought, thinking of the possible ways for Danzo to be able to accomplish this. He knew Danzo needed a way to actually get everyone in the world to follow his command. Though he had no way of doing that. Unless, he does. Naruto thought, closing his eyes as he crashed down on his bed. If one person was out of line, then who will punish them? Root members? Yeah, but how are they going to punish over hundreds of thousands of people? There are not enough root members to be able to do that. Unless there is a jutsu to get them to not step over their line. Naruto had his eyes still closed down. But what jutsu could act like mind control? Elemental ninjutsu won't be useful for mind control. Taijutsu is out of the question also. Kenjutsu that is close to Taijutsu. Fuinjutsu. Nah. Naruto landed his thoughts on the last category. Genjutsu is the most probable and most likely answer. Genjutsu is a lot like attack a person mentally like mind control. But what kind of genjutsu could essentially mind control everyone? Wait, genjutsu requires precise chakra control. This led to another thought inside of Naruto's head. And mind control is practically something beyond human comprehension. The only way mind control could even be remotely possible is through the use of. Naruto widened his eyes in realization. Sharingan. 3. Naruto immediately started thinking about the other topic at hand. Could this be the reason why Itachi killed his clan? To get Danzo possession of the Sharingan in order to give him potential power to rule the nations? No, that can't be it. Naruto pondered, thinking on the level that would normally break a person's mind. Itachi is way too smart for that. He wouldn't let himself fall that low. Does that mean there was another reason? Could there have been internal conflict that could have been created? Naruto made a thinking face, interested in Uchiha massacre. Wow, he told Satsuki that he could care less about the Uchiha massacre, but look at him now. The village itself was never the same after the Kyuubi attack. Madara had said that Obito controlled the Kyuubi and had it go rampant throughout the village. He also said that the village soon found out about the potential perpetrator and him having the ability to control the Kyuubi. Naruto nodded to himself as he thought of this. And the only two people that were known to be able to subdue a Byakuya was Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. But Hashirama had to use his wood release to do so. But in the Kyuubi attack, no wood release was used by the perpetrator himself. So the only possible conclusion that would appear from a normal person's brain is that an Uchiha could have possibly been the perpetrator. Before Naruto could think much more deeper into this thought, his alarm rang. 5. Oh? I didn't turn it off? 3. Danzo-sama, many root members including Naruto said, kneeling down towards Danzo. He nodded at them and began explaining what he had called them all here for. As you know, Hiruzen knows about this subdivision and has allowed it to continue for years on end. Everyone nodded, still kneeling down to Danzo. But due to recent actions, Hiruzen has found out about my exploits of murder, kidnap, experimentation, and many more. And has said that Root is disbanded and is no more. Before anyone could say anything, Danzo continued. But Hiruzen was the one who said that, not me. You all take orders from me and not Hiruzen. So when I say that route is not disbanded, then it's not disbanded. As long as we are here, we support the tree. Danzo was looking down on everyone. And we will continue to do so, whether are disbanded or alive. We shall continue as root and only as root. The people who have no names, no emotion. We only focus future and nothing else. For root! Yelled Danzo at the end. For root! Everyone yelled. This brought a large smirk to Danzo's face. Good, you all are dismissed. Everyone nodded, slowly disappearing from Danzo's sight all at once. Naruto sighed, sneakily going inside his apartment. God, his life was getting harder and harder by the day. He had seen better days. Naruto took off his mask and hid it to the side inside a scroll. Root was disbanded but was also not disbanded. 6. Yes, it wasn't disbanded at all. They just had to keep a low profile until further notice by Danzo. Naruto stretched his limbs out, putting on his attire for the day. 1. Naruto jumped outside and onto the streets of Konoha. It has been a year since the incident with him and Satsuki. Everyone in class was around the age of 8 including Naruto. It was currently December 15th and it was quite close to Christmas. 3. The academy hadn't done anything for Christmas due to obvious and controversial reasons. Naruto had a warm orange jacket and a warm orange pants to his very disposal. It was cold, very cold. Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha. 1. God, I hope it doesn't snow this year. Though Naruto knew better than that, it was definitely going to snow this year. Naruto looked at the amount of people selling their goods for the day. Not many. Thought Naruto, walking past the amount of sellers that were quickly selling their products for the day. Dang, people were slurping up the goods quickly this year. 3. Naruto looked up, seeing the clouds covering the beautiful sky above. Any moment now it could possibly snow. He didn't like Christmas at all. Reason being? Naruto wasn't good at giving gifts. There was actual proof of that when he didn't give a gift to Satsuki and just gave her the vulgar words that he likes using all the time. Satsuki was still much the same. Just a lot more antisocial. Naruto had finally reached the academy before he was considered late. He entered the halls of the academy and walked towards his designated room. He slid the door open, getting a few glares from Satsuki's fanboys. Such a depressing time. Naruto thought, already dreaming of the day when he graduates this academy. He walked towards his seat, passing by Satsuki with her antisocial behavior. He arrived at his seat and sat down right on it, eyeing everyone with a keen and intelligent eye. Iruka came walking in, smiling at everyone like usual. People smiled back and waved at him with content. Good morning, everyone. Everyone nodded. Good morning, Iruka-sensei. Many yelled, giggling as they said it. Iruka nodded, continuing his walk towards the middle front of the classroom. He seemed quite happy today. While it was usual, this level of happiness should be inhuman and not possible for humans. I have good news for you all today. Oh, that's why. It's probably something about the upcoming Christmas holiday or something. Thought Naruto, hoping that they don't have to give each other gifts in return. So, I have talked to the Hokage about this for quite some time now and he has allowed for you all to give each other gifts. Many of the people had their mouths gaping open. Heck yeah! Yelled Kaiba, excited for this year. But people immediately died down, hearing that magic word just after them celebrating this news. To make it fair for everyone, we will insert their names into this box. Then each person will pull a person's name out of the box and that person will be the person that they have to give a gift to for this year. The class groaned, displeased at this sudden rule that was enforced. 4. Why can't we just give a gift to whoever we want? Whined a student, hoping to give Satsuki a present of their own. Iruka sighed, knowing this question would be asked almost immediately after. 4. It's because I know a lot of you will be giving a gift to one person only. All the other kids won't be given a gift due to this problem. So this will be the only reasonable and logical solution to a lot of your favoritism to this one person. They knew who the person that Irika was talking about. Uchiha Satsuki. Now, I would like for you all to write name on a small piece of paper and insert it inside this box. Many people groaned but nodded anyway. Everyone was handed a small piece of paper by Irika. People started to write their names right on the piece of paper at a quick pace. Naruto quietly sighed, getting up from his seat and giving the piece of paper to Irika. Your handwriting is quite articulate and very elegant. Naruto nodded to Irika. I know, you don't have to remind me, replied Naruto, walking back to his seat at the back of the class. Naruto was hoping to get someone that would appreciate the crap gift that he was going to give them. 7. Soon enough, everyone had put their piece of paper inside of the box that Irika had shown. Most of the boys were hoping to get Satsuki as the person that they would be giving a gift to. Naruto hoped the person that got him would give a crap gift to him as well. Alright. It seems like everyone has managed to give me their name. The picking and choosing shall begin, announced Irika, getting many claps from the class. Naruto waited as each person got their student that they had to give a gift to. It was Yu's turn. His heart was beating at a tremendous rate. Yu was known to be the #1 fanboy of Uchiha Satsuki. And that got him to where he is now. Please. 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 Give me Satsuki-chan. Yu yelled in his mind, sinking his hand into the box and grabbing a random name from it. To his surprise, he didn't get Satsuki. Sucks to suck. Hyuga Hinata? Yu has never even interacted with Hinata before, and he gets her. Yu grumbled back to his seat, glaring at the floor as he sat back down. But he still had a chance to be the person that Satsuki will get. 3. All he had to do was hope. Uchiha Satsuki, please come and take a name out of this box. Satsuki got up from her seat, a little scowl forming on her face. She came up to the front of the classroom. She outstretched her hand into the box. Please don't be you or Naruto. Please, please, please. Satsuki thought hopefully. She didn't want anyone actually. If only if she had the ability to pick which one she got. Satsuki would have preferred Hinata. I got Ehiku Naruto, said Sasuke with her scowl deepening to an incredible degree. Naruto wanted to die so badly. Not only did Naruto hate this gifting thing, he had to put up with Satsuki's potential gift. He got multiple glares from all angles, hating the fact that Satsuki was giving Naruto a gift. Naruto sighed, waiting for the time that his turn was upon him. After a little bit, Naruto was finally up to get a name out of the box. Naruto walked away from his seat and towards the front of the class. He was one of the last 10 people that were waiting for their turn to be called by Irika. Naruto outstretched his hand into the box, pulling out a name that was still inside the box. He looked at the name that he had gotten from the box. Naruto sighed, looking at the name that he unfortunately got. Uchiha Satsuki. 18. It has been a week since the challenge of trying to get a gift for Satsuki had started. And Naruto was failing at finding the perfect gift for the infamous Uchiha. What would she possibly like? Naruto thought, walking throughout Konoha to try and find the perfect gift. And like what Naruto said, he wasn't very good at finding nor giving gifts at all. 4. I know that she likes grandeur things. I think. I'm not too sure. Naruto thought, wondering what he could possibly get for her at the current moment. God, he sounded like a hopeless fanboy who cared about her well-being. 1. Naruto stood still, pondering on what he should get. Oh, I think I have an idea. Naruto thought, running back home. He was hoping this idea of his would work like a charm. Naruto ran into his apartment complex and into his apartment room. Naruto slammed the door shut and crashed right onto his bed. The best possible way for me to get a good gift for an Uchiha like her is to confront someone who has fought an Uchiha before. Naruto thought, closing his eyes slowly and drifting off into his own mind's cave. 4. Soon enough, Naruto appeared in a different plane of existence. He was in a place that looked like a dang sewer system. Though it was way too large to even be considered a sewer system, even though it did look like one. Naruto looked around and saw sight of a cage that was way too large in length to be normal. Ha 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 ha. Kyuubi, said Naruto, announcing his appearance as he slowly made his way towards the cage more closely. I got a few questions for you. Naruto saw a pair of glaring eyes suddenly open up to life. The familiar overgrown fox growled at him, its sharp canines being directed right towards him. What do you want? A low growl could be heard escape the Kyuubi's mouth. I told you I need some questions answered from you. Naruto gave the Kyuubi a look like it was the most obvious thing in the world. I need gift advice for Satsuki. A louder growl could be heard from the Kyuubi. That Uchiha. Why? Your little girlfriend wants a gift. A menacing tone was being displayed by the Kyuubi. Naruto raised an eyebrow at him. 1. There is actually many facts that prove that what you just had said is incorrect and needs to be edited. An even louder growl made itself known. The Kyuubi used its claws and tried reaching it through the bars of the cage. While she is not my girlfriend, I have to give her a gift that would be worthwhile. If I don't, her fanboys will just berate me until the moment I die. Naruto had no idea what TP give her, and that was the reason why he wanted this talk with the Kyuubi. And you're asking me? The Kyuubi. I'm not a joke. The Kyuubi roared, infuriated at Naruto's current words. Naruto shook his head, confused at that. Who said you were a joke? I have not once implied you were. You assumed that. Naruto felt a large whoosh in the air, seeing the Kyuubi clench the bars of the cage with its claws. You and your dang words. Once I get out of here, I'll rip our body to shreds in a single slash. Naruto could feel the raw bloodlust radiating right off of the Kyuubi. Naruto's heart was beating quite rapidly. 16. Can I just get advice? I'll stop bothering you until I need help on something. He got another glare in return. Naruto waited for an answer by the Kyuubi right in front of him. Growling. Fine. It seems like that Uchiha girl likes grandeur things. And she wants to avenge her cursed clan by killing her own brother. Get her something that will help her for that goal. Like a Tonto, since she is not ready for a damn katana. Naruto thought about it for a second before he nodded. 6. He started to slowly disappear from the mind's cave. That's actually a pretty good idea. Didn't think Abijuu had a brain at all. Aren't you all made out of chakra? Before the Kyuubi could give him a nasty remark, Naruto fully disappeared from the mindscape with no problems at all. 4. It was the day of the gift giving that everyone was so happy about. And well, Naruto was running late for class. He had taken so much time trying to get a Tonto that was specially crafted so you could channel chakra into it. Satsuki gritted her teeth. She was the only one being left out during this dang event in the academy. A scowl was on her face, looking at everyone as they gave gifts to each other. Where the heck are you? Do you see how embarrassing this is for me? Satsuki thought, angrily clenching the gift that she had gotten Naruto. Sakura came right next to her. Where's Naruto, Satsuki-san? Sakura asked confusedly. Oh, first person to ask her. That idiot is not here yet. He's running late for this event in the academy. Satsuki had a vile tone. Oh, boy, if Naruto didn't give her a good gift, he was about to get a punch in the face. Look, Satsuki-chan. I got a gift for you. A fanboy was about to slide the gift towards her. Irika immediately stopped him. Give that gift to someone else that is not in this class. Iruka yelled from the other side of the room. Yes, Iruka-sensei. He immediately stiffened up and turned away. Satsuki's grit on her teeth became much harder than before. Man. Screw Naruto. Just sit with me. You offered, getting a cold glare from Sakura. Can you leave her alone? Gah, fanboys. You glared at Sakura. What? And you're any better? Grr. You glared right back at Sakura. Satsuki glared at the two of them. 3. Just go away, cursed Satsuki. The two gulped and immediately walked away from her. Satsuki waited at her seat patiently. She didn't know why she was waiting for Naruto. He was going to give a crap gift anyway. She saw Iruka leave the room. Satsuki noted that to the back of her brain. She soon saw Iruka's head pop out from the doorway. Uchiha Satsuki. Come here. Naruto is here to give your gift. Iruka yelled from the doorway. Satsuki widened her eyes for a few seconds before returning back to her cold scowl on her face. About time you showed up. Satsuki thought, getting up from her seat and walking towards the door. She saw the amount of additional presents that people wanted to give her. 1. Weirdos. Thought Satsuki, arriving at the door and walking to the hallway. Her eyes traveled to the side and saw Naruto literally wearing only a shirt and pants and no jacket on. TCH, I took some time getting here because of the dang snow. Satsuki just nodded, seeing the amount of snow covering Naruto's body and head. And where is your gift exactly? Asked Satsuki, curious on what the gift was. Naruto stayed silent before taking out a scroll and unleashed a puff of smoke. A jutsu? Satsuki thought. No, it couldn't be. Your fanboys would berate me if I didn't give you a good gift. Actually, they'll probably berate me either way. But, here's 2 presents. The puff of smoke revealed a tanto and another scroll. Here's a tanto that you can use until you grow out of it. And here. Naruto outstretched his hand right towards her. This is a C-rank fire jutsu. Satsuki's eyes widened at those words. It's called Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. You're quite lucky that I was generous enough to give you a sample of my stash of jutsus that I have no use for. Yet. Naruto had both of the items outstretched towards them. You can use these to kill your brother. Naruto's voice gave Satsuki a shiver down her spine. God, Naruto was a weird mystery to everyone. Thank you. Here. Satsuki shoved her gift to Naruto. He widened his eyes slightly. You know, this gift is already better than the gift I gave you. Deluxe edition chess pieces that are said to be unbreakable by human standards. I've been trying to get myself one of these. Naruto looked at it with a pleased expression on his face. 9. Thanks, said Naruto, patting her head carefully as he walked past her. You might be more stable than I originally thought you were. Naruto gave her a rare genuine smile. Naruto kneeled in front of Danzo. It has been a few years since the gift giving when he was 8 years old. Naruto was now 12 years old, almost 13 in about months from now. 2. Naruto was quite excited for tomorrow. Wanna know why? He was graduating in that exact day. Danzo-sama, you have called for me, said Naruto emotionlessly. He looked down at the ground as he listened to Danzo's words. 1. You have done quite well on your previous mission. Thank you, Danzo-sama, replied Naruto, pretending to have a surge of pride course through his own emotions. Danzo did a slight pause to see any flaws in Naruto's state. He found none. Yet. I have also heard that your graduation will be occurring tomorrow morning. Naruto nodded at those words. I am, said Naruto, confirming the rumors that Danzo already knew was true. And how old are you right now, Naruto? Asked Danzo, eyes keen and narrowed at Naruto's figure. He took a few moments until he finally responded to the question. I am 12 years old, Danzo-sama. Impressive. While you did reach a plateau in skill for a year or two, it is still quite impressive to see a 12-year-old boy on par with some of the low-tier jonin in this village. Naruto nodded, pretending to take that compliment with gratitude. 5. Thank you, Danzo-sama. And since you will undoubtedly be graduating, I have thought of giving you a reward for your fine deed that you have done for Root as a whole. Naruto raised an eyebrow behind his mask, wondering what this reward might. I have taken upon myself to promote you and give you higher missions for the future. That will also mean that you will have to rapidly get stronger every day to keep up with the mission's difficulty. Naruto nodded, getting up from his kneeling. I understand, Danzo-sama. Danzo nodded at those words. You may take your leave, Naruto. He gestured towards the door, wanting Naruto to leave the room that Danzo was in. Danzo saw Naruto open and close the door as he left the room. Danzo narrowed his eyes at door. Are you plotting something against me? Or is there a hidden motive behind all those layers that you put all around yourself? Your intelligence exceeds mine, but the difference between you and me, Naruto, is the experience. I have lived almost 5 times the amount of years you have lived on this earth. Danzo thought, thinking about Naruto's potential hidden motive. 92. Naruto sat on a tree branch, thinking about Danzo's next move. The intentions were quite clear about Naruto's promotion of mission difficulty. While he says he is doing this because of multitude of reasons, they're all just bull crap and fake. The real reason to keep me at a tighter surveillance. Naruto thought. But now you might be asking yourself. How are more difficult missions tying to tighter surveillance for Naruto? Quite simple actually. Since Danzo promoted me to higher and more difficult missions, I'll be having to be there more frequently. This is due to the reason that higher ranked missions for Root are quite common to get. And since they are a lot more common to get, people will have to do them more often than not. Naruto thought, waiting for a certain someone. He suddenly felt the wind rush right behind. Naruto sighed, easily dodging the kunai by jumping in the air. His upside-down eyes traveled all over the place, looking for the person that shot the kunai towards him. Naruto caught sight of the person that threw the kunai at him. While in mid-air, Naruto pushed his hand into his holster and pulled out a kunai from the said holster. Without hesitation, Naruto threw the kunai towards the perpetrator. You know, you have gotten better, Naruto said aloud, soon disappearing in an instant. He appeared the perpetrator, a kunai pressed down the person's neck. But you're still not there yet, Satsuki. Naruto sighed, ducking towards ground to dodge a turn-around punch from Satsuki herself. He rolled away, dodging a stomp from Satsuki. Stop, ordered Naruto, blocking a punch from Satsuki. She gritted her teeth, bringing her leg up and attempting to kick Naruto in the stomach. Naruto dodged it, stoically. I just need one hit off, yelled Satsuki, quickening her pace at punching and kicking. She was desperate to hit Naruto in the face. He raised an eyebrow, dodging each and every single one of the punches that were directed towards him. After a while, Satsuki grew tired from the continuous movement and gave up on trying to hit Naruto at all. Grr. Why the heck can't I hit you? Satsuki shouted angrily. She felt weak when it came to fighting Naruto. 4. I don't know why you're so angry about not being able to hit me, you're still pretty strong. Satsuki looked at Naruto and gave him a deep growl in return. You're only saying that because you're stronger than me. You're there at the top of the class while I'm here at second place. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her. Still, you're only limiting yourself to your potential by comparing your power to my power. Naruto got a sharp glare in return. Oh, he hit a sore spot. Stop talking like him. Jerk. Satsuki sat on the grassy ground, infuriated at Naruto. She was still the same after 4 years or so, but it seems like she was at least decently nice to Naruto. Decently. 2. I always talk like this, though. This is just part of my personality. Satsuki scoffed, disliking the fact that Naruto just denied her own order her. An Uchiha. Naruto just shrugged it off for the most part and sat down right across from her. 10. You're getting stronger, there's no doubt about that, praised Naruto, getting a smirk radiate off of Satsuki's mouth. It's obvious that I'm an Uchiha after all. Naruto ignored those words and looked at the sky above. You skipped class again, blurted Satsuki out. Naruto hummed at those words, knowing another batch of questions will be heard today once again. What about it? Naruto asked, looking up towards the sky. Your grades are going down because of your lack of appearance. It doesn't matter because the academy doesn't matter, responded Naruto, not caring about the academy and his current grades at all. And why does the academy not matter exactly? Satsuki asked in a very motherly tone. 14. It just doesn't. The academy is only there to introduce us to the shinobi arts. If I were to already know those things, I don't need to be there. I'm already improving on my own at a pretty quick rate. Satsuki scoffed at him, throwing a kunai right next to his foot. Why do you care anyway? My reasons don't have anything to do with you at all. It's because you're my rival. I can't have you fall behind, said Satsuki, responding the question that Naruto had asked Satsuki. He took it as a valid answer that came from Satsuki. 1. Naruto had to put up with Satsuki's bull crap almost every day now they had to train together. Reason being? Satsuki asked for help from yours truly Eihaku Naruto. It happened when Satsuki was 10 and Naruto was 9. 5. He was just sitting around, eating his cup ramen on a tree. Then a kunai was thrown right towards him. He dodged it easily and saw that it was Satsuki. She then demanded for Naruto to train her even though Naruto wasn't even a Jonin sensei. And well, here they were now Naruto helping her because she was desperate to get stronger. Satsuki gazed at Naruto with her piercing eyes. She was quite curious on who Naruto was as a person. Was he interesting? Yes and no. Was he a jerk? Yes. Is he too smart for his own good? Yes. All in all, Naruto was an enigma that she wanted to figure out on her own. Well, I'll see you later, said Naruto, stretching his limbs out as he made his way out of the forest grounds that he and Satsuki used to train on. She nodded, doing the same and getting up from her current position. Naruto waved goodbye as he disappeared into the endless and vast forest. Naruto was back at the familiar sewer system that was supposed to be his own mind. He looked further beyond and saw the cage to the supposed Kyuubi. It's you again. The Kyuubi gave Naruto the lowest growl possible. Naruto raised an eyebrow at him. Have you grown accustomed to be visiting you? Asked Naruto, sitting down on the ground. Another low growl could be heard from. TCH, I have not grown accustomed to the visits of some human brat. Roared the Kyuubi, obviously absolutely infuriated by Naruto's words. I'm just paying a visit. That is all. Naruto saw the Kyuubi cling its claws right on the bars of the cage. I don't need your petty visits. The Kyuubi spat at him with pure venom. But it seemed like Naruto was not unaffected by those words and did not deter for even the slightest of moments. Don't you ever feel lonely? Naruto suddenly asked. The Kyuubi snarled at that question. Me? The Kyuubi? I don't even get lonely. Naruto felt a taste of the Kyuubi's power wash over his mindscape. To human application, loneliness can lead to jealousy due to other people and their bonds and connections. Then that jealousy can turn into hate. This is just another way for hatred to be born. Is it not? Naruto explained, getting an even stronger amount of the Kyuubi's power to wash over him. 1. You and your cursed clan. You think you know everything, but you don't. You will fall into despair that you will fail to get out. Your arrogance that formed out of thin air will be your downfall. Naruto used his forearms to cover the rushing wind created by the Kyuubi's roaring. Maybe or maybe not. I am no god, but I am human. I can only do so much because I am only a human and inside a human body. Reaching the status of a god is nothing but a mere fantasy and is impossible to reach. People who proclaim themselves as a god are people who have fallen into their own arrogance. This was seriously out of topic. But hey, it's somewhat tied into what they were arguing about. 2. Get out of my sight. You and your clan disgust me. Naruto gained a puzzled look but shrugged it off. He slowly started to disappear out of the mindscape. Don't you think loneliness is quite an enigmatic topic? It was the next day and Naruto was currently getting ready for the graduation exam to become genin. Naruto wore quite comfy clothes for today. He quickly glanced at the window right next to him and saw the sun shine brightly in the day. Naruto covered his eyes to block the sunlight from hitting his eye before jumping right outside of the apartment complex. What are the chances of me failing the graduation test? 30% at least. Naruto thought, using the factor that he had large chakra reserves that far surpassed even Hiruzen, the third Hokage. I can't do a simple clone jutsu due to my lack of chakra control. I'll have to find a way around that. Naruto thought, nodding his head up and down as he walked through the streets of Konoha. He had to create an elaborate idea so he could pass the graduation exam without a doubt. 5. Naruto started to ponder rather deeply. If I can't create a simple clone, then I'll just have to make them think that I have created a clone. But how should I go around that idea? Naruto thought, finally arriving at the academy that he was excited to finally be let out from. Yo! Naruto. Good to see you have finally decided to join us. Naruto looked towards the voice and saw Kaiba's voice call out towards him. He raised an eyebrow, walking towards them. Oh, it's the troublesome blonde, said Shikamaru, lazily putting his head down on the desk. Shikamaru. Naruto has blonde and black hair, though. Koji was munching on his delicious chips. Shikamaru just sighed in response. That's correct. But, his hair is mostly dominated by blonde hair, so I just use blonde instead of adding black to the sentence. Plus, it's way too troublesome to add another word when I could have it reduced. Koji sighed, still munching on his chips. So, since Satsuki isn't here, would you like to tell us what you two do all the time in forest? Thought you two hated each other. Though that seemed to change a few years ago. Naruto raised an eyebrow, confused at the words Kaiba was implying. 9. I do not follow. We only hold a professional friendship, if you may call it that. Kaiba deadpanned at the two words. What the heck is a professional friendship? Asked Kaiba. Naruto shrugged. 1. I do not know. But if I had to guess, it would be similar to saying we are acquaintances. This was the best answer that Naruto could even possibly provide. Naruto, I don't think you are good at identifying what friendship and being an acquaintance is. Naruto looked at Shikamaru, confused. Before Naruto could say anything else, Satsuki slid the door open. As Satsuki walked towards her seat, she created an established eye contact with Naruto himself. Satsuki arrived at her seat and gestured for Naruto to sit right next to her. Looks like your partner wants to talk to you. Off you go. Kaiba pushed Naruto away. God, they were a handful of complete weirdos. Naruto sighed, sitting right next to Satsuki. His face was still very stoic. 1. Good morning. Good morning, Satsuki. Good morning. Good morning, Satsuki. Naruto was shot a knowing look by Kaiba. He raised an eyebrow, confused at what Kaiba was trying to message him. Naruto soon ignored this and went on with his day. 6. He waited and waited as more people filled the room. Naruto saw you join the class and spared him a glare as he sat down at his own seat. Naruto sighed, regretting even sitting with Satsuki. Can I sit at my own seat now? Naruto asked, annoyed at the amount of glares that he was currently receiving. Satsuki looked at him and nodded her head up and down. Suit yourself. Naruto nodded, getting up from his seat and walked over to his that was just a few desks above hers. Naruto looked down everyone, noting how the amount of glares he was getting were slowly disappearing out of thin air. Iruka appeared walking into class alongside Mizuki. You might be wondering about Mizuki. Well, he was a new teacher that appeared in this class to be an assistant for Iruka. He first appeared when they were all at the ripe age of 9. Naruto didn't really like him. His ability as a chunin was below standards and should just be bumped down to genin. 4. Good morning. Good morning, Iruka-sensei. Most of the class blurted out, annoying Naruto even more than usual. Yet, this was one of the reasons why he skipped classes most of the time. The abundance of shouts and voices he hears from just this class was a nuisance to Naruto's ears. He guessed Satsuki was at least bearable to a very large extent. She was quiet when she wanted to and loud when she wanted to. All in all, she was quite the quiet person. As you know, today is your graduation. The class roared in excitement. Well, some roared in excitement. Some had tears welling up to their eyes. And some people were neutral and just stayed silent during it all. Naruto was indeed excited, but that doesn't mean he'll act like a hooligan. I would love to congratulate you all on your 6 years of your stay in this academy. It really made me happy that I have known you all. Thank you. Lot of the class roared out of admiration. You bet, Iruka-sensei. One kid shouted, obviously both sad and happy about their graduation day. Iruka smiled at everyone, glancing at everyone with content and happiness all together. I would like for us to begin the graduation exam, said Iruka, getting some people to go serious at this. Iruka pulled out a piece of paper from his holster and held it tightly. But before we do, I would like to announce who the Rookie of the Year is. Many students had their eyes widen a considerable amount and thirsted for that title for themselves. Though there was really no chance that they would actually achieve such a title due to Satsuki being in the class alongside them. And she was already very skilled at being a future kunoichi. The only other few people who could even be a candidate for this spot was the top 2 people and Naruto. But Naruto was most probably not going to get it due to his grades as an academy student. Probably. The Hokage and I have discussed who should be the Rookie of the Year for your graduating class. We have an agreement with our choices. Their mouths were watering on who could possibly be the Rookie of the Year. The Rookies of the Year are. People widened their eyes at the word rookies. There was an S at the end. Does that mean there are 2 rookies this year? Crap. Uchiha Satsuki and Eihaku Naruto. The class erupted at the second name, Eihaku Naruto. There was no way that this could be true at all. 19. There's no way. That dude has been absent almost every class for the past year or 2. Yelled Yu, infuriated at such a decision. Iruka sighed at everyone as Naruto and Satsuki walked towards Iruka. But before Iruka could say anything else, Shikamaru spoke out with a loud yawn to break the silence. Wasn't it obvious from the beginning? It would have been either Naruto and Satsuki. Shikamaru got many glares in return after saying that line to them. What the heck do you mean? That dude has been absent for nearly a century and you're telling me he is sharing the Rookie of the Year title with Satsuki-chan just because? Yelled a fanboy, infuriated at the choices. I mean, I understand why you're mad since Naruto has been living a dream by playing hooky. But let me remind you, the Hokage and Iruka-sensei had a say in this. It was quite clear that the Hokage acknowledges Naruto's abilities at such a young age. Shikamaru yawned once more, lazily speaking to them all. And while Naruto is always playing hooky all the time and his grades lowering because of that choice, there is no doubt that his abilities at the shinobi arts are at prodigious level that can be compared to someone like the 4th Hokage. The abilities that he holds compensate for his grades, which speak quite a bit. Man, Can't believe I had to say this, you all are too loud. Shikamaru yawned, putting his head back down on the desk. You know, that's probably the most that I have ever heard you talk. Kaiba looked at Ino and nodded in agreement. I know. He's always so drowsy. I think that's what people call it. Kaiba looked back at the sleeping Shikamaru. He looks at Naruto for confirmation. Yes, that's the word that you can use to describe Shikamaru. Kaiba nodded, praising himself at his capabilities as a person. Their attention was now back to the front of the class. 5. Alright, since you two are the rookies of the year, we usually do this thing where we will grant a wish that is within our abilities. Satsuki's eyes widened at that information, having the intention of milking this situation to the fullest. She looked over at Naruto and saw an amused expression right on his face. What are you thinking about asking for? Satsuki thought, wondering what was going inside of Naruto's brain. Though she ignored that thought and looked at Irika. I would like a fire jutsu that is at AC or B rank level. This was Satsuki's request. It was quite an underwhelming one for someone like her, but it was the best she could say that wouldn't be considered a breach in her boundaries as an Uchiha. I'm pretty sure that can be arranged. But to make sure, I'll ask Hokage-sama if your request is possible. Satsuki nodded, satisfied at what Irika had informed her. But it was now time for Naruto's turn. What request do you want made, Naruto? Asked Irika, curious at what he had wanted as a prize. Many thoughts were going through Naruto's head at the moment. His eyes darted everywhere around. Ichiraku Ramen Coupon? Fuinjutsu Scroll Guide? Kenjutsu Scroll Guide? Are those two even possible for me to request for? Naruto thought, pondering on his many choices that could potentially choose from. He finally decided on what he would get after a few more moments of thinking. 2. I want an Ichiraku Ramen Coupon, said Naruto, getting a deadpanned expression from a lot of people. Satsuki glared right at him with her fierce and piercing eyes. What the heck is wrong with you? Satsuki hissed at him with a low tone. Naruto looked at her, unamused, devoid of emotion. 12. There is nothing wrong with me, Satsuki. I am without a doubt, 100% sure this is what I want. Satsuki heavily hated Naruto's attitude that he is always using. You're basically throwing away such a good opportunity to get stronger to feed your dang ramen addiction. She hissed at him again. Naruto nodded at her. You're actually unbelievable and crazy. Why do you care anyway? Naruto had an eyebrow raised at her. Satsuki immediately snapped her head right at him. I'm saving you from ruining this golden opportunity that is literally presenting itself to you. Naruto still had an eyebrow raised right at her. When did you start caring about people? Naruto turned back to the amused Irika. I'll take that Ichiraku Ramen coupon that I have requested for. I can mail you my apartment address or I can write it down. Irika's sweat dropped at Naruto's antics. 1. Haha. There is no need for you to mail your address to me. The Hokage can do it since he knows you more than me. Naruto nodded, bowing down a bit. Thanks you, Irika-sensei. See, Satsuki? Just let time flow and when you see an opportunity for yourself, take it. I did it right here. Naruto walked back towards his desk and sat back down. What an idiot. Satsuki thought, gazing right at Naruto from the corner of her eye. Since that is now out of the way, I would like to start with the graduation exams now. Everyone nodded, noting to themselves that this was their goal while they were in the academy to graduate. I would like Nara Shikamaru to go up first. Please go the testing room to do the clone jutsu. They heard Shikamaru groan, annoyed for having to go first. But he didn't complain since that would result to more things to become much more troublesome. After a while, Shikamaru appeared from the testing room with a forehead proctor being held in his hand. He sighed, walking back to his desk-turned bed. Congrats, Shikamaru. Kaiba held out his hand out towards him. With a slight yawn, Shikamaru outstretched his hand and shook Kaiba's hand. Thanks, I guess. I'll be going back to sleep now. Kaiba laughed at Shikamaru, patting him on the back. Make sure to wake yourself up. Shikamaru sighed, putting his head back onto the desk. As time went on, each person left the room one at a time to do their graduation test. The fanboys clapped for Satsuki as she got her forehead proctor, hoping to get noticed by their queen. She ignored them, only wanting the acknowledgement from someone from her caliber. 12. That person was Naruto. And she was quite pleased to see him give her a sneaky small thumbs up at her and adding a small smirk on his face. Oh, yeah, she will definitely be bragging to some others about his praising. 21. Can I please have Ehiku? Naruto get up from his seat and enter the testing room. Iruka had his head sticking out from the door. Naruto nodded, following the orders by getting up from his seat and walking towards the door. 3. Good luck, said Satsuki as Naruto passed right by her. He nodded slightly, acknowledging what she had just told him. Naruto arrived past the door and entered the testing room, looking at Iruka and Mizuki. All right, Naruto, show us your best clone. Naruto nodded. His hands started to go through a set of hand seals at a super quick and fast rate in just a single second. Ram Snake Tiger. Clone Jutsu. Naruto had a puff of smoke right beside him. The cloud of white smoke started to slowly disappear into the air around them. A perfectly normal clone that stood still was there, devoid of any emotion. 2. A pleased expression was plastered on their face. Good, Naruto. You may get a forehead proctor of your choosing. Naruto nodded, walking over to the table that was close to him and looked at the many options. 2. I'll take this one. Naruto thought, outstretching his hand and grabbing the forehead proctor with the signature metal plating and dark blue cloth that was used to engrave the metal plating onto the cloth. Good job, Naruto. You have done well in the academy even though you have skipped many classes while attending here. Naruto nodded, bowing down slightly before walking away. Naruto lightly sighed, knowing he did quite well in casting the genjutsu earlier ago. 1. Wait. Genjutsu? 3. Yes, Naruto had flashed his Sharingan for a moment to create a basic genjutsu that was quite hard to get out of since it was a genjutsu produced by the Sharingan. When Naruto had flashed his Sharingan for a split millisecond, Iruka and Mizuki had fell into his genjutsu where he had created it to where he made it seem like he had created a successful basic clone jutsu that was necessary to pass the graduation exam. But in reality, it would have just been a clone that was all blue and dead on the ground. He then released the genjutsu the exact moment the clone puffed away out of existence. He had thought of this plan before he entered the room. Naruto stepped outside the room with the forehead proctor right around his forehead. He walked towards his head, seeing a nod of approval from Satsuki herself. A ninja. Hey? You have called for me, Danzo-sama. Naruto was in front of Danzo, waiting for what he had been called for. It was just about an hour or two before midnight officially began. Naruto was kneeling down. Do you know of the man named Mizuki? Danzo's old and wise tone asked Naruto. He raised an eyebrow, nodding his head at Danzo to answer his question. Mizuki is an academy teacher and assistant teacher for Iruka. Danzo nodded, already knowing this information at hand. Naruto, an acquaintance of mine has told me that they do not have use for Mizuki anymore. Danzo first began, creating suspense with this slight pause. They had told me that Mizuki was falling below the expectations and wants him dead. But the said person can't step into Konoha without any consequences. Naruto nodded, ready to kill Mizuki without any hesitation. 1. So I would like for you to do the dirty work and kill or at least subdue him so Hiruzen can take it further. Naruto nodded once more, standing up to face Danzo. My acquaintance has told me that he was sent here to get the forbidden scroll that Hiruzen has locked up. Do whatever it takes to take Mizuki out. Dead or alive, just take him out. Yes, Danzo-sama, said Naruto. Plus. He disappeared. 9. Naruto was in a normal attire as he walked through the empty streets of Konoha. He had to create a plan that would make it seem like he was forced into a situation where he had to fight Mizuki. Naruto had been told that Mizuki would be taking a route that would lead himself out of Konoha. The real question that was needed to be asked was, what is Mizuki's possible route? I'm sure he wouldn't take a route that has very important people living throughout the route. Naruto thought, continuing to walk in the empty streets of the village named Konoha. He had to create a plan that was efficient and held no flaws whatsoever. Naruto put 2 fingers right up to his chin, making it seem like he was trying to hold it. Thoughts and thoughts roamed through his head. Then which route is most optimal for his escape? Naruto thought, wondering what could be the best escape for him. He narrowed his eyes at the ground below. Did he even create an optimal plan for his escape? He had to Konoha is much more difficult to escape from than just infiltrating in. Naruto thought, suddenly jumping on a building. His hair flowed through the night sky as he jumped from tree to tree. His eyes traveled as he tried predicting of a route that Mizuki could potentially take. Naruto furrowed his eyebrows right together. Maybe he could make a route to the quieter part of the village? Naruto thought, his eyes looking right behind him. He looked over there for a split second before turning his head back to the front. Nah, that would take too long for Mizuki. It would also risk him of showing his cover, since there are parts throughout the village. Naruto thought, jumping right on top of another building. Then that leaves for Mizuki to escape using the vast forests that is around Konoha. There is also a lot of forests inside of Konoha that he could use throughout the escape. Naruto thought, landing right on top of a building. Then which forest is closest to the Hokage residence? Naruto thought, quickly closing in on the Hokage residence at a quick and silent speed. Once he was close enough, Naruto stood on top of a stone pillar, looking right at the Hokage residence with his deep azure eyes. Now, did Mizuki already get the Forbidden Scroll? Or is he trying to get it now? Naruto thought, observing the area of the Hokage residence with his eyes. Naruto lightly raised an eyebrow. There was someone there. There was a slight shadow that was silently moving up the Hokage residence. The said shadow seemed to have disappeared right after due to the shadow entering the Hokage residence. Naruto narrowed his eyes. It seems like that was Mizuki. Naruto thought, looking to the side that Mizuki had came from. He noted that he had came out of a forest to the right of the Hokage residence. Naruto nodded at that bit of information. It's highly likely that Mizuki would try and actually go that route once more to try and secure the Forbidden Scroll. Naruto thought, silently jumping down to the ground. He knows that path much better and clearer since he actually used it instead of a path that he did not actually use. Naruto thought, making his way towards the forest that Mizuki had appeared right out from. Now to make this seem like a coincidental encounter. Naruto thought, entering the forest without much or any hesitation glooming throughout his entire head. Mizuki had finally done it. He had finally achieved the Forbidden Scroll that he needed. A large devilish smile was plastered right on his face due to his success with stealing the Forbidden Scroll. I got it. I got it. Mizuki yelled in his mind, finally knowing that he had finished his mission to get the Forbidden Scroll that was residing in the Hokage residence. Now, I only need to give this to Orochimaru-sama. Mizuki thought, already tasting the victory that was rushing throughout his entire body. He was content at his achievement that he had managed to pull during midnight. Konoha has lost its touch. Orochimaru-sama was right. This place was a waste of trash. Mizuki thought as he rushed into the same forest that he had used to get to the Hokage residence. All I need to do is get myself out of Konoha. Ha 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 ha. Mizuki was laughing inside his mind, excited for the reward that this Orochimaru person was going to give him for his successful mission achievement. But as he was running, he saw something in the distance of him. Mizuki slightly slowed down and squinted his eyes to get a better look at the thing from afar. He widened his eyes. Naruto. Mizuki thought, gulping down a lump that was forming down his throat. God, he felt something imaginary rise from his body. He was getting nervous at his presence. Naruto. Mizuki called out as he got near Naruto. His head that was formerly looking down on the ground snapped right up towards Mizuki. Mizuki-sensei. Naruto raised an eyebrow, getting closer to each other every second that they took a step. What are you doing here, Naruto? Asked Mizuki, nervous that he might get caught. Naruto shrugged right at him, looking around the area that the two were in. I guess I was taken by the road of life. I just somehow got here. Mizuki nervously laughed at that. God, what was he? Getting scared of an academy student? Naruto looked at him. 2. What about you? What was your reason being here? There was a tone that Mizuki couldn't identify correctly. The tone was almost condescending. Mizuki inhaled and exhaled slightly. You know, I guess. The road of life took me here also. Naruto nodded, seemingly seeing that as valid excuse. Naruto started to slowly walk right past him. Well, good luck on what life is unfolding for you. But do take care of that scroll, it seems like it holds a lot of secrets. Don't you think? Mizuki slightly widened his eyes at that. Did he know? No, he couldn't know. He was only an academy student for God's sake. Yet, W will do, said Mizuki, slowly walking right past Naruto as well. But as soon as they crossed each other, Naruto stopped walking from behind. Oh, and it seems that you are quite nervous. Is there a reason for that? Naruto asked, getting Mizuki to stop right at his tracks abruptly. Mizuki was absolutely crapping his pants at this situation. 1. I am not nervous, Naruto. I think you got it all wrong. Crap, he was nervous. This mission was killing him on the inside out. Mizuki could practically imagine Naruto raising an eyebrow right behind him. Oh, did Naruto mention that he was raising an eyebrow right now? 1. That seems odd. From the moment we met, I noticed many things that might have indicated that you are currently nervous. Naruto was now fully turned a few feet away from behind. Mizuki looked behind him and saw Naruto's stoic face. And those were? Mizuki asked, feeling like a whole lot of bricks were being piled right on top of his body. Naruto stood there, silent for a few moments before giving an answer to Mizuki's question. There were a few things. The sweat pouring down from your head was one of the indication. And the other was the amount of stammering/stuttering that you are currently doing. The only other person that I have seen stammer/stutter is Hinata. And well, she stammers with everyone. Mizuki gulped lowly. He had even more bricks piled right on top of his body. He's way too observant. Mizuki thought, thinking of a way to get himself out of this situation. Well, I always stammer. Crap, that was a really bad excuse to use. Naruto raised his other eyebrow and putting down the other one. That's odd, every time that I have ever spoken to you, you have spoken without a single stammer/stutter. And it's arguable that you actually speak very fluently. Mizuki was trapped into a corner, having no way to get out of it. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Mizuki nervously laughed at his own question. Naruto shook his head. I do not think so, said Naruto, eyes piercing through Mizuki's brain. His nervous laugh slightly died down. Crap. I am trapped. What do I do? Mizuki yelled on his mind, gritting his teeth through the process. It seems like you are gritting your teeth. Your jaws suddenly tensed up. Mizuki clenched his jaws even tighter. That's it. Mizuki yelled, throwing a punch right towards Naruto's face. Without much difficulty, Naruto dodged the fist with ease. His eyes darted towards Mizuki, stoically. It seems like you have finally cracked under the pressure that I was giving you. Naruto tilted his body to the right to dodge a punch. Shut up. yelled Mizuki, continuing his barrages of punches towards Naruto. He lightly sighed, blocking one punch and kicking another. Naruto was barely breaking a sweat against Mizuki. "Don't you think our meeting here was just a coincidence?" Naruto asked, ducking towards the ground to dodge a quick to the abdomen. Mizuki was getting tired at the continuous amounts of punches and kicks that he was throwing. "The heck do you mean?" Mizuki huffed, quickly getting tired due to the amount of stamina that he was currently wasting. But if you were to look at Naruto, you would see that he was barely wasting any. This encounter that we're having is not merely just a coincidence. I had planned this out. You know, you were always a suspicious person the moment you became the assistant teacher for Irika. Naruto dodged a punch, then gave a sucker punch towards Mizuki's face. He was blown back, falling towards the ground that the two stood on. "I was on top of a building and saw you sneak inside the Hokage residence. I estimated that you were most probable of going to this forest due to you already having a pathway through it." Mizuki widened his eyes at Naruto. He was figured out. "You dang child." Mizuki stood back up, throwing the forbidden scroll to the side. He felt the extra weight that the scroll was giving him suddenly take off. Mizuki had an enraged grin on his face. It seems his stammering/stuttering has stopped due to the increase in adrenaline and vicious enragement. Naruto thought, slowly putting his hands into his pockets. "You underestimate me, Naruto," yelled Mizuki, rushing in towards Naruto at a quick speed. "I'm a Chunin. You are an academy student. There's levels of difference in our status. And that also means our own abilities differ. I'm the stronger ninja here," Mizuki yelled, quickly closing in on Naruto. "I don't think you know what you are saying. The only difference between you and me are our ranking in the ninja system. Other than that, I am much stronger than you." Naruto slowly started to walk towards Mizuki. "Overestimation is quite dangerous, don't you think?" Naruto asked, dodging a punch from the enraged Mizuki. He widened his eyes, not believing at such a sight. "You're overestimating yourself, Naruto," Mizuki yelled, throwing a quick punch towards Naruto. He easily dodged, pulling out a kunai from his holster. "I don't think I'm overestimating myself. I'm only speaking objective facts. In this world, rank doesn't matter. If someone like me can defeat a low-class Chunin like you, then it really doesn't." Naruto did one quick motion. In a split second, there was a tear that appeared on Mizuki's vest. If you were to look even closer, you would see that the tear reached all the way towards Mizuki's skin. The kunai had managed to pierce Mizuki's flesh. Blood came gushing right out of the wound. He widened his eyes, backing away from Naruto. "He's dangerous," Mizuki thought, feeling the stinging from the small gash on his chest. He gritted his teeth, looking towards Naruto with such fiery rage. "You'll pay for that," yelled Mizuki, screaming once more. Naruto did nothing but smirked at him. A rare occurrence indeed. "Yeah? Then come at me. If you hesitate for even a second to take my life," Naruto rushed right towards Mizuki with serious and unparalleled speeds for someone like him. "I'll takes yours." Naruto appeared right above Mizuki, a clone right next to him. It wasn't just any clone that Naruto had summoned. Mizuki widened his eyes right towards Naruto. "A shadow clone." The clone threw towards the stoic Naruto right towards Mizuki at great speeds. He didn't know how to counter, so he dodged. Just barely. The heck? Mizuki jumped back up to regain his PWN balance. He saw Naruto on the ground. He had created a miniature crater that would have most definitely crushed his bones. "It sucks you in your own capacity, I mean." Naruto turned towards Mizuki. Without any hesitation, Naruto started to slowly walk towards Mizuki, his blonde and black hair flowing throughout the night. "I'll show you a simple taste of my power." Naruto looked right towards with his piercing eyes. He slowly covered his eyes with his hand. A 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared right behind his hand. 3. The power of Uchiha Naruto, he thought, coming right towards Mizuki with his hand covering his Sharingan eyes. That won't defeat me. That is only limiting yourself, yelled Mizuki, rushing right towards Naruto. He stayed silent for a few seconds before his mouth started to slowly move. Limiting myself? I don't think you know, but this is by far the least thing that is limiting myself. The two closed in on each other. They were just meters apart. Because this is the difference between you and me, I know your limits and capacity as a regular Chunin. But me? I am an enigma and you have no idea what my actual limits are. Naruto jumped over Mizuki, throwing a kunai. The said kunai pierced Mizuki's shoulder. The moment you thought of trying to steal the Forbidden Scroll, you lost terribly. I am the worst match for you and a lot of others. Naruto threw another kunai towards Mizuki's leg, stopping him from trying to dodge. Naruto summoned a shadow clone right beside him while he was in the air. The shadow clone that he had summoned placed his hands right on the real Naruto's back. 3. He threw Naruto right towards Mizuki at great speeds. The air around them shifted and distorted, backing away from Naruto's intensity in power. Checkmate. 1. Naruto landing right on top of Mizuki's back. A small explosion appeared all around them all. The bit of the dirt that was on the ground became a substitute for clouds of smoke. Naruto's shadow clone dispersed itself. The clouds of dirt slowly started to subside and disappear, revealing a bloody Mizuki laying on the ground, groaning in pain as he slowly lost consciousness from the amount of pain and pressure he was currently getting. Naruto was standing on top of Mizuki. His Sharingan was deactivated, letting him slowly take his hand right off of his face. A slight sigh escaped Naruto's face as he looked up at the night sky. Plus, a barrage of Chunin and Jonin appeared all around him. I win. Naruto sat the Hokage residence, right in front of Hiruzen. He had his eyes stuck on Hiruzen like a hawk and observed his every movement with such accuracy. You know what you did, Naruto? Asked Hiruzen, walking back and forth in a very tired way. He had a facial expression that had much indifference in it. Naruto shook his head as a response. No, Hokage-sama. I do not know what I did, said Naruto, looking right towards Hiruzen with his sharp and dangerous azure eyes. Hiruzen glanced back at Naruto with a sigh. You managed to take down a Chunin-level traitor that was about to get away with the Forbidden Scroll. Naruto nodded, though a bit confused at what Hiruzen was saying. Mizuki wasn't very strong for a Chunin, said Naruto, blurting out something that some may interpret as just plain and old classic arrogance being said by Naruto himself. You may say that, but he is still indeed a Chunin rank opponent. Naruto still had a look of confusion plastered on his face. But I don't get it, he didn't seem all that strong to me. He is a Chunin level opponent, but he didn't show me any Chunin level capabilities. Hiruzen just chuckled at Naruto's words. Or maybe you were too strong and overwhelmed him with your power. Have you ever thought of that? Hiruzen tried entertaining a new thought inside of Naruto's head. That doesn't change the fact that he was way too underwhelming when fighting him. Maybe or maybe not. But I do applaud you for your work on defeating Mizuki with relative ease, if you could say. Naruto nodded, slightly and lightly bowing towards Hiruzen, the third Hokage. My pleasure, Hokage-sama, said Naruto, slowly turning around to walk to the door that was right behind him. Hiruzen watched as Naruto opened and closed the door as he went out of the room. Once Naruto had left, Hiruzen gave out a heavy sigh. God, I'm getting too old for this crap. Hiruzen thought, sitting down on the chair that was so used to sitting right down on. He looked up at the ceiling, contemplating about his current life. 18. Mission accomplished, Danzo-sama. Naruto now kneeled in front of Danzo now that he was at the Root Anbu HQ. He was pleased with Naruto's work as a Root member. Good. I was monitoring it all and saw that you made it seem like a coincidence that you ran into Mizuki. Naruto nodded, confirming what Danzo had seen or heard. I congratulate you on this mission, Naruto. I do have high hopes for you as one of the members of the Root Anbu. Naruto stayed silent, just listening to the praise that Danzo had given him. His eyes were faced down towards the ground. Though I do wonder, why didn't you kill Mizuki? Even though you had a choice, killing Mizuki would result in protecting Konoha. Naruto did not tense or falter in any shape or form. The Hokage could have possibly be using his crystal ball to spy on the battle. If I were to take Mizuki's life, it would be raise suspicion and will get me into trouble. I was just trying not to take chances. Danzo hummed, nodding at Naruto's reason on why he didn't kill Mizuki. That brings up the question, what if Hiruzen let you off the hook for the death Mizuki? Naruto didn't understand this question that he has just been asked by Danzo. This question that he just asked is stupid. Naruto thought, already knowing what he had to say to make Danzo back the freak off. No offense, Danzo. But if we were to add what if to the sentence, we are talking about the probability of it happening and not it being guaranteed of happening. Every time I do something that could even remotely be considered bad, I'll lose trust that the Hokage has in me. So me being let off the hook is under 40%. Give or take. Danzo looked down at Naruto, narrowing his eyes at Naruto. Teenage rebellion? Danzo questioned, his narrowed his piercing through Naruto's head. He indeed got him with this one. I guess. You are correct, said Danzo, agreeing to Naruto's problematic perception in life. Naruto stayed silent, getting a surge of smugness all throughout his body. You are excused for today, Naruto. I'll call you in once the time calls for it. Naruto nodded, quickly disappearing in a swirl of leaves that replaced his entire body. What exactly are you up to? 2. It was the next day and they had a day off. The reasons were quite obvious to an extent. The Jonin senseis were being picked for them all during these few days off. 1. I have to get stronger much more quickly. Naruto thought, thinking about his current progress as a ninja. He was considered a prodigy in his generation alongside Satsuki, whom was weaker than him. I need to get much stronger in a short amount of time. Is my training not enough? Yes, my training is most definitely not enough. If I want to defeat Obito, I'll need to be exceptionally strong to match him. Naruto thought, walking through the broad daylight. 5. But what do I need to get stronger? Naruto pondered, walking through Konoha with his hands in his pockets. As he continued to walk through the empty parts of Konoha, he started to notice something. No, he started hearing something. Naruto turned around and saw a square box that was supposed to be resembling a rock. Naruto shook his head, continuing his walk and ignoring the plain and pathetic disguise that was following him. After quite some time, Naruto sighed, turning back around and seeing the rock box abruptly stop in its tracks. Naruto slowly walked towards it. What do you want? Asked Naruto, bringing up his feet and kicking the terrible disguise away in an instant. Wow! You're the real deal. A kid with a long blue scarf and a weirdly shaped helmet that was gray/gray. There was slight hair appearing right out of the helmet. 1. What do you want? Answer. Naruto had his eyes gazing right towards the kid. He just giggled in response. My name is Sarutobi Konohamaru. And I will be your new apprentice as of today. Shouted Konohamaru, pointing his index finger towards Naruto's face. 11. Pass. Go to the sensei that you've already been assigned. Naruto turned around and continued to walk away. He pushed his hands towards his pockets once more as he walked away from the kid. Hey! Ebisu sensei is a joke. He doesn't teach me anything. I want to be Hokage and take the hat from my grandfather. Naruto sighed, looking back towards Konohamaru. It doesn't matter, you already have a sensei. I'm only a genin and don't have a knack for teach people, kids too. Konohamaru grumbled, rushing right beside Naruto. Come on. I don't even know why Ebisu sensei is a jonin. He doesn't even do cool things. Naruto ignored him for a few seconds before he finally decided to talk to Konohamaru. I don't think you understand. Ebisu is a special jonin. He only specializes in one certain aspect, and that is teaching people. Be grateful that you even have a teacher. Naruto continued to walk away in silence, leaving a pouting Konohamaru in the making. 4. Naruto dodged a punch from Satsuki. He then used his forearm to block a kick that was sent his way. You're getting better, commented Naruto, jumping in the air and around Satsuki. It's expected. Satsuki watched as Naruto threw a kick while in mid-air. She reacted quickly, doing a kick of her own to block the kick that Naruto had sent towards her. Naruto landed on the ground. Without much hesitation, Naruto gained momentum and slid through Satsuki's legs. She abruptly stopped, gaining a whole load of red and pink all over her face. Pervert! Yelled Satsuki, angrily glaring at Naruto as she closed her thighs. Naruto got up and regained his balance, glancing at Satsuki with a raised eyebrow. 12. You misunderstand, I didn't even look up at all. You're also wearing a pair of pants and not a skirt. Your claim of me being a pervert is not valid at all. Just drop it. I win. Naruto dropped down to the ground, looking up to the sky. TCH, whatever. I'm out of your league anyway. Naruto shrugged, raising his eyebrow once more. I thought you said you didn't care about looks? Your chances of dating you lowered. Naruto looked up towards the sky. He heard a loud growl from Satsuki. The heck did you say? Satsuki yelled, making her way towards Naruto in a very angry manner. Oh, Naruto said something wrong. What did I do? Naruto asked, seemingly confused at what he could have possibly done to piss Satsuki off. You know what you said. There's no way I'm ever dating him in my lifetime. Satsuki grabbed Naruto's front part of his shirt and rocked him back and forth. 1. Naruto's head was bobbing at a ridiculous rate. How will you rebuild the clan then? If you date no one, then there will be no clan being so-called rebuilt. Satsuki looked at Naruto. She couldn't believe how weird Naruto looks. No, not his good-looking face, his facial expression. 4. It was just so. Blank. 19. I'll find someone, idiot. Satsuki growled at him, angry at Naruto's emotionless antics. He shrugged his shoulders, pointing towards the side of them. Satsuki looked towards where Naruto was pointing at and saw something weird. 1. Who uses a square box rock as a disguise? Naruto sighed, already knowing who the person is. Konohamaru. You can stop using the disguise now. As soon as that was heard, the terrible disguise was suddenly thrown away. What's up, sensei? Shouted Konohamaru, grinning from ear to ear as he walked towards the two. Satsuki looked towards Naruto, an eyebrow raised right at him. You have a student now? Loser. Naruto shook his head at her, disappointed at her comment. He's not my student, he's begging me for him to be my student. Satsuki scoffed, looking down at Konohamaru. He looks like a bratty twerp. Hey! I'm not a twerp! Yelled Konohamaru, glaring at Satsuki with fiery rage. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Konohamaru gritted his teeth, disliking Satsuki's words directed at him. 1. What do you want? You should be with Ebisu or something. Konohamaru looked back at Naruto, his index finger pointing right towards Naruto. I want you to be my sensei, announced Konohamaru, getting a disappointed sigh from Satsuki. Why? It's because you're the rookie of the year. Satsuki did a slight cough to get their attention directed to her. I was the rookie of the year also. Oh, she was at the brink of losing her cool once more. Ha! Your girlfriend is weird, sensei. 10. Satsuki stopped for a second, her glare intensifying to a terrifying degree that made Konohamaru gulp in fear. What the heck did you say? yelled Satsuki, marching over towards Konohamaru with intent to tear his head apart. Relax, Satsuki. I don't know why you're getting all defensive about it when you know it isn't true. Naruto placed his hand right on Satsuki's shoulder, trying to calm her down. Oh, yeah, she definitely has to work on her cool. Satsuki looked back at Naruto, annoyed at him for stopping her. Naruto raised an eyebrow towards her. Why is your face pink/red? Are you potentially sick? Do you have a fever? No, you don't usually get fevers since you're quite the healthy person. Though this might be a rare case. Naruto was puzzled, not knowing why Satsuki was so flustered. 29. Hey. Can I be your apprentice? Konohamaru tugged Naruto's shirt down. He looked down towards Konohamaru and raised an eyebrow. Naruto shook his head at Konohamaru. Why not? Come back and ask me after you trained for at least 300 years. I'll consider doing it. Konohamaru huffed in annoyance. I would be dead by then. Naruto nodded at those words. 9. Exactly. 2. Come on. You're not fair at all. Look, Ebisu is here. Naruto pointed behind him, making Konohamaru look back and see a man with glasses. Konohamaru groaned, not wanting to be trained by Ebisu at all. There you are. What are you doing? I'm going to be trained by some great and awesome dude like this person. Konohamaru pointed towards Naruto. Ebisu placed 2 fingers on his glasses, pushing it up. 2. The 2 rookies of the year? Are they training together? It seems so. And it also seems like Konohamaru has interrupted their training session. Ebisu thought, walking towards Konohamaru. Come here, honorable grandson. With my guidance and power, I'll show you the shortcut to becoming the 5th Hokage. Naruto and Satsuki noted that Ebisu was quite the calm man. 3. No way. You're absolutely lame. 2. I'm a special jonin that has lived quite the long life. I know the ins and outs better than the back of my hand. Konohamaru suddenly became confused at the meaning of the sentence. 1. Now, let's go, honorable grandson. Like I said, I'll show you the shortcut on becoming the 5th Hokage. Ebisu took Konohamaru's hand and slowly dragged him away. Naruto gained a puzzled look at what he had just repeated once again. 2. There's absolutely no shortcut on becoming Hokage. Ebisu turned around, Konohamaru following what he did and turned his head around also. What did you say? Asked Ebisu, once again adjusting his glasses pushing it up. I said that there is no shortcut on becoming Hokage. Ebisu gazed at Naruto, eyes slightly narrowed. Oh, yeah? What do you perhaps mean by that? Challenged Ebisu, his gaze intensifying to narrowing eyes. It's quite self-explanatory, but to go more in-depth I'll do an actual explanation. Naruto gazed right back at Ebisu. This matter is neither opinion or subjective based, there is no deception, lies on what I'm about to say. Only objective facts exist on what I'm about to say. Naruto pushed his hands into his pockets. Just like how getting stronger takes time, it also takes time to become Hokage. Saying that there is a shortcut when talking about something in that caliber of topic is misleading. There is a reason why there has only been 4 Hokages total throughout the history of Konoha. They worked hard for their goal. It doesn't matter if they were considered prodigious in terms of shinobi abilities, they managed to work hard and become Hokage. Naruto looked at Konohamaru. 1. I see it in you, Konohamaru. You don't like how you are treated like a royalty since you don't act like one. And your goal must be to become Hokage to get acknowledgement that you are your own person and not just the grandson of the current Hokage. Konohamaru widened his eyes at Naruto. How did you know DHA? Naruto cut him off almost immediately. But hear this, there is a pattern that is quite noticeable throughout all the 4 Hokages that have served Konoha. They all have been acknowledged by the entire village beforehand. Konohamaru gained a puzzled look. 1. The Hokage is not picked because of their brute strength and abilities. They need to have leadership and not just very powerful. The daimyo is in charge of picking the Hokage of Konoha. Though there are numerous candidates that are chosen, the daimyo needs to get persuaded by others to choose one person over the other for good reasons. 1. This also means they need to be acknowledged too. If they are not acknowledged by the village, then the chances of them listening to the person will slim to none. Though you are probably not going to be chosen to become Hokage if you don't have acknowledgement from the village. Naruto finally finished his very brilliant speech. He seems to be very intelligent. That intelligence and perception might even overshadow his own powers as a prodigious shinobi, thought Ebisu, gazing at Naruto with his eyes. Well said, Naruto. Well said. I do agree with your words that you have said. And to show my understanding of the speech you have just said from your heart, I shall let you be the second sensei of the honorable grandson. Naruto stood there, frozen at those words. 4. It took some time for Naruto to process what he had just announced. Plus. What? 5. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, the sun shining right on his beautiful azure eyes. What time is it? Naruto thought, sitting up and looking at his alarm that was right beside him. He lazily squinted his eyes at the alarm, seeing what the time was. Naruto sighed, disappointed in himself. It's 8:10 a.m. I'm going to be late if I don't hurry up. Naruto thought, jumping right out of bed as he looked around his room. Oh, it was a mess. Naruto internally cursed himself. Should I clean up? Maybe. Naruto was pondering whether or not he should clean around today. He always tried to be as tidy as possible when the time needs him to be. Naruto looked at the alarm and saw that it just changed to 8:11. Naruto sighed, walking over to his cup ramen and picking it up and putting right back at the shelf where it belongs. 3. He looked around and saw his clothes that were all over the place. Naruto, with an annoyed look, picked up his pace and gracefully organized and tidied up his whole apartment room. After quite some time, Naruto was finally done with the devilish task of cleaning his apartment room. And it really only took Naruto around 7 minutes to clean. God, I'm bad at cleaning. Naruto thought, quickly picking out a normal attire to use for the entire day. He looked at the door and window that was near him. 2. Door or window? On some days, Naruto would use the door to be a respectful person. But Naruto is far from a respectful person. Naruto ran towards the window and jumped right out of it. His hair flowed through the air as he dropped towards the ground unharmed. 4. Now to the academy. Naruto thought, looking right towards the direction of the academy with his sharp and deadly eyes. He bursted towards it. Naruto soon caught sight of the academy. It was pretty easy to find if you were to ask Naruto. It was quite close to his apartment complex. He huffed as he got even closer to the academy that he will soon be leaving to become a genin of Konoha. Though he was already a root Anbu, that shouldn't count, right? Naruto looked up and down. He pondered if he should use the door or the window. Naruto slightly gritted his teeth in annoyance and channeled chakra towards his feet. He jumped and attached himself to the wall. He would have just normally entered using the door that was supposed to be the entrance of the academy, but today is not that kind of day, is it? No, most definitely not. In second thought, he found a much more optimal way to appear in class. Naruto slowly disappeared in a swirl of leaves that took his place. He reappeared right in his seat like nothing had just happened. Naruto looked around, noticing that no one had seen what he had just pulled. Everyone was just so busy talking to each other. Naruto nodded himself, seemingly satisfied at this development. Though it seems he did miss the eyes of Satsuki's, whom grunted at that technique. Cool. I'll have to get him to teach me it. Satsuki thought, looking at the front of the class with her usual non-flustered face. Naruto looked around as Irika walked into the classroom. 13. Hello, everyone. Hello, Iruka-sensei. A lot of the class shouted with excitement. Iruka smiled right back at them with such content and happiness for them all. As I said a few days ago, I would like to congratulate you all once again on graduating the Ninja Academy. The class beamed at him, thanking him for his service. While it does sadden me that you all are growing up and becoming a genin, it's necessary for your development as both a ninja and a person. Thank you all for learning under me for the past 6 years. Hope to see you all again in the future. Many were once again shedding a lone tear. Just kidding, some people were just sad. 1. Naruto was internally relieved that he was just barely on time for the assigning of the teams. He didn't care who he worked with, just can't be you. He's tired of the amount of berating he likes doing to others. Satsuki was probably the most preferred one that Naruto would probably want to team up with. The chances of that happening is quite slim to none. Though, it could happen. Anyway, I would just like to now start on calling out your new teammates that you will be working with under a Jonin sensei. A lot of people nodded, wanting their desires to be with Satsuki to be absolutely fulfilled. Team 1 shall consist of Taha Asa, Urashoru, and many were hoping and wishing that the last person was not them, especially you who wanted to be teammates with Satsuki. Yoni you. Oh, crap. He was going to be outraged. What? There's no way. Yu clenched his head, disbelieving at the words that he had just been told at this current moment. This is rigged. 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 Yu thought, repeating the word rigged at a very constant and rapid rate. Satsuki was his goddess. His only true love. This was supposed to be the story of his love life. 27. The journey of his hardships throughout time and him getting the girl at the end of his journey. Sadly, this is not one of those stories. No, it's most definitely not one of those stories at all. Haha. How does it feel you? Kaiba was laughing his butt off looking at Yu's very unfortunate situation. 1. Yu glared at him, though he stayed silent at the very infuriating words. His life was now torn apart just from this change in events. Oh, he was absolutely freak-ed. Not by another human but by life. 5. Iruka ignored Yu's breakdown and continued to list off the names of the rest of the team. He looked down right on his list, nodding his head at the team that he was about to call. Team 7 is quite the overwhelming team. I have high hopes for you in the future. People immediately tensed up, wondering what this so-called overwhelming team consists of. Team 7 shall consist of the following people: Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Satsuki, and many people widened their eyes at Satsuki's name, hoping it was them to be on their list. Their mouths watered, thinking about such a thing. 3. Eihaku Naruto. Your sensei is Hatake Kakashi. A lot of the class stopped and pivoted their heads towards Naruto's unamused face. They glared right at Naruto, infuriated at this result. Why? Why must life hate them and love Naruto so much? 9. Naruto just sat there, feeling the glares from the fanboys. Satsuki, too, looked at Naruto with a small and apparent smirk right on her face like usual. Though, she kind of wondered, why did the Hokage put the two of them in the same team? Was there a specific reason for this choice? Most definitely. There is no way he had no motive at all. 10. Hokage-sama, don't you think this team is too overwhelming? I thought we were supposed to be balancing all the teams out. A man with a forehead proctor covering his left eye asked. Hiruzen had his smoke pipe in his mouth. He took it out, letting a plume of smoke escape from inside of his mouth. He looked at the man. You are correct Kakashi about that, said Hiruzen, getting a raised eyebrow from the man named Kakashi. Then why put the two together? They could potentially overshadow their third teammate. Hiruzen sighed, nodding his head at that. 3. There is quite a few reasons why I put them together. And they were? Asked Kakashi, curious at what Hiruzen was going to say. He took a small pause to create suspense and to stall for himself to find the correct words. From the amount of years that I have known Naruto, I have learned many things about him as a person, same goes for Satsuki. Kakashi nodded, not expecting where this conversation was going. What do you know about him, Kakashi? I don't know much about him. Though you did tell me that Jiraiya-sama and you suspect that he's Sensei's son. Hiruzen nodded, remembering about the time he had told him about this theory. 3. We're not 100% sure on this theory of ours, but it seems Jiraiya is very insistent that Naruto is the son of Minato. Kakashi nodding, somewhat getting where Jiraiya was coming from. But enough of that. One of the few reasons why I think Naruto and Satsuki should be placed on the same team is because of a simple and relative reason. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, curious at what Hiruzen was trying to say. And that reason is Naruto and Satsuki. Those two share a bond and are quite extremely close. I've actually spied on the two of them from time to time and saw that they train together quite often. Kakashi widened his lone eyes for a split second. 5. Satsuki doesn't interact with other much, said Kakashi, getting a nod from Hiruzen himself. That is correct, Kakashi. Though, when it comes to Naruto, it's much more different than the rest. He was the only one in the whole class to give Satsuki a run for her money. Those two are very close with each other. Kakashi slightly nodded. Are they dating perhaps? No, it seems that they are not. Though it seems Satsuki is feeling something for the boy, it's not guaranteed, though. Kakashi nodded, knowing that a relationship in the team could potentially backfire. 12. They share a deep bond and it's quite clear that the two are fond of each other's company. I see, that reason is quite reasonable. Their teamwork should be impeccable to say the least. Though, I do worry about the consequences. Hiruzen nodded, knowing where Kakashi was coming from. 2. You pose a valid point. But I must ask, what is the other reason that you are talking about? Asked Kakashi, wondering on what the other reason that Hiruzen had. He sighed, looking at Kakashi with his two old eyes. This reason is only a speculation that I have came up with. Hiruzen had silencing seals all around the room so people wouldn't have the nerve to try and eavesdrop their conversation. Kakashi noticed this. It must be serious. Kakashi thought, observing what was currently happening. As I said, over time I have observed Naruto, he also did the same thing. This bit of information was going to be quite the controversial one for sure. But the second reason on why I think Naruto and Satsuki should be on the same team is because of one simple speculation that I would like to be confirmed. Kakashi nodded, listening to this very serious conversation. This simple speculation could cause an outrage if it's true. What is it? Hiruzen inhaled and exhaled, knowing that this information is going to be very valuable in both the current, present and the future. His eyes pierced at Kakashi. I have reason to believe that Naruto is an Uchiha. 57. Team H shall consist of Inyazuka Kaiba, Abarume Shino, and Hyuga Hinata. Your sensei is Yui Kurane. Kaiba had a grin, looking forward to passing alongside his current team that he was placed on. Cool. I never heard them talk, but cool. 12. It was now time for the next team to be called. Team 9 is still in circulation, so we'll be skipping that team and move on to the next and last team. Irika looked at the next 3 people in the list. The last team, which is Team 10, consists of Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji, and Yamanaka Ino. Your sense is Sarutobi Asuma. The only girl in the group, Ino, groaned with displeasure. Why do I have to be stuck with these two? She glared at Shikamaru and Koji. Irika slightly chuckled in amusement. It's because our dads know each other, have good history as a trio known otherwise known as the Ino Shikacho. Shikamaru laid his head back on the table with a sigh. Yeah, it was expected. Koji was eating his chips, the crumbles falling on the floor after each chip he took a bite right off. He continued on munching on his chips. 1. Well, that's it for today. Your senseis shall be here after a few minutes. I was glad to be your sensei for the time you have served inside of the academy. It was a pleasure working with you all. Thank you. Iruka smiled at them as he left the room to do his break. Soon enough, the first team's sensei had appeared from the door. Team 1? Come with me. Asa, Shoru and you got up from their seats and walked towards the door, following right behind their sensei. You did not leave the room without a glare at Naruto. Satsuki got up from her seat as soon as you left the room and jumped towards the seat that was right next to Naruto. He looked at her, confused on why she even did that. Why are you here? Your fanboys are glaring at me. Naruto looked back at the front and saw the fanboys of Satsuki glaring at him once again. Satsuki stayed silent for a few seconds. We're a team now, so let's get acquainted. But we already know each other. There is no reason for us to be introducing ourselves once again. Satsuki gave him a whack to the leg with her own leg. TCH, this is just an excuse for me to sit right next to you. Naruto shrugged, not caring at the reason she was using. Satsuki continued to sit right next to Naruto in silence. 1. I want you to teach me that technique. Naruto raised an eyebrow, looking right towards Satsuki. What technique? Asked Naruto, seemingly confused at the words that came right out of Satsuki's mouth. She looked at Naruto, giving him a knowing look. The technique where you just randomly appear in a swirl of leaves or something. Naruto finally got what Satsuki was trying to tell him. He gained a new look at Satsuki. Oh, the Shunshin. Yes, whatever the heck that is, I want you to teach me it. Naruto internally sighed at his predicament. He continued to gaze at Satsuki with his piercing, beautiful azure eyes. 1. Sure, I don't really care. Just ask me later, said Naruto, getting a nod from yours truly. Sure. At the same place. Naruto nodded back at her, looking at the class in front of them. 2. Over time, the people that used to fill the classroom slowly started to empty out. Naruto saw Kaiba, Shino, and Hinata get called by their Jonin sensei, Yui Kurane. The next team was the team that had Shikamaru, Koji, and Ino. They were picked up by Sarutobi Asuma. Naruto noted how Asuma had the knack for smoking just like Hiruzen. 5. Soon after, they were the only team left hanging. Where the heck is our sensei? Questioned Sakura, annoyed at the tardiness of Kakashi. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the table right in front of him. Hitaki Kakashi. If I remember correctly, he should be the teammate of Obito and father. Does the Hokage know? Probably. He has been observing me since the beginning of my time here. Naruto thought, thinking about the possibilities of this thought actually happening. There is probably over a 60% chance that this thought is true. He probably even knows that Danzo is still operating route. But the real question is, if he did find out about me being an Uchiha/son of the 4th Hokage, then when did he figure it out? There was one probable clue that he could use. Did the Hokage perhaps find out that my surname is actually just the word Uchiha backwards? Probably. It was an obvious clue that I have left behind since the day I have taken the name of Eihaku Naruto. It was only a matter of time before someone figured it out. Naruto thought, thinking even more. 49. Naruto? Naruto. He heard someone call his name out. Naruto looked around and saw Sakura standing right in front of Naruto and Satsuki. Oh, what? Asked Naruto, wondering what she wanted. So. I've noticed that Satsuki-san and you have become quite close. Naruto nodded, knowing where this conversation was going towards. So I'm wondering. Are you two potentially? Sakura was cut off with Naruto shaking his head at her. No, we are not dating at all. We just hold a very professional friendship. Satsuki nodded right after that, showing that she agrees with Naruto's words. That's right, Naruto and I are just friends or professional friends. Nothing more and nothing less. Naruto nodded at Satsuki's words. Though, Naruto did notice something. Satsuki's words somewhat lacked conviction. 16. But before they all could continue, the door slid right open, indicating that their sensei was here. Their heads and eyes snapped towards the door and saw their sensei. The man had their forehead proctor right over his left eye. His lone eye turned right up, giving them an eye smile. Good morning, everyone. The three nodded at those words. My first impressions of you all are. There was a slight pause so Kakashi could create suspense. Is that you all are boring? 10. Naruto looked at their sensei, slightly narrowing his eyes at his forehead proctor. That hidden eye, I heard that he has Obito's other Sharingan. A gift, Madara said. Nice. Naruto thought, observing their new and current sensei. 1. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes or less, said Kakashi, slowly walking out of the class. The three looked at each other and nodded. Naruto and Satsuki got out of their seat and followed right behind. But as soon as they entered the hall, they noticed that Kakashi was not there walking in the halls of the academy. I see. He used Shunshin to get his way to the top of the academy. Naruto thought, walking towards the stairs that led up to the next floor. Sakura sighed, knowing that there were going to be a few more floors after. How many floors do we have to walk up? Asked Sakura, getting a look from Satsuki. TCH, around 2 more floors until we reach the top of the academy building. Sakura nodded, lightly smiling to Satsuki for her very kind gesture that she appreciated. Thank you, Satsuki-san. SHHE just sighed at the suffix san, but it seems like Satsuki had no intention of ordering her to stop adding that suffix right after he named. They walked up another floor. They were almost to their destination. 1 more floor, thought Naruto, walking up the last floor together with his brand new team right beside him. As they walked up the final stairs, they saw a door. It was a door that was going to lead them to the roof of the academy. Satsuki pushed the door open, wondering what they were going to be doing now that they are genin of Konoha. As they entered the rooftop of the academy, they saw Kakashi, leaning on a railing with the orange book in between his fingertips. Naruto gained a sudden unamused facial expression. He's a pervert? It seems like he's not an extreme one like that pervy sage, though. Naruto thought, seeing Kakashi gesture them to sit on the bench-like thing right in front of them. 1. They obliged and sat where they had been ordered to by Kakashi. Good. You three are quite the good listeners. Kakashi had made his lone open eye turn into a eye smile that made him look quite weird. Satsuki gave him a scowl in return. Now, I would like for you all to introduce yourselves to your teammates and to me. Kakashi looked at them, waiting for the first person to step up and do it first. Sensei? Can you do it first? I would just like a demonstration. Kakashi nodded, slightly sighing. Oh, he had no intention of revealing anything to them. Ah, well, my name is Hatake Kakashi. I have likes and dislikes. I have some hobbies that you don't need to know until you're older. My dream? I don't seem to have one. Kakashi looked at them like nothing happened at all. 6. He only told us his name. What the heck? Sakura and her inner self internally yelled simultaneously. Kakashi pointed at Sakura, whom was sitting in the middle of the three. You next, Pinky, said Kakashi, getting Sakura to rage internally from within. But it seems she managed to hold herself from bursting and talk normally. My name is Haruno Sakura. My likes? Being healthy. My dislikes? Enopig. My dream? Haha. I don't know. Naruto noticed that Sakura completely skipped or forgot about listing her hobbies. 4. Next, EMO, Kakashi pointed his index finger towards Satsuki. She glared at him, making him eye smile in return. Satsuki grunted, annoyed at Kakashi for whatever he's doing. HN. My name is Uchiha Satsuki. My likes? I don't have many, but one of my likes is quite obvious to see and is quite clear to know. My dislikes? Fanboys and people who hold me down. Hobbies? Figure it out yourself. Dreams? What I have is no dream. Because I'll make it a reality. I want to kill a certain someone and rebuild my clan. Oh, yeah, she went full brood mode. 5. That's a lot of sex, Satsuki. She snapped her head towards Naruto, glaring at him with her fierce eyes. Kakashi was amused, letting out a quiet perverted giggle. 41. Guess Naruto was a necessity to keep her calm. Kakashi nodded and turned towards their final and last member of the team. He pointed towards Naruto, wanting his introduction. You, EMOV.2, said Kakashi, gaining a look from Naruto that had a blank look to it. After a few seconds, Naruto sighed and started to do his introduction. 5. I might find out what he likes and dislikes in hobby. Though it depends if he dodges the question. Satsuki thought, wanting to learn more about the blonde and black weirdo. My name is Ahaku Naruto. My likes? Being smart, training, and training with Satsuki. My dislikes? I don't know, not having my apartment clean. My hobbies? I guess. I don't know, actually training, I guess. My dream? That, I know very well. Naruto WS getting tired of giving out too much information. 3. I want to achieve something. But just like Satsuki, I, too, will make it a reality and not just a simple fantasy. Though that said dream shall remain a secret. Satsuki narrowed her eyes right at Naruto, wondering what his dream could possibly be. Could he be wanting to become Hokage? No, he doesn't seem like the type of person to want to be Hokage. Though he might be in another world or something along those lines. Satsuki thought, getting her eyes back towards Kakashi once more. He had an eye smile directed at them all. 5. Well, tomorrow I would like for all of us to be at the Team 7 training ground. If you don't know where that is, then you should know that it's on the borders of the village. They nodded, seemingly getting what he was saying. But they would have to actually ask for directions if they don't know which side the grounds are on. Kakashi glanced at each one of them before he broke the news to them. Tomorrow morning, we will be doing a survival exercise. Sakura raised an eyebrow. But sensei, we have already done survival exercises in the academy, though. On the most part, that's how we got here in the first place. Kakashi didn't respond at first and just giggled a bit in a very weird and creepy way. This survival exercise is not just your normal exercise, said Kakashi, pulling out his Ika book that was in a pouch right behind him. This exercise is very crucial for you all. This immediately got them to tense just a bit. This is because this test is what will decide it if you become genin or not. Naruto cursed internally, knowing something like this would happen. I didn't thoroughly research on what happens after we quote-unquote graduate from the academy. This seems to be the thing that I didn't see when finding things about things after graduation. Naruto thought, glancing at his other teammates and then right back at Kakashi. The graduation exam is what determines the potential candidates that could may or may not become genin. But this survival exercise is what will determine if you will become a genin or not. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Kakashi, wanting to know more about this topic. Out of the 27 graduates in this class, there will only be a total of 9 out of those 27 that will pass this exercise or test, if you want to call it that. That means the minimum percentage that you 3 will pass is only a whopping 33%. And of course, the chances of failing is over 66%. The 3 tensed up even more after hearing such a thing. 13. Well, this team meeting is now over. Get back to your homes and rest for the day. And don't forget to not eat your breakfast tomorrow or something bad will if you do. Kakashi slowly walked away from them and used the doors that lead them up to the roof to go back inside. 1. After a couple of moments, Naruto stood up and followed the footsteps of Kakashi. I personally would rather eat, but you can do you, said Naruto, opening the door. He soon entered to the other side and walked down the flights of stairs that led him down to the first floor of the academy. I'll sleep for the day, Naruto thought, making his way outside of the academy and towards the direction of his apartment complex. Naruto snapped his eyes open, looking around as he woke up at around 3 a.m. in the morning. Yet, he had to get an early start for the day. He looked around and saw that his apartment was as tidy as yesterday morning. Though it does seem like some things weren't as tidy when I came back home, Naruto thought, entering the shower and washing up for the upcoming day that was ahead of him. When he came from yesterday, Naruto had noticed that some things were not in their original state. But in layman's terms, this means that someone had moved his things. He already had a sneaking suspicion on who the person was. Or people. It must be the old man or Kakashi, Naruto thought, letting the water wash over his body. Some of the objects were moved a few centimeters or a full inch. You might be questioning how he knew this? It's because he was Uchiha freaking Naruto. 23. Naruto slowly got out of the water after cleansing himself. But in all seriousness, Naruto knows where each object is supposed to be at because he has spent hours upon hours organizing his things/necessities that he has remembered where everything is supposed to be like the back of his hand. Naruto dried himself and got himself a new pair of clothes that he was going to wear for the day. He looked at the clock and saw the current time. 3:35 a.m. Huh? Naruto thought, getting his other necessities that he was going to have to potentially use for the survival exercise that was supposed to be later in the morning. 10. Naruto prepared himself a cup ramen that he ate while walking through the empty streets of Konoha. After some walking, Naruto had finally arrived at the training ground that they were supposed to be at. 1. Got here at around an hour or two, Naruto thought, stretching his limbs out in the empty field that they were supposed to be at currently. He went and sat on a tree branch that was nearest to him. Naruto sighed, watching as the moon's light shined on his face, reflecting his azure eyes that resembled his father's own eyes. I wonder, did Father ever have the Sharingan? No, Madara had said that the Jujutsu had been locked dormant in his blood. But why wasn't the blood not locked dormant for me? Naruto thought, thinking as he used this to walk over the time. 9. After an hour and a half, the first signs of human life showed up. This broke his thoughts and looked further ahead to see who the person was. Oh, it was the most obvious and probable person that could have came. As expected, Satsuki is up and early, Naruto thought, jumping down to the ground and walked up towards her. You're here early, said Naruto, commenting on how she arrived at 5 in the morning. She scoffed, eyes gazing at him. You're one to talk, remarked Satsuki, walking past Naruto and sitting down on the tree. Did you eat? Asked Satsuki, looking at Naruto as he walked towards her. Naruto nodded at her. Yes, I did eat. Kakashi-sensei told us not to eat, said Satsuki, furrowing her eyebrows at Naruto with a questionable gaze locked right on Naruto's head. I really don't care. I'll eat if I want to. Satsuki grunted, annoyed at the response that he had given her. Did you eat? Asked Naruto, sitting down right next to Satsuki. Of course, why wouldn't I? She gave Naruto a look like if it was an obvious answer. Naruto just shrugged, ignoring her words that barely did anything to Naruto's psyche. The two continued to talk with one another until they saw the next person arrive. Good morning, said Sakura, yawning as he drowsily walked towards the two. She looked at the two, seeing that they were already here. When did you two arrive? She asked, wondering how long they have been waiting. 2 hours/1 hour. Oh, so you two woke up pretty early. They nodded, knowing that they did wake up early by her kind of standards. Though this was quite normal for them to do. They were to sometimes wake up very early to train with each other. And as always, Naruto always won the spars that they always do when they train. It was amusing to see Satsuki in a sour mood right after. Sakura sat down right next to Satsuki and waited right alongside them. But they didn't know how long Kakashi was going to take to get here. An arrival late yesterday was not a good reference for them. It took him 3 hours to get to us. Naruto thought, knowing this would probably take some time and that they would have to wait for another few hours or so. And as expected, Kakashi wasn't here after an hour of Sakura's arrival. They then waited for him for another hour. They still didn't see him during that time. And when it was just over 3 hours of waiting, Kakashi appeared, an eye smile appearing on his face as he walked into the Team 7 training ground. "You're late!" yelled Sakura, annoyed at the amount of time that they all had to wait for him. Kakashi just chuckled in a very sheepish manner. "Haha. Sorry, a black cat crossed the road, so I had to take another route. You know, black cats are a symbol of bad luck. I couldn't risk it at all." He added another sheepish laugh at the end. 2. Liar. The other two stood up and walked towards Kakashi alongside Sakura. There was a moment of suspense that was looming throughout the air. "Anyway, I would just like to explain the rules." They all nodded, knowing that rules was a common need in survival exercises. But the real question was, what were the rules that were going to be enforced? The rules are that there are actually no rules. Satsuki and Sakura deadpanned at that sentence. "Then why the heck did you say there were rules in the first place?" asked Satsuki, annoyed at what he was saying. Kakashi completely ignored her. "Anyway, your goal for this exercise is to take these bells away from me. I have a clock set to stop at noon, at 12 p.m. If you take these bells away from me, you pass. It's as simple as that." The bells clanged due to Kakashi swooshing them. "But, Sensei, there are only 2 bells." Sakura was confused and so was Satsuki. Naruto was just narrowing his eyes, analyzing the goal of this test. More information was about to be revealed. "Ah, correct. The 2 people that manage to get these 2 bells will pass this survival exercise and become genin." The 2 immediately became tense, while Naruto just kept on analyzing the current situation. "Then what happens to the remaining team member?" Kakashi's eyes smiled. "They get sent back to the academy." The 2 widened their eyes. Naruto slightly gritted his teeth, trying to figure out if there was a hidden message to this all. "Like I said, you all have until noon to take the bells away from me. And also, come at me with intent to kill. If you don't, you won't get the bells no matter how hard you try." Sakura raised an eyebrow at him. "What if we hurt you?" "There is no reason to worry about such a thing," said Naruto, slowly maneuvering his hand towards his holster. His eyes were ready for battle to begin. "He's a Jonin. While there isn't much difference between us and a Chunin, there is a huge gap between both Genin, Chunin to Jonin. There's no reason to think that we will even hurt him." Naruto pulled out a kunai and threw it at Kakashi. They weren't aimed at Kakashi's head, but they were being aimed at the bells. But before the kunai could pierce through and attach itself to the thread, Kakashi disappeared, a huge log just replacing him out of thin air. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Substitution jutsu. They all heard something rustle the bushes. "Meh, meh. I didn't even say start yet and you're already trying to kill me." They turned their eyes at Kakashi. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "We don't wait to battle in a real fight between ninjas." Correct. But this is a survival exercise, not an actual fight between enemies." Kakashi was being laid back and relaxed throughout the whole conversation. "Anyway, shall we begin?" They all nodded, readying themselves to fight Kakashi. "Plus. Start." Naruto felt the two others disappear to the trees that surrounded them all. Kakashi noticed this and looked at Naruto with his usual and signature eye smile. "Oh? You haven't ran away into the trees?" Naruto narrowed his eyes at Kakashi. "I don't like running away, I guess." Naruto got into his stance right after, eyes no longer narrowing down. Kakashi kept up his eye smile, pulling something up from his pouch from behind. "The dang Ika novel book. Plus, I want to test something out." Naruto pulled out a kunai from his holster, holding it very tightly in between his hand. He launched himself forward towards Kakashi. "Test something out? Could that mean that he has figured out the test?" Kakashi thought, dodging a kunai that was centered to puncture his eye. He raised an eyebrow at Naruto. "Is he trying to damage my eye so I have to reveal my Sharingan?" Kakashi mused, analyzing Naruto's hidden intention. It seemed like Naruto was not very hesitant on trying to destroy his eye. Does this mean he has done this before? Or has experience killing someone? Kakashi thought again, maneuvering his way around Naruto and giving him a kick in the back while he continued reading his Ika. 6. But to his surprise, the Naruto that he had just kicked turned into a cloud of smoke. It seems like he knows how to use shadow clones. Kakashi thought, disappearing and replacing himself with a log before the real Naruto that was behind him could even hit him. Naruto slightly widening his eyes and creating a shadow clone right next to him while in mid-air. The said clone threw the real Naruto away before he could be hit with another kick to the stomach. Naruto was internally relieved at this, considering on how an injury could jeopardize him. There is a clear difference in strength between Kakashi and I. He's a very strong Jonin of Konoha, one of the best in Konoha actually. Naruto thought, backing away from Kakashi. Lesson 1, Taijutsu. Naruto heard Kakashi say this as he approached Naruto with the small orange book in his hand. Naruto now knew the exact level he was now on. Naruto steadily narrowed his eyes. "I should be around High Chunin, but at least low Jonin level when I use my Sharingan," Naruto thought, rushing towards Kakashi at high speeds. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, noticing the increase in speed that Naruto had just undergone through. He went for a jab to Kakashi's stomach, but was blocked by Kakashi's foot. He redirected Naruto's arm and kicked him right to the side to back him away. "You're quite fast, Naruto." He narrowed his eyes at him, observing the place around him. Now was the perfect time to execute his plan that should perfectly in action. Yesterday, all I could think about was this survival exercise. This made Kakashi slightly narrow down his lone and open eye. Where was he getting it right now? And it seems I was correct, there is a potential hidden motive behind all of this. Naruto internally knew that Kakashi was now interested in what he had to say. Kakashi looked up from his look, giving him a questioning gaze. "Oh? How so?" "The way this was planned out. The way you were said the things about this survival exercise made me quite uneasy. At first." Naruto jumped towards Kakashi, creating two shadow clones right beside him. Naruto threw one clone. Naruto threw the other clone as well. The two clones were aimed right towards Kakashi, aiming themselves right towards the bells that was near Kakashi's pocket. But Kakashi countered by using his foot to also kick the two clones away. So I started to think about the possibilities of hidden motives behind this current survival exercise. Naruto rushed near Kakashi, running right around Kakashi. And the way that you worded this exercise, it made no logical sense that it would work out in the end. Naruto dodged a kick that was aimed right at his face. Though, narrowly he did. "Oh? How so?" "Earlier you said that the person who does not have the bells will be sent back to the academy." That made sense, but at the same time it did not make sense. Naruto jumped right over Kakashi, just barely preventing himself from being caught by Kakashi's hand. The way it worked made sense, but the potential backlash and consequences of it will cost the team as a whole. Naruto twisted his body so he would be facing Kakashi. There's no way a team with only 2 genin and a sensei could work. That is unless the 2 genin are strong. Naruto shot his leg right towards Kakashi's face. But he was immediately countered with duck to the ground. Kakashi then threw his leg right up towards Naruto's stomach. But Naruto maneuvered his way around this and created a shadow clone right next to him while in mid-air. The clone threw him up even higher to the air. Naruto started to move his hands closer to one another. Kakashi slightly widened his eyes, impressed at what Naruto was about to do. Naruto started to weave a set of hand seals at a rapid rate. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. Naruto inhaled as he got ready to do his jutsu. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Naruto exhaled a large fireball that was aimed right towards Kakashi's face at a quick speed. An elemental ninjutsu? Kakashi thought, jumping away to dodge the fireball. But Naruto wasn't done. His large chakra reserves were practically infinite. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. Snake ram monkey boar horse tiger. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Another round shout down from Naruto's mouth. But the only difference this time around was that there were 2 fireballs this time. Kakashi was in a daze, impressed at Naruto's ability to wield elemental ninjutsu. Though, this ability does raise a bit of suspicion right towards Naruto as a whole. It seems he doesn't look winded at all. He has used multiple amounts of shadow clones and used a signature jutsu of the Uchiha clan. This doesn't look good on Naruto. But this could probably prove that you are Sensei's son. But if you are, how are you an Uchiha? Kushina-san and Minato aren't Uchihas. Though you aren't actually guaranteed to be Sensei's son. I'll keep an eye on you. Kakashi thought, just barely dodging the 2 fireballs that were aimed directly at him. Kakashi suddenly started to lower his orange book full of porn and tucked it back in his pouch. It seems like I will at least have to be more serious when fighting you. Kakashi slowly started to walk towards Naruto as he landed on the ground. Kakashi threw a pair of shuriken that he had pulled out from his holster right on his leg. Naruto huffed slightly, a tiny bit nervous on fighting someone of such high caliber like Kakashi. There is no reason for me to be nervous. Crap. I'll get to that level of power in no time. Naruto thought, jumping slightly and twirling his body to a horizontal view to dodge the 2 shuriken that was aimed at his head and stomach. He felt the wind rush, Kakashi appearing right behind him as he was falling to the ground. Lesson 1 had ended, said Kakashi, maneuvering and turning his hand into a tight fist. His fist roamed through the air and almost made contact with Naruto's stomach to incapacitate Naruto to stop fighting. It's over for now, Naruto. But he wasn't down for the count. The other 2 have been watching the 2 of us fight it out. They should have heard what I said about a possible motive behind this whole survival exercise. This was my plan since the beginning. I wanted them to have second thoughts about this survival exercise and not charge in blindly. Naruto thought, replacing himself with a log. Kakashi slightly raised an eyebrow, impressed with the time that Naruto managed to pull of the substitution jutsu. He suddenly heard something start to clang right beside him. Kakashi looked down and saw Naruto reaching out towards the bells. His fingertips touched the clanging bells, but failed to get them due to Kakashi jumping up to dodge. He pushed his hands into his holster and pulled out a kunai. Naruto twisted his head and saw this in an instant. He placed his hand on the ground and rolled right on the ground to dodge the kunai from hitting his back. He's taking this battle more seriously now. Though it seems he is not using his full power. That's fine, though. There is absolutely no way I would even stand a chance at Kakashi-sensei's full power. Naruto thought, soon being pressured by more shuriken and kunai. He soon found himself right next to a pond of water. Naruto slightly gritted his teeth, tightening his jaws very tightly. Kakashi noticed that he was nearing the water also. Does he know how to walk on water? Kakashi thought, expecting another trick up on Naruto's sleeve. He narrowed his eyes at Naruto, wondering what he will do next. Naruto summoned a clone right behind himself. The said clone observed the surroundings of the pond and saw that there was land had surrounded the large pond of water. The real Naruto huffed slightly. The clone dispersed and gave Naruto his memories on what he had just saw. Naruto nodded to himself, knowing what to do now. Kakashi noticed this and a thought roamed through his head at a fast rate. Does he know about the trick to the shadow clone? Kakashi questioned, pulling out another kunai just in advance. But moving that to the side, what was Naruto's next plan of action? Naruto summoned another clone right behind himself. The said clone threw Naruto in the air, flying right over the pond that his previous clone had observed for a moment or two. Naruto created another clone that threw him on the edge of land that his clone also saw while observing their surroundings. Naruto landed right on the thin piece of land and looked right back at Kakashi. He followed suit by applying a constant change in chakra to his feet. Kakashi started to float right on top of the pond of water that they were now battling right on. It's all according to my plan, Naruto thought, seeing the water that Kakashi was standing right on top of. He looked down, following Naruto's eyes and saw something. 1. The water. It's bubbling. Kakashi noticed too late and his foot was caught by numerous other shadow clones that were hiding under the layers of the pond of water. Naruto took this time as an opportunity for him to jump right towards Kakashi and outstretch his hand for the bells that kept on clanging and clanging as Kakashi moved. But unfortunately for Naruto, Kakashi replaced himself with a log to get himself out of this situation. Naruto then felt a sharp pain arose from the left side of his stomach. He looked back and saw that Kakashi had kicked him in the stomach. This caused Naruto to be thrown way back towards the land that they were both on a minute or two ago. Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling the pain rising up and down every second that passed. But Naruto persevered and thought of a new plan to do while Kakashi was out walking on the water while steadily approaching Naruto at a slow pace. Naruto looked from both sides and saw that no one was there and that it was clear. Abort mission. Though accomplished, Naruto thought, jumping up and regaining his balance. He bursted away and soon entered the vast and empty forest that surrounded the clear area. Satsuki and Sakura watched from different parts of the place and were very impressed by the fight that had been shown right towards the two of them. Naruto, you have been hiding your power from me, Satsuki thought, puffing and giving out a light pout with displeasure laced inside of her head. But that wasn't important. For now that is. A hidden motive? What could this hidden motive be? Satsuki thought, jumping away from the aftermath of the fight to distance herself from Kakashi. Satsuki gritted her teeth as he thought about what Naruto just had said. God, can't believe that idiot just engraved that thought in my brain. Was that his plan the whole time? For Sakura and I to think about the deeper possibilities in this survival exercise? Satsuki thought, maneuvering herself around the trees. Satsuki. She heard someone hiss. Satsuki turned around and saw Naruto, hanging himself off a tree. She narrowed her eyes at him, wondering if this was actually Naruto or not. Are you the real Naruto? Asked Satsuki, pulling a kunai just in case this wasn't actually Naruto. He nodded and jumped down to the ground. Then tell me this if you are the real Naruto. What did you give me on Christmas when we were 8 years old? Satsuki had her eyes narrowed, readying herself to fight just in case this wasn't the real Naruto. I gave you a tanto and a jutsu that contained a fire jutsu that I let you use and learn. Naruto went closer to Satsuki, pointing towards the direction that she had came from. Now, we need to move quickly. Kakashi is making his way towards each of us one at a time. We need to group up together and work as a team. Satsuki scoffed, shaking her head vigorously as she followed Naruto. There is no way I am working with Pinky, Naruto. If I'm going to work with someone, I'm going to work with someone that has my back at all times. Like you. Satsuki pointed at Naruto, whom had a face of blank amusement. I'm flattered. But I don't care about your opinion at all. We're going to work with Sakura even if you don't like it. Satsuki growled at him, displeased at his attitude at her. Then why the heck did you even ask me such a question? To notify you. Wow, such a great job at notifying me. Well, I do try. Naruto sighed, suddenly stopping and picking up Satsuki. She widened her eyes as she tried covering herself. What the heck is wrong with you? Freaking closet pervert. Put me down. She hissed at him as Naruto jumped on a tree. 34. SHHH. Your language is highly vulgar. Don't make too much sound, it'll notify Kakashi-sensei. Satsuki glared at him with such intensity that it could kill a regular person. Put me down. Satsuki hissed loudly once again. He shook his head, not letting her to go back down. I can't, Satsuki. We were making too much noise when we walked through the bushes. This is much more efficient and faster. Satsuki slowly calmed down, glaring at Naruto during the process. TCH, just make sure you don't try peeking at my breast or something. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her, gaining a puzzled look as he maneuvered themselves around the trees. You don't have much to show anyway. It doesn't really matter. Satsuki glared at him, feeling the insecurity skyrocket at a tremendous rate. 40. I'm still growing, idiot. The two soon heard a piercing scream that was quite far away from them. 5. Oh, they definitely knew who that person was. Their voice was very familiar to the two of them. Naruto continued to carry Satsuki on their way to the epicenter of the scream. Once they had finally made it to the core of the scream, they saw Sakura passed out on the ground. Naruto landed on the ground and had Satsuki get off from his grip. Naruto had expected Satsuki to space herself away from Naruto, but instead, Satsuki just stayed right there, next to Naruto as they looked at the sleeping Sakura. I'll wake her up, said Naruto, crouching down and putting his hand right next to Sakura's face. Satsuki raised an eyebrow as she wondered what Naruto was going to do. This should be enough to wake her up, added Naruto, creating momentum with his hands. Slap. 9. Satsuki winced slightly as she saw Naruto slap Sakura's cheek. This caused Sakura to wake up immediately and shoot up from her passed out state. Hey? What happened? Asked the confused Sakura. She looked around, wondering where she was now at. Sakura met eyes with both Naruto and Satsuki. You were probably caught in a genjutsu. You have no wounds or bruises, but you seem to have been passed out. Then I came up with the conclusion that you had psychological damage done by a genjutsu. Simple. Satsuki scoffed lightly at those words. Simple, he says. Show off. Satsuki thought, feeling the inferiority that she felt. But her focus went back to Sakura. Alright, we all need to work together and get those bells from Kakashi-sensei. Sakura gained a confused, wondering why they had to work together as a team. But there is only 2 bells. Satsuki grunted at those words. It doesn't matter if there is only 2 bells. If we don't work together to get them, we won't get those bells at all. Naruto could sense the annoyed tone in Satsuki's voice. Sakura nodded, knowing that they should probably work together. Alright, since everyone is now acquainted with one another, I'll tell you all the plan. Kakashi stood in the same field that he and Naruto had fought almost an hour ago. He looked at the 3 stumps that had the clock right on top of it. It's nearing noon now. It seems like they are going to fail. I'll do that food trick on them right after if they fail. Kakashi thought as he kept on reading his Ika novel. He kept on reading the Ika novel with delight. There was only 10 minutes left until noon was delivered to them all. Kakashi suddenly gained an eye smile. Oh? Are you all working together now? Remember, there are only 2 bells. Kakashi replaced himself with a log as 3 people simultaneously attacked him from behind. Kakashi appeared a few meters away from them, still reading the Ika novel. TCH, what else are we supposed to do? Work alone and feel humiliated? I rather not. Satsuki glared at Kakashi, pulling out a kunao from her holster. Kakashi looked up and continued to smile. "It seems to me like I won't be able to read for the time being," shared Kakashi, putting the orange book right back at where it belonged, his pouch. The three genin also readied themselves, getting into their stances. Though Sakura was the only one using the regular academy-style stance like the usual. Satsuki and Naruto used a style of their own. "Give me your best shot." The three rushed right towards Kakashi the copycat ninja.